The newcomer to Jael Loisan called her an evil witch. The mercenary arrived with the intention of killing the girl awaiting death in prison. She asked the mercenary if he had brought poison, as they always tried to poison her. The girl demanded that they hand over the poison immediately, as it was necessary for her death. The boy did not expect such an active attitude from Jael, who easily snatched the poison from his hands. The mercenary had heard that witch was crazy, but he didn't expect so much. After drinking all the poison, the girl found that it tasted like strawberry milk. The mercenary was in a state of shock, because the witch should have died with just one drop of poison. He decided to check the contents of the bottle. Perhaps he had taken the wrong one. A few seconds later, the assassin began to spit blood. As he was dying, he asked the girl what trick she was using. The heroine simply sighed disdainfully, as it was not the first time she had seen such a scene. Jael Loisan was the name of the main villain in the novel, Poisoned Apple. While working overtime, the heroine read a tale about a toxic apple, where in the end everyone died, even the protagonists. The first to die was a secondary female character with a negative role. The main character defeats her, and while awaiting execution by hanging, she is poisoned. It was a gruesome death for the character, but she wasn't there. On the way home after work, the girl had an accident and woke up in the body of that very villain. She found herself in the villain's body, right when the assassin was administering the poison. The taste of the poison was like a strawberry shake. The assassin was surprised by such a reaction and tasted the remains himself. So the Sen assassin started coughing blood instantly. After that incident, several assassins were sent to her, but they all met the same end. Every assassin tasted the poison themselves. Clearly, the assassins in this world were too foolish. At first, the heroine hesitated and feared ingesting poisons. But over time, she got used to it and started drinking them without thinking. She even started identifying poisons by their taste. The last one reminded her of apple yogurt. The soldiers initially thought that the sorceress Sissel had killed all the assassins. Upon inspecting the corpses, the soldiers realized that they had drunk the poison themselves. But they kept blaming the crazy sorceress. Assassins easily accessed her place of imprisonment through customary bribes. The heroine considered this world repulsive, but she managed to reincarnate here as a secondary villain. All that remained was to sit and wait for death, either by hanging or by a successful poisoning. The girl heard voices near her room. It was clearly a male laugh, which frightened the protagonist, who asked fearfully who was there. Receiving no answer, she decided it was a side effect of the poisons. But the laughter repeated itself. The protagonist became truly scared. Was this place full of ghosts? The voice replied that there were no ghosts there, so it was the assassin on duty, although it was unclear why he was laughing. Luasbin asked him to wait a moment, as she had taken the last poison shortly before. The man said he had very little poison, so she had to take it immediately. The girl became furious. She didn't want to take 2 poisons in a row, especially considering it wouldn't work. Unlike the previous poisons, this one smelled horrible. Clearly, this one would really kill her. Although the poison had never affected her, maybe this time she would get away with it too. The protagonist remembered that even if the poison didn't work, she would die by hanging anyway. The girl thought the assassin was unusual and possessed supernatural powers. So she decided to ask him a favor. The boy was very interested to hear what the girl wanted. She wanted the boy to save her from there if she didn't die after taking the poison. The assassin was surprised that the girl planned to survive his poison. The new Sissel decided to act to survive. And to do that, the first thing she had to do was get out of there. The boy asked a strange question about why the girl was sure of surviving upon leaving here. The assassin remembered that she was a witch. They would look for her quickly, and she had no friends. The boy considered that it would be much easier for the girl to die here and now. Cecil got angry and asked the boy not to exaggerate. Although she was a witch, she wasn't the only villain in the world. She just needed to fulfill her villain status. The mention of fulfilling her status clearly amused the stranger. He doubted that it would be possible for the girl. The protagonist tried to recall the book's characters. The name Wayne Ida barely surfaced in her memory. The young man was surprised to hear that name here. The girl was sure the character she needed was named that. It turned out the man knew that person a little. It seemed the assassin got bored talking and decided to inject poison into the protagonist quickly. Unlike previous assassins, this one carried the cell key with him. Cecil thought her guards were horribly repulsive, to the point of even giving the keys to the assassin. The boy lunged at her, saying she was his fiancé's enemy and that she would die now. A painful death. He lunged at her with a knife. The girl managed to dodge him. The protagonist decided she preferred dying by poison rather than stabbing, so she drank the poison immediately. She screamed at the assassin that she had already drunk the poison, and at the same time, threw an empty bottle at him. With tears, she reminded him that the boy had promised to help her if she managed to survive. The assassin replied that he had only promised to think about it, not fulfill her request. And suddenly, something strange began to happen. The boy began to be enveloped in black smoke, and a male voice emerged from nowhere, saying that considering the proposal had been interesting. The boy was completely covered by the black smoke. It looked like magic. A few seconds later, the assassin simply disappeared from the room. In his place was a completely different person. Was it another assassin? Looking at the girl and smiling charmingly, the boy confirmed her suspicions by saying he was a mercenary. Giuseppe was surprised that the assassin decided to show her his face. Although he had come for her life, he looked excessively attractive. Suddenly, the boy knelt down and told her he was happy to meet her. The protagonist decided that the boy also wanted to test the effect of the poison upon reaching the bottle. It saddened her that such an attractive man turned out to be another fool. It turned out the boy hadn't even planned to check the poison's effectiveness. The assassin fully trusted its high quality. Cecil felt very satisfied to have finally found an assassin convinced of his poisons. The boy suddenly proposed escaping that place and made a signal with his fingers. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Cecil didn't understand what the assassin intended. It was then that the protagonist realized she didn't know who the man in front of her was. She remembered that a character with magical powers named Wayne Eyre appeared in the book. That character, in the story of the poisoned apple tree, knew how to cast spells. The teleportation column attracted the attention of all the city's inhabitants. After the transfer, the girl didn't know where she was and asked her savior. She even felt a little disappointed to have escaped so quickly and easily thanks to magic. The boy could have returned her if she had wished it. With a smile, he reminded her that if caught, she would be burned as a witch. The girl recognized it as dark magic, commonly used by the novel's villains. The last mage was precisely Wayne Eyre. According to the plot, he gathered all the mages and confronted the protagonist. The young woman wasn't sure of her suspicions, so she asked him if the boy was a dark mist mage. If so, then she was facing one of Wayne Ada's subordinates. Cecil realized she shouldn't speak to the dark mage with the tone she had used. She had to fix the situation immediately so as not to anger that man. The only idea that occurred to Lospin was to ask the savior's name. It turned out the boy's name was Renji. He replied quickly, as if he had been waiting for that question. The protagonist easily remembered the names of characters from books. But that name was unknown to her. Since she couldn't recall that name, the girl decided to try associating him with a character by appearance. Outside the prison walls, the boy no longer seemed so handsome. But he would definitely stand out in a crowd. The girl failed to recall any hero with that appearance, which meant he was a secondary character in the story. She remembered that all the dark mist mages were more than notable characters. Cecil told the boy that he must have saved her on his master's orders. Renji immediately replied that the boss wouldn't find out. It seemed that man was losing patience, so he asked the girl how much longer she intended to stay there. It turned out they had moved quite close to the tower, where the girl had been locked up. Cecil was horrified that they were still so close to her place of imprisonment. She proposed that the boy go for a walk somewhere, since they were together now. The protagonist was very afraid of being alone, as they could catch her in minutes. The boy asked what reward she could give him if he went with her. From afar, the shouts of the tower guard about the sorceress's disappearance were heard. The boy thought it was better to wait until they put a high bounty on the girl's head. To change his mind, Jael promised to inform the boy. According to her, this information would help Renji get a promotion. The girl stated that she knew the future of some people from the dark mist that made up the mage. That wasn't a lie, as the protagonist remembered the novel's plot and the events had already begun. For example, she could mention who their future leader would be. This knowledge immediately interested her savior. Jael explained her knowledge by saying she had drunk a lot of poison and gained magical power. The boy doubted that magic could be mastered by drinking a lot of poison. The girl insisted that thanks to the poisons, she acquired a strange power. That's why she knows many things. Jael thought the boy was reflecting on her proposal. The guard was already close. They walked down the adjoining street without looking at the boy and the girl in the alley. The girl grabbed the boy by his clothes. She hoped he wouldn't leave her alone here. The boy stated that before she was locked in the dungeon, he used forbidden magic. The protagonist didn't quite understand why the tone and words were so serious. He stated that he sacrificed a man who worked alongside him. Black magic has many rules, and each one is unique to every individual. Renji declared that he was the one who died because of Sissel's deceit, which is why he came looking for the girl now. He wanted to test his skills on her and find something out. The boy wanted to confirm whether Sissel was interested in the poison she had recently ingested. The girl felt uncomfortable after his confession and didn't know how to respond. She let go of his shirt. The protagonist felt real fear. Suddenly, Renji took the protagonist's hand and mentioned a falling star. Now everything for the protagonist became even more complicated. She didn't understand what a falling star had to do with it. The boy confessed that he intended to identify a creature from another world. But he didn't finish the study. That's why he couldn't risk too much. The mage got too close to the girl. Surprised, she began to fall backward. Face to face with the protagonist, Renji asked the girl who she really was. The protagonist understood that she had come to this world due to Jael's actions. And Renji. This pair should have been more concerned with choosing who their world summoned. There was no need to bring an exhausted and suffering girl. Renji asked how many important people would survive in the future. It was necessary to be careful when speaking. So the protagonist replied that she would survive. The mage deduced that the girl wanted to make a deal with him. The boy reached this conclusion because the young woman refused to answer the previous question. He asked if she knew anything about the dungeon built by the mages. The protagonist considered that if Renji was a professional mage, he would have read her thoughts long ago. The young woman replied that she didn't need deals and only wanted to survive. She begged him to stop threatening her. The mage considered such an answer tempting. The boy was sure it wasn't Jael, as she wasn't that clumsy. The man asked what she could offer him in return. This simple question left the protagonist speechless. Jael pondered for a long time and finally replied that she can identify the taste of poisons. It was unexpected. Almost no one could have said something like that. The mage didn't understand what usefulness it could have for him that the girl identified the taste of poisons. Jael replied that it might happen that the leader of his group is poisoned. That sentence could not be received calmly by the mage. The boy reflected. Jael, feeling secure, stated that she could become his taster for various poisons. The boy remained silent. It was difficult to understand what he was thinking. In the end, Renji didn't hand her over to the soldiers or sell her to anyone. But now she is here, in this horrible place in the new world, with an unbearable atmosphere. And now the protagonist works in a magic shop. Everything here was strange, especially this doll that might be cursed. The girl sighed deeply. She didn't like being in this place at all. In fact, it is a place where magical items are not sold, but cursed objects. Jael thought the boy was conducting an experiment to verify if she would die from cursed things. The boy didn't trust her and suggested she demonstrate her loyalty. Her tasks included serving customers and distinguishing various poisons. The girl clarified if she really had to test the poisons. The boy wanted her to drink the poisons and distinguish them. Finally, Jael considered Renji a terrible person. She didn't want a career that started from the lowest ground. The girl had been in the shop for 10 days, and now the doll was her only company. The protagonist heard a voice asking if she had given a name to the cursed doll. The smiling boy said Jael was a really strange girl. It was 10. He worked in the shop as a delivery boy and wanted to become a full mage. Making an annoyed gesture, she replied that she wasn't crazy. She got angry when 10 uttered the phrase that crazy people don't know they are crazy. He was surprised she was a saleswoman in such a place. Jael didn't understand why the boy was so nice to her and assumed it was because of the shop's reputation. She decided to leave the boxes with the items by the counter. Throughout that time, many customers arrived, but no one bought anything. The protagonist felt like people wanted to buy something, but ultimately always refused. 10 took a poison out of his backpack and handed it to Lewis. She recognized it instantly. It was oxyduarian because it smelled as horrible as that fruit. 10 didn't understand what the girl was saying because the poison had no smell at all. It seemed only the girl could perceive the smells of the poisons. She remembered Renji had mentioned something similar. The boy said goodbye, calling her crazy like Jael again. The delivery boy left, and the girl was completely alone again. Renji hadn't made contact for 3 days. It occurred to the girl that this was her chance to escape. If she stayed, she would become the mage's guinea pig. She decided to take the bottles as payment for 10 days of work. Gathering everything took much less time than expected. It was terrifying, but it required acting quickly. The girl opened the door and took her first step towards her escape. She slipped out silently, looking both ways. The protagonist hoped there was no locking magic and that she could escape quickly. She quickened her pace. It seemed she was about to be free. The girl thought about where to find a carriage, remembering that one of the buyers had mentioned a wagon. Suddenly, something appeared before the protagonist's eyes that she definitely didn't plan to see there. She stopped abruptly to understand what was happening in front of her. A large number of knights were walking down the street. It seemed they were looking for someone. Hiding, she tried to listen to what the soldiers were saying. Looking closely at the portraits on the wall, Cecil realized they all had her photograph. She was in shock. As it turned out, she had been working in a shop near the soldiers' post. The protagonist felt someone behind her, which scared her. A familiar voice asked in her ear why she was standing still. She turned around hoping it wasn't the person she thought. It was Renji, and he warned Cecil that if she took a few more steps, he would finish off the soldiers. The girl tried to greet Renji as usual, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The boy replied that they hadn't been separated for more than 3 days. His gaze was terrifying. The protagonist immediately stated that the boy misunderstood and that this was not her escape. It was just her daily 10,000 steps walk. Exercises like those were necessary for the body to be healthier. At least that's what she tried to convince the mage Jael. The boy adopted a relaxed expression. Then he paused briefly before asking. It turns out the girl took the poison to quench her thirst during the active walk. Messed up Jael. She didn't understand how the dark-haired man could have found out. She replied that by drinking the poison little by little, the desire to work increased considerably. Then, the mage asked what the girl had taken the money for. It turned out the money would be used to buy Renji a gift for rescuing her from the dungeon. She gave a mischievous smile and pretended to believe the knight's gift. The boy found it funny that the girl called him a knight. He reminded her that in the dungeon she had called him a horrible being. The girl proposed forgetting the past and starting anew. But Renji believed that only 10 years had passed, and it wasn't the past. The girl stopped arguing and paid attention to the nearby noise. The sound came from a nearby building. A group of soldiers emerged from there. It was dangerous. They seemed to be heading towards the alley where the heroes were. Jael was overcome with panic. She tried to figure out a way out of the situation. The solution came quickly. She grabbed the boy by his clothes. A second later, she stood still, leaning against the mage's cape, which surprised him. Now she had a new plan. She grabbed him by the clothes again and pulled him towards her. She asked the man to pretend to kiss her. The man's actions seemed increasingly strange to the mage. The heroine explained that if they fled, they would draw attention. But if they pretended to be lovers, they would confuse the soldiers and leave. The boy didn't believe that the situation with kissing in the alley would work. The girl was worried and wanted to convince him. But she realized that he didn't care at all about the approaching guard. Now it was he who approached, pressing her against the wall. The girl blushed, as the boy had pushed her too roughly and unexpectedly. It seems he heard her words and will finally do a kiss imitation. Jael began to flush, even if it was for soldiers. She found it very uncomfortable, especially now, with that handsome boy so close to her. She felt self-conscious, her heart pounded wildly, but she understood the strangeness of the situation. The boy asked her quietly why she was getting agitated at that moment. She shouldn't be embarrassed. She herself had asked him to be her lover. Jael felt that everything had gone too far, until she noticed a fixed gaze on her. One of the soldiers was watching her directly. The situation couldn't get any worse. The young woman panicked. The soldiers were chatting, saying they had to inspect the side of the alley. She started hitting the boy. In her mind, she wished Renji would lean closer and hug her tightly to make it look natural. The boy remained impassive and asked again what the protagonist disliked. She saw that the soldiers were still looking at her, and that terrified her deeply. But the soldiers simply passed by. Now Jael didn't understand anything. Did the soldier not recognize her? Or did something happen anyway? The blonde was so surprised that she only managed to ask what had happened at that moment. The boy replied that the guard simply didn't see them. The mage went somewhere, which frightened the heroine because now they would definitely notice them. The boy took a few more steps and stopped, saying he had reached where he wanted. The mage said that for the guard where he is, there is a wall due to an illusion spell. The girl didn't know about that magic because it wasn't mentioned in the book. The book said that any dark magic leaves dark marks that allow tracking the mages. This is how the heroes found Wayne and defeated him, at least according to the plot. The girl asked why the soldiers didn't see the magic marks on the ground then. The boy replied that they couldn't see them. For powerful mages, it is easy to erase sorcery marks, and Renji was one of them. Upon learning about the illusion, the heroine felt great sadness. The boy didn't tell her about the imaginary wall because the girl was acting foolishly. Angry, Jael called the mage a horrible being again. The boy suggested that the girl return to the shop and continue talking there. Dismayed by the soldiers, the heroine had already forgotten she was trying to escape the shop. She felt like a small chick being chased by a terrifying cat. Out of fear, her knees buckled, and she asked in a trembling voice if they were going to torture her right now. The man said he could take care of that right there and then, but the protagonist remembered they had brought a new poison to the shop. Therefore, the girl planned to return to the shop immediately to test it. Jael nervously awaited Renji's response. At that moment, the sorceress seemed like a charming young woman to him, and he couldn't contain his emotions. Upon arriving at the shop, Jael carefully studied the poison records. This document contained notes on all the poisons the protagonist had verified. The boy was surprised by the simplicity and clarity of the presented information. The young woman reported that all the poisons tasted like fruit. The blonde continued talking about the poisons, but she was boiling with rage because the man showed no reaction whatsoever. In reality, Renji neither wanted nor intended to accept this job from her, but he would never admit it. The boy attentively watched the young woman, who seemed very tense. To him, the protagonist remained an enigma, as she feared any pain. She drank poisons easily and was willing to work with criminals. He was extremely intrigued about who might be hidden inside his old friend's body. Suddenly, the sorcerer asked the girl her name, completely surprising her. He clarified that he wanted to hear her real name. The protagonist fell silent, assessing all possible consequences of her answer. Then she mentioned the name Sally Losven. The boy analyzed the plausibility of her answer, and realized she had no intention of revealing her true name. Although she was physically 100% identical to Selly, her personality and way of speaking revealed that she was another person. The biggest difference was in her demands of others, which sharply contrasted with those of the real Selly. He feigned believing her, as if Selly were truly her original name. The protagonist didn't understand what the sorcerer's response was hiding. Then, the characters revisited the results of the girl's poison investigation. The blonde was annoyed that the sorcerer doubted her, as she was a harmless person. She simply didn't trust anyone. Besides, he had witnessed her escape attempt. The hero remembered that the girl had also stolen money from him. It became clear to the girl that the man would now deduct those funds from her salary. The protagonist asked if they really wouldn't pay her salary because of the incident. Jael began demanding a salary, as she worked her guts out and risked her life testing poisons. This was further proof that this entertaining young lady was definitely not Jael Losfin. The young woman felt like a chick, surviving on her weakness and cuteness. At that moment, the boy raised his hand, drawing the blonde's attention. A purple and black glow began to emanate from his hand. The young woman feared being turned into a chicken, so she agreed to work in exchange for food and shelter. That was very cute again, and the protagonist laughed once more. A few seconds later, the threads of light formed a small ball. 2 butterflies emerged from it, something extremely shocking. The young woman wondered to what extent these butterflies were real. The butterflies were the sorcerer's magical animals, and now they would watch over Jael. The insects could communicate, but only with their master. It hurt the young woman. She also wanted to talk to the butterflies. The butterflies' wings were incredibly beautiful. The sorcerer warned that the red butterflies' wings were poisonous. That didn't scare her, as she doesn't die from poisons, although their white wings can paralyze. Observing her, Jael again confirmed that the girl was truly lovely. He remembered that the young woman had told him about her ability to know the future of important people. He was intrigued to know whose future she knew, and what criteria she used to determine who was important. He was even more troubled by her knowledge of Wayne Eyre, and the mage was interested in knowing where she knew him from. He asked why, during their first meeting, she wanted to work for that person. The question caught her off guard, and it was immediately evident in her expression. She replied that he was the strongest among all the villains. The blonde asked the mage to tell his boss everything she had revealed, and to help her get a job with Wayne. He didn't like that she so much wanted to work with that leader of mages. The protagonist considered that working for the great mage Wayne was very prestigious. Renji asked her how she planned to help the leader with the poisons, if only she could identify their flavors. The young woman replied enthusiastically that she would be his taster, checking his food for poisons. The blonde burned with enthusiasm and begged him to arrange a meeting with the leader of mages. Smiling, Renji replied that he couldn't do that. The protagonist didn't understand why the mage rejected her so quickly. He believed that if the girl had to taste his food, she would have to be with the boss all the time. They would also have breaks for tea and dessert, but the protagonist didn't understand what the mage meant. It turned out she would have to spend all her time with the boss, but Jasmine saw nothing wrong with that. Renji opposed this turn of events. He wanted the girl to look after the shop, and her salary would be commensurate with her work. Upon mentioning the salary, the protagonist's interest increased greatly. But the salary would only appear if the girl became a permanent employee. The boy was leaving, but the protagonist asked him to stop. The girl came out from behind the counter and walked with a firm step towards Renji. She stopped. Determination was reflected in her eyes. The boy noticed that her attitude had suddenly changed. The mage thought the girl had a plan. Maybe she was trying to get close to Wayne to kill him. To prevent this, he decided to take some measures. With a snap of his fingers, the mage summoned his relatives. But the girl suddenly started talking about the need for an employment contract and discrimination against women. She demanded that the boy clearly specify her salary and the trial period. Afterward, the blonde returned behind the counter and began actively searching for something. This made Renji very happy. He had never met girls like this, so he didn't want to let her go and planned to watch the protagonist. After giving her drugs, Renji visited the shop less frequently, giving the girl a chance to walk around. She knew she was being followed, but she didn't oppose the company of such beautiful butterflies. Moreover, the walks with them showed the mage that she had no intention of escaping. The squeak of the door indicated that someone had entered the shop. It was Ten, who always had good spirits. The protagonist asked to be called apprentice trainee Jael from that day on, since she was an employee on probation. Now the girl had an official contract. Therefore, working became easier. The protagonist knew that with the contract, she was not at risk of being handed over to the authorities or becoming research material. The girl considered the employment contract a guarantee that she was untouchable and would survive in this world. This time, Tim came to buy a doll. Jael suggested that he choose it himself. The boy was afraid that by taking the doll in his hands, he would immediately be cursed. The girl explained that the objects here are cursed, not the place itself. After paying, the boy hurried out. The protagonist thought that without the cursed doll, she would feel completely alone here. His relatives reminded her that she was not alone here. She had already gotten used to their presence, but she never stopped admiring them. The blonde remembered that on that day, there was a kind of dark cloud at the tips of the mage's fingers. She considered that Renji's power must be very bright. The sound of the door opening announced the arrival of a new visitor. She smiled and wanted to greet him, but didn't finish her sentence. The boy was clearly not happy. He banged the table hard with his hand. He interrogated the protagonist if she was the one Renji had taken in. The protagonist didn't fully understand the basis of the complaint or the stranger's question. He was sure that she had forced Renji to get him out of jail and lock him in this shop. The boy was shocked since this place was originally intended for him. The stranger demanded to see the sorcerer. The protagonist replied that he wasn't there and told the boy it would be better to leave his contact information. The boy believed that the word of a woman who would die could not be trusted. Ten immediately burst into the shop upon hearing the commotion there. The boy ran out and promised he would return without fail. The protagonist didn't understand what the hell had just happened there. A while later, she remained sitting by the barrier watching the people. The spell allowed her to calmly watch what was happening near the alley. Due to her photos on the walls, the blonde couldn't go out into the city. But spending the whole day in the shop wasn't boring either. She analyzed whether it was right to keep working in the shop. Her character had a secondary role, which meant she had little chance of meeting the Night Wayne if she stayed there. But that strange boy scared her. The protagonist considered asking the sorcerer for another doll to ward off the undead. The butterflies began to move actively around Jael. It seemed the relatives wanted to tell her something. Her second idea was that the butterflies decided to mate in front of her. It gave the impression that they had read her thoughts as they suddenly became still. After that, they lunged at the protagonist, and she assumed they were pushing her back into the shop. Gilzel couldn't understand what was happening, as no one could see her behind the illusion wall. Nearby in an alley, the tall knight caught the young woman's attention. He was talking to other soldiers. He seemed to be the area boss. The soldier's gaze was directed straight at the alley where Gilzel was. The protagonist noticed that this man was very tall. His bright green eyes and light hair clearly distinguished him from the others. This man looked like a real knight from novels. Furthermore, this man resembled the character Dylan from Poisoned Apple. That idea seemed to trigger a series of mental processes in the protagonist. A few seconds later, it occurred to her that he was actually that Dylan. But she didn't understand why he was here. At that moment, the man's gaze collided with the protagonist's. Realizing the eye contact, the protagonist was terribly frightened. She grabbed a chair and ran at full speed to the shop. The magical butterflies followed her immediately. The young woman understood that the illusion magic had not worked on him. The blonde remembered that no magic had any effect on that character. She quickly rushed into the shop. The protagonist hurriedly closed the doors with a chain and bolt and covered all the windows. Now the shop looked as if it had never been open. According to the book's plot, after Cecil's execution, Dylan returns to his town. The only explanation is that the plot has deviated from the original path. If Dylan catches the protagonist, she will certainly be executed. Cecil asked her relatives to call her master immediately. A noise was heard from outside. It sounded like someone was trying to get in. The bolt, securely fastened with a thick chain, safely protected the entrance to the shop. The noise ceased quite quickly. A total silence fell. The girl was still scared. She covered her mouth so as not to scream unintentionally. It is difficult to say how long Cecil spent in this state. When the man left, the protagonist could finally exhale calmly. The girl realized that Dylan will not return to town until his execution takes place. But after all, the girl was only a secondary character. And it was not necessary for Dylan to look for her so actively. The blonde remembered that, according to the book, Cecil had threatened the protagonist's life. The girl barely felt like life had returned to its calm course. Even so, it was still unknown why Dylan had arrived at that place. Maybe the girl was wrong after all. Perhaps she got scared in vain and fled the alley. Everything remained the same on the street. The protagonist decided to calm down and open the shop. She removed the lock and carefully opened the doors. She was still afraid. She feared taking a step outside. At that moment, that strange boy appeared and asked why the shop was closed. That upset customer appeared very inopportunely. The boy alleged that he wanted to deliver something to Renji. The girl was surprised that the boy had calmed down so much after the previous conversation. But not even she knew where Renji was. In reality, the girl was also very intrigued as to why Renji wasn't showing up at the shop, even if he sent her products. Since the knight wasn't there, the boy proposed that the girl collect the product herself from the cart. The girl thought the product was too big, since the boy couldn't bring it himself. The cart was in the street, and it was necessary to collect the merchandise quickly as it blocked the road. The girl didn't feel like leaving the shop at all, but she couldn't leave the merchandise lying around. The boy was rushing the blonde, as he didn't have time to empty the empties. The young woman feared that if she refused, she would be fired during the trial period. She decided to quickly go to the cart, collect the merchandise, and run back instantly. She verified that the cart truly blocked the way. Even passage through the alley was not possible. The boy proposed that she enter through the box, while he received the merchandise from there. The young woman considered that the delivery man should deliver the merchandise directly. But he assured her that she could spoil it upon receiving it. The protagonist mustered the courage to enter, although she didn't wish to do it at all. She climbed onto the cart and observed the load attentively. There were too many boxes. It was impossible to know which one she should pick up. He replied that he needed the bottom box, the one next to her. The girl was dissatisfied, as he could have at least pointed out the box she needed. She moved closer to the box nearest to her. Someone from behind ordered her not to move and put a sword to her neck. That was Dylan, whose meetings terrified Cecil so much. She didn't even need to turn around to know who was behind her. It seemed that after this person, her destiny in this life would be fulfilled. The red-haired boy appeared outside and remembered that they had promised him a reward for helping catch the villain. Now it was clear why the knight had appeared so suddenly. Dylan shouted at the coachman to start moving. He didn't have to repeat himself. The man brutally whipped the horses. With the abrupt start, Cecil lost her balance and fell onto the boxes. In contrast, Dylan was not affected at all by the violent start of the carriage. The girl alleged a misunderstanding and asked him to lower the sword. However, the sword moved even closer to her neck, causing her terrible fear. Evidently, this man wished to send the villain to the other world. The boy believed that in front of him was one of the most dangerous villains. And disgusting ones. The protagonist explained that she was often confused with another young woman named Jael. And now it had happened again. Dylan did not hesitate to consider that absurd explanation. The girl understood that the deception hadn't worked and asked where they were heading. The man simply replied that the dark magic had intensified. He believed the girl had accepted that magic, but the protagonist didn't understand what it was about. The blonde asserted that she was a person with a pure soul and did not use dark magic. Then, the girl affirmed again that she was not the one the man was looking for. The knight became interested in the girl's strange behavior and concluded that it was the effect of potions, or that the devil had taken her soul. Although it was indifferent to Dylan, he intended to kill the villain. Gilly thought this man had a split personality. Sometimes he was a kind hero, and other times a dreadful villain. The girl decided that in front of her was a handsome, psychologically ill man. Before killing her, Dylan planned to get rid of the devil inhabiting her. The protagonist didn't understand which devil that man was talking about. Anyway, her danger instinct was screaming at full volume, and the sword next to her neck didn't help calm her down. The girl remembered the book's plot. There was a moment when a mage was executed for a contract with the devil. They burned him with white magic, which was the absolute opposite of black magic. A moment later, the girl asserted that there was no devil in her, but there was in Dylan. The answer was not what the knight expected, and he even decided to ask again what he had just heard. The girl believed that innocent people do not threaten citizens, but the devil does threaten to kill someone innocent. This explanation angered the knight even more. The girl accused Dylan of not seeing the essence of things and of asking her what his strength was for. That he couldn't distinguish the criminal from the innocent. If the previous sentence angered the knight, this one made him shudder. He grabbed her by the neck and started strangling her. In a moment, he decided to ask the protagonist what was worrying him. It was important for him to know where Gazelle knew his abilities from. He demanded that the girl reveal the name of the one who told her about his gift. Gazelle felt her strength leaving her. It seemed she would die now. Suddenly, an unknown glow surrounded the knight's hands. Neither he nor Gazelle had seen magic like this before. That was the effect of the relatives who were trying to save the girl. The pollen began to act on the knight, and he realized that it was poisonous. The man stopped strangling her and quickly turned towards the butterflies. He had to hurry before the insect's magic acted on him. He recognized that it was an interesting magic trick. After that, with a single blow, he cut both butterflies in half. Jael was a shock to her for what she saw, as her relatives had become her close friends. Dylan returned to the girl. He was going to finish what he had started. He addressed her by the name Jael Loisban. He didn't finish speaking. A magic circle appeared between them. Purple mana with black streaks dripped from it. A column of energy rose, ready to attack Dylan. The knight reacted in time and repelled the attack with his sword, although it wasn't easy. The magic column rapidly increased in size. It seemed Dylan was slowly realizing who was using that magic. The magic column attacked the blonde again, and behind him a second magic circle quickly formed. The knight didn't see the second circle, so his defeat was a matter of seconds. Now behind him, there was a magic energy column of the same size. He attacked the knight, restricting his movements and pulling him towards himself. The man realized he was trapped and was abruptly thrown backward. After a few seconds, the knight lay on the ground, several meters from the shop. It seemed he received a hard blow during the fall. The girl still didn't understand what had happened and was bewildered. Renji's voice warned that if Jael stayed still like that, she would fall. His voice was so unexpected that the girl almost fell. She noticed the boy approaching her. The protagonist turned around and looked at her savior. She couldn't believe Renji had come to help her. The protagonist immediately tried to explain that she didn't intend to escape. Renji knew what had happened, so there was no need to explain. Jael said sadly that she hadn't killed the butterflies. The boy noticed how dejected the girl was over the loss of her families. Renji took another step to get closer to the girl. He removed his hood and looked at Jael very closely. Then he told the protagonist that she still had something more to tell him. Jael didn't fully understand what Renji wanted to hear. Jael apologized for leaving the shop. Then the protagonist thanked the mage for saving her. It seems this time he got it right, because Renji looked satisfied. The girl thought she should first thank the butterflies that protected her until the boy arrived. Renji said that the butterflies were his relatives, so they didn't need special thanks. But the protagonist thought otherwise, so she again considered that her client was a horrible person. Renji asked her if she knew how difficult it had been to reach her. Jael was more interested in whether the butterflies would survive if they were cut with the sword. The mage stated that he had attached the butterflies to her to watch her, and she killed them. In the end, the boy did not answer her. But from his reaction, Jael deduced that nothing had happened to the butterflies. Then Jael asked if Dylan was still alive. She was worried about this question, as that character was the novel's protagonist. The mage was surprised that the girl was so nervous about someone who almost strangled her. The girl called Dylan a villain, but she didn't want his death anyway. The boy stated that the girl probably loved Dylan very much, given how much she suffered for him. The real Jael truly loved the protagonist. But Renji knew perfectly well that he was facing another person. The protagonist remembered that Jael's feelings for Dylan seemed like an obsession. But the love was unrequited. The girl decided to pretend to be a fragile girl, still shocked by the attack. It seemed the theatrical performance hadn't worked. The boy simply turned her around and said it was time to go. Jael didn't understand her savior's strange reaction. Renji created the magic circle, now familiar to the protagonist. A few moments later, the protagonists transferred to the shop entrance. Although she had experienced it secondhand, she was still surprised by such magic. The protagonist was interested in how strong Wayne was, considering Renji's powerful magic. The mage stated that there was no time to relax and that it was necessary to move the shop. The girl noticed that the dark-haired man said those words with complete seriousness. Urgent measures were taken because the shop's location was already known. The mage is convinced that Dylan is alive. It was for the best, considering he was the protagonist. The heroine reflected on how much time Dylan would need to recover, while cautiously organizing the cursed items. The heroine asked where they would have to move all the things. Renji replied that he would move everything in one go. The heroine didn't understand how something like that was possible, but this was another world. Cecil feared the bottles might break during the transfer, so Renji advised her to store anything that could break. The heroine remembered that she had fallen into a trap because of the red-haired boy. Renji replied that he was aware of everything that happened. His relatives had informed him of everything. The boy instantly recognized who the young woman was visiting. It turns out the mage knew everything, but he didn't rush to help his companion until they started to choke her. With a threatening look, the mage asked if the young woman was interested in knowing what happened to that traitor. Such an intimidating tone completely diverted Cecil's interest in discovering the truth about the red-haired boy. The boy called his assistant to stand next to him. She feared the man would reveal something terrible and flatly refused to approach him. The girl approached after the boy convinced her that he wouldn't show anything. He gently touched her neck, surprising the protagonist. The mage commented that there was a bruise on her neck caused by Dylan's hands. Renji observed her attentively, making her uncomfortable again. The protagonist replied that the bruises weren't serious. The important thing was that no one had burned her. Renji clarified Issel's words about the burning, and the girl replied that the protagonist had mentioned something about the devil. But the real demon here was Dylan, who had strangled her and uttered nonsense. When she got angry, the girl always reminded him of a chick. And this time was no exception. The protagonist understood that she had said too much, as the original Issel loved that person. Renji was glad that the girl's heart hadn't been broken upon learning that her ex-boyfriend was injured. The mage asked her never to call him a beloved person again. The blonde understood that she had been discovered, as the chief mage Wayne definitely wouldn't like her having feelings for his enemy. Renji was glad he no longer called the protagonist a beloved person. The boy believed that, even with a broken leg, Dylan would quickly gather his soldiers and would come here, so there was no time to rest. The dark-haired man told the protagonist to pack her things while he created a magic circle. After that, the boy stopped paying attention to the girl, focusing entirely on creating the circle. Jael had no choice but to watch her savior silently and anxiously. The boy finished making the circle, and told the girl to come closer when she finished preparing. He pulled her firmly towards him. The girl barely managed to keep her balance. She sat down next to him and felt a wave of magic emanating from the circle. The boy pulled her closer like that and announced that they were leaving. A few seconds later, the transfer location was empty, leaving only traces of magic. At the other end of the city, the light of teleportation appeared. This place turned out to be much larger than the previous shop. It seems the teleportation left him exhausted. He looked extremely tired. The boy hesitated a little, which did not go unnoticed by the protagonist, who asked about his condition. To avoid falling, Renji leaned against the door. Turning around, he informed the protagonist that his room was behind the door. The boy suggested that she rest, but Jael noticed that he was the one who needed it most. Not her. The dark-haired man decided to close the shop temporarily and advised the girl to rest well. The protagonist wanted to tell the mage something else, but he quickly disappeared behind the door. The girl worried about the man, who looked very bad after the transfer. She wondered if Renji would go to rest or attend to something important. Fatigue took its toll. The protagonist immediately felt weakness upon lying on the bed. She knew she had been very lucky today, that everything ended this way. At one point, the girl truly believed she would die today. She had never in her life felt as much fear as today in the carriage. The protagonist promised herself that she would never fall for a similar deception again. Within a few moments, the girl was already sleeping peacefully. Meanwhile, Wayne arrived at the mage's headquarters. He carefully read his subordinates' reports. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. He hoped the soldiers wouldn't notice anything until the preparations were finished. Betrayal approached the main mage with the latest news. So that no one could hear him, he approached the mage and gave him the information. Wayne ordered his subordinates to ensure everything was ready for the transfer. After this, the leader of the mages, along with Bedro, left the headquarters. They were heading to a luxurious palace with a beautiful garden. As they approached the door, they knocked, and they didn't utter a word during the walk. The door finally opened, and the mages entered. Inside was Renji, who asked if they had found that person. Bowing, Wayne replied that that person had not died. The dark-haired man clearly wanted to hear a different answer. The mages who entered noticed that the owner of the house was clearly not in optimal physical condition. In addition to visibly excessive sweat, even Renji's skin color had changed. Due to Dylan's sudden appearance, the dark-haired man had to move a huge warehouse by himself. Bidrow found it strange that the dark-haired man hadn't come directly to the location. In addition to revealing the warehouse location, Wayne believed everything had to be done via the spy's actions. Renji ordered the entire city staff to be informed and those who interfered eliminated. Wayne had to return to the city and organize several events there to divert Dylan's attention. The subordinates immediately confirmed that they would obey all orders. Afterward, Bader decided to ask Mr. Renji a question. He wondered why the mage had brought Jael Loisan with him. Rank replied that the girl was his employee, which completely surprised his assistant. The mage's assistants didn't understand why their boss had hired someone who was sought everywhere. Renji understood all the risks, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Smiling, Renji replied that the girl was on probation and was his personal employee. The mage was alone again. Now he could finally relax a little. He sat in complete silence, with the crazy Jael lingering in his thoughts. He called his relatives to tell him what the girl was doing at that moment. He asked if his employee was sleeping, as she had also had a very bad day. The butterflies replied that the girl had fallen asleep almost immediately after transferring. Renji called his employee silly and got up from the sofa. Afterward, along with his relatives, he went downstairs. The staircase was very long. He approached the door and stopped. The entrance was sealed with magic. A glow appeared in Renji's hands, growing brighter every second. A protection circle appeared on the door. The seal began to open. Renji was irritated. He couldn't balance his magical strength. The boy decided to use the teleportation doors. Seeing the mess reigning in the room, the mage thought he would have to call someone to tidy things up. Then he entered Jael's room. The girl was sleeping deeply and didn't hear when Renji called her by name. The heroine was completely relaxed. Renji liked looking at her. His relatives asked if they should stay and observe the blonde. The butterflies wanted to clarify the previous order, in which Renji allowed them to let her die. He now remembered that he had given his relatives the same order when leaving them with his colleague. He also recalled Beidroux's words. He was right. They were looking for her everywhere. He never wanted to confront Dylan, but when he took Jael, something went wrong. The man gently touched a strand of the heroine's hair and decided to let everything take its course. Renji really enjoyed watching her sleep. He didn't want to leave his room. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's palace, things weren't calm either. The book's protagonist felt terrible after encountering Renji. The girl treated the wounds with washing and magic. Finally, Viviana finished treating the wounds, and Dylan thanked her for it. The girl believed she didn't need thanks, as she should help. Dylan told Charlotte that the sorceress allied herself with a dark mage. Viviana was saddened to hear the news. The boy wanted the girl to stay in the palace, but she intended to go with him. Dylan got angry. He reminded the girl that she was on the verge of death because of that sorceress. The girl replied that rumors had reached her that Jael and Lospin had changed. The boy didn't calm down. He believed that one should not pay attention to rumors. The protagonist believed that she should be given a chance to receive God's forgiveness. This way she would be purified and would improve. Dylan believed that only the purifying flame would correct the girl. Furthermore, the sorceress could attack Viviana again. The man feared that Charlotte's lightheartedness exposed her to great risk. He tried to show the girl that Jael had long lost faith in God, and there was no point in saving her. However, the protagonist still felt sorry for that sorceress. Dylan believed that Lospin deserved no pity, and he would deal with the sorceress. Recognizing that she couldn't convince Dylan, the girl begged him to at least be careful. When the boy was about to leave, Vivian called him again. She specified that Dylan knew nothing about Renji. The boy replied reluctantly that he actually knew nothing about that man. Charlotte wanted to know where the dark-haired man was at that moment and what he was doing. Determined not to prolong the conversation, Dylan left the room and attended to his business. The next day, the light was already on in the new shop of cursed objects. Finally recovered from her fatigue, Sissel was surprised. In front of her were several villains from the romance about the apple. The youngest of them was talking animatedly with the heroine. His name was Sujin, and he was a medicine researcher, as well as a part-time doctor who tested formulas on patients. As a child, he ingested the wrong remedy and stopped growing. Although in reality, this man was already an old man who, according to the book, would be captured and beheaded. If the girl remembered correctly, behind him was the swordsman Gilberton, a soldier of Wayne. The woman was named Windria, and she was Wayne's lieutenant, a death sorceress, and an expert in the organization's herbs. The girl felt like she was at a fan meeting. Suyin said thoughtfully that he had been told Jael was crazy, and he agreed. The girl replied that it wasn't true and asked how these people entered the closed shop. Another man appeared asking Jael to confirm if she had been hired for that establishment. It was Beidroux, the owner of the building, and he had come to meet Jael. He clarified that her trial period was 1 month, and the protagonist was surprised that the man knew. Beidroux asked the present villains about Jael's mental state. At that moment, Jael wanted to strangle Ranj and take all the words of gratitude for her rescue. The girl clarified that she should be called Jael, not Crazy Jael. One of the villains called her Crazy Jael again, and the protagonist barely restrained herself. She heard Gilberton and Windria confirming from afar that she was indeed crazy. Sujin, for his part, simply decided that the protagonist had taken the medicine wrong. In the end, the girl asked them to call her if the guests needed anything. The guests thanked her and called her Crazy Jael again. Finally, the guests concluded that Crazy Jael talked too much and decided to call her simply Jael. At the same time as they introduced themselves, it turned out that Beidroux had called all those guests. They came to help organize things in the shop, and Jael was surprised to see how everyone in this world helped each other. In a matter of minutes, the place was bustling with activity. The blonde addressed the building owner, who asked her to call him by his name. Jael begged Bedro to contact the leader. The man replied that the leader had urgent matters. That's why his group members were helping her there. Renji explained to Bedro that Jael couldn't touch cursed objects because she was timid and sincere. It seemed Bedro had come to the shop to supervise his assistants and Jael. The girl doubted whether all the villains were really as bad as they said. A few hours later, the shop stood out for its order and cleanliness. The group decided to have a snack, and the conversation became relaxed at the table. Sujin moved to the city because his clinic is located there. Above the shop is Windria's laboratory, and very close is Gilberstone's house. The girl thought it was incredible to work so closely together. She even commented that it was like a real villain's lair. Sujin lamented that he didn't have remedies for bruises, which he noticed on Jael's neck. Windria suggested that they could be marks of a curse. The protagonist opened her hands and replied that there was no need to worry. With time, everything would go away on its own. Gilberton replied harshly, saying that her bruises were the work of impure white magic. The girl didn't fully understand the meaning of talking about impure white magic. The man stated that such magic was considered a poison for people like them. The protagonist was surprised to learn that even white magic could be poison. It turned out that opposite magics always act as poison to each other. Jael thought that this force of white magic might not have affected her. Zulian explained that the strength and type of magic are innate indicators. But at the same time, the mana used by Dylan's soldiers is acquired. The protagonist began to recall something similar in a book. The girl didn't understand why the white magic had affected her so much. After all, she wasn't a mage. Bengria said that the girl's body was tainted by dark magic, as she had signed a contract with a mage and had tried to use his magic. The girl was eager to regain her composure, so she suddenly stood up and proposed bringing more food for everyone. Jael paused thoughtfully, stopping right in front of the mirror. It turned out that she used dark magic, and that, after all, the bruise on her neck wasn't just that. Suyin declared that there are no human beings among white magic users. And how can someone so adorable be suffocated? The boy added that it wouldn't even be allowed to suffocate the protagonist, even if she were crazy. According to Windria, no mage has survived a battle against Dylan, so they were very lucky. Sujin commented that he would gladly take his blood for research, as he is the main enemy of mages. Hearing that the villains dreamed of obtaining Dylan's blood and body was strange for the girl. Gilberton suddenly appeared next to Jael and asked her to take this object. He stated that the weapon against Dylan was this round and sinister object, and also his name. At that moment, the girl understood that she was holding a cursed object from the workshop. The boy was surprised. He hadn't considered that the round object was cursed. Sujin added that when facing Dylan, it was better to have some protection, as he usually finishes battles with a single blow. The girl remembered Dylan from the novel as the perfect hero, who always achieved his goals. The protagonist understood that it had been a mistake to mention his abilities at that time. Dylan's true top-secret power is only revealed in the second half of the book. Because Jael knows his secret, Dylan will want to find and kill her. Windria begged Jael not to worry, because if Dylan appears, they won't stand idly by. She became part of the villain's organization, so the girl would no longer be alone. She didn't want to involve them in trouble, and replied that she would handle everything herself. He stroked the protagonist's head. He believed that if adults offered help, one just had to be grateful. Vendrilla remarked in passing that Zulian is not entirely an adult. She was overwhelmed by gratitude. Tears welled up in her eyes. The villains got scared. They thought something had happened to her, or that her neck had become seriously ill. The protagonist said everything was fine. No one before had said they would protect her. In her previous life, she always had to do everything herself. Her new friends remained worried about her emotional state. Zulian remembered that they had Gilberthon, so there was no reason to worry. Then they promised to show her a special place where she could hide. The girl calmed down and looked at the round object. In the company of these people, suddenly the cursed thing stopped looking dangerous. Finally, Jael was left alone in the shop. After falling into this world, meeting Dylan and the villains, everything became very confusing. The girl shouted that it was time for the sole employee of the trade to open the place. The protagonist planned to earn as much money as possible. A voice from behind added that she would earn during the time she received her salary. Gazelle almost had a heart attack from Renji's sudden and unexpected appearance behind her. She reprimanded him for sneaking up behind her so stealthily. Renji asserted that the girl was too silly for not noticing his presence. He told her that Zulian, Vindria, and Gilbert Stone always perceive him immediately, and she considered herself not at all like them. The boy understood that she had gotten along well with that group of people. By then, the girl had finished organizing things and had taken a break. The girl wanted to continue the narration, but noticed Renji's appearance. Quite some time had passed since they moved, but he still saw poorly. He ignored the question about his condition, but did ask why Gazelle had cried. Then, he supposed that the villain's words about protection had deeply moved her. He regretted that after saving her, she had barely thanked him. The blonde understood that those hasty words of gratitude might have hurt the one who saved her. She recalled the events of that day again, now noticing something strange about them. The girl thanked him again for being rescued. Suddenly, Renji placed a yellow handkerchief around Jael's neck. Then he carefully tied it. The girl was surprised by his actions. The handkerchief looked wonderful on her, and furthermore, it hid the bruise marks. The boy said it was a temporary solution, and that next time, he would bring something different. Afterward, he moved away and asked her to get ready. Jael didn't understand where she had to go or why she had to get ready, nor how she could leave the premises unsupervised. Renji decided to take her to see the city immediately. So the protagonist ended up in the villain's district, called Banal. Upon exiting, Jael was surprised by the uproar and the crowd on the street, right in front of her shop. Renji explained that it was the busiest place in the city, and the best shops were there. Near his shop was the largest in Vangel. Periodically, merchants arrived with various sweets, so the girl could go out and acquire them at any time. Seeing so much delicious food and smelling the unbearably appetizing scents, the blonde felt like she had entered heaven. At one point, the girl noticed that something didn't fit here. How could the heroes walk around here and stock up if they are considered villains? That question caused the boy tenderness, as Sissel once again showed that she didn't belong in this world. He reassured the heroine. There was no danger here, as they were far from the capital. The answer fully satisfied the girl. Although the concern didn't disappear entirely. The blonde remembered that, according to the book, only villains and criminals could enter that area. Anyone who committed a crime in this place was immediately expelled from the city. To avoid problems in Vangela, people learned not to pay attention to others. Cecil calmed down completely, realizing they could walk safely through the city. The girl immediately remembered that this city was the domain of her leader, Wayne. Renji didn't like mentioning the mage, so he reluctantly confirmed that the girl was right. The boy asked Cecil to honestly answer how much she knew about Wayne Egger. The heroine knew a little about him and the organization, and about his future, but she didn't know what he looked like. The mage asked if the girl was still hiding anything else from him. The blonde couldn't answer, but her stomach growled from hunger. The pair arrived at a nearby cafe, where Jael immediately ordered several dishes. Renji calmly watched as this delicate young woman quickly devoured huge portions of food. Leaving the cafe, Jael was in high spirits and delighted with the local dishes. She ran happily down the street. She no longer had to hide. The young woman began to consider Banjal her second favorite city. At that moment, the heroine looked so adorable that the mage's breath caught. And he couldn't answer her. When they were at the same level, the blonde became interested in knowing what his favorite city was. The idyllic conversation was interrupted by a cart, which only thanks to Renji's reaction did not run over the blonde. The young woman blushed because of the proximity, but found the strength to thank her savior. The pair silently watched the cart that passed by them, which almost sent Jael to the other world. In this city, the rules are such that if a young woman is run over by a cart, the blame will fall on her. The heroine was shocked by such rules in Van Heel. Renji, for his part, was amused by the young woman's reactions and the fact that she didn't want to accept them. The blonde asked about the possible consequences if she protested against such injustice. The mage smiled with a menacing expression and replied that with so much commotion, no one would notice a silent crime. The young woman was already beginning to regret calling it her second favorite city. She considered it would be much safer to spend her time in the shop. Renji, for his part, believed that Gilberton's presence was enough for safety. It seemed strange to Jael that the boy proposed the chief's guard as her assistant. The boy was surprised that the young woman considered Gilberton as Wayne's companion. The young woman was a little angry when she saw the mage laugh at her error in knowledge. Then, Renji explained that Gilberton only followed the chief's orders and that he himself could protect the heroine if she requested it. The young woman interpreted this information as the chief having asked Gilberton to protect her. So, it turns out that the night Wayne already knew of her existence, so it would be excellent if the chief visited her shop. Renji was clearly not happy that the young woman so much desired to see Wayne Ada. She wanted to see him because she considered the chief an incredibly beautiful person. The man couldn't deny that Wayne was truly handsome. Jael remembered that, according to the book, the chief had been described with beautiful silver hair. Renji was saddened to hear that his subordinate so longed to see him. Afterward, Jael directly asked Renji to arrange their meeting so she could see his silver hair. The boy was very surprised by this great desire to see the silver hair. The mage became interested in how Jael felt about black hair, so he asked her. The blonde was surprised that the mage began to envy her master's beauty. Renji's nerves gave way, and excitedly, he stated that his leader was an ugly man. His words enraged the girl, who decided to leave to end the conversation. His reaction saddened the young man, but he didn't want her to notice it. He remembered that Jael had mentioned knowing the future of some important people in the dark mist. The mage caught up with the heroine and decided to clarify if she knew anything about the future of those people. The man asked if she knew anything about the future of a man named Dylan Stash. The girl was surprised, but quickly replied that she knew his future. Then Randy asked what awaited Dylan and if he would be sent. Jael said that Stash would be murdered. Then Renji asked the name of the assassin. The heroine pronounced the name of Wayne Eyre, with complete certainty in her words. The girl's answer made Renji smile, who replied that he understood Eyre's actions. The man seemed satisfied upon learning his friend's future. Jael didn't understand why Renji was happy to hear about Dylan's death. The protagonist supposed the cause of the hatred was that they had been enemies for a long time. The boy approached the girl and told her it was time to go. The blonde kept trying to understand why there was so much hostility. Quickly, the pair arrived at the entrance of her shop. The mage indicated that he had to go out to resolve matters, while the girl had a day off today. Immediately after, he brought his hand to his face, where a cloud of magical energy had already formed. A second later, the butterflies so familiar to Jael emerged from it. Renji clarified that the red butterfly was named Ren and the white one Ban. She got very excited seeing her old acquaintances and, moreover, discovering their names. The mage provided the names to the relatives so that she could speak with them, something the protagonist had longed for a long time. At first, she didn't understand that she now had the ability to understand the language of insects. She was convinced that, without the need for special knowledge, she already communicated well with the butterflies. At that moment, the butterflies stated that they had tried to warn her about the danger. But she was a fool who believed they were mating. Jael felt like being ashamed of those thoughts, while Renji could only laugh silently. Left alone in the shop, Gisli began to reflect on why Wayne had tasked Gilbert with protecting her. She really wanted to finally see that person and talk to her. The butterflies concluded that the girl liked strong and handsome men. The butterflies had already annoyed quite a bit with their chatter. She thought that this was how they were taking revenge for what happened before. The companions demanded that she stop eating so many cookies and start exercising. According to the butterflies, if she didn't change anything, she would never find a boyfriend. The protagonist asked how the insects communicated with their master. It turned out that they could only speak when Renji gave them permission. That was sad, as the blonde had hoped to be able to talk to Renji through them. Then the companions added that, in case of an attack, their master would know immediately. The protagonist decided to resume the analysis of the information from the read book, and specifically about Dylan. She ordered the companions not to interrupt her work, so they had to remain silent. Her character appeared at the end of the first part of the book, and in the second, Wayne Eyre will appear. Viviana will also appear in the second part, and all those characters will end up meeting. In the meeting of the Dark Mages, Wayne will try to influence the whole country with black magic. The book paid a lot of attention to the characters' emotions, but revealed almost nothing about the meeting. Just at that moment, Viviana will be cursed, and her life will be in danger. Because of this curse, Jael risked her life. If everything is like this, it is not clear why Jael called the heroine to this world, as she does not hate Viviana. The blonde decided to reread her notes once more. Maybe there was something she hadn't considered. The idea came to the girl that with her arrival in this world, events began to change. And if everything continues like this, the light side could win. While Jael awaits death. She didn't know how to avoid death, but she understood that she would have to fight on the dark side. Although, if Jael finishes the spell of the book's heroine, her chances of death will remain just as high. Windria heard the last part of the thoughts about spells, who immediately asked what spell it was about. The woman offered her help with spells, but Jael didn't want her friend to discover her true motives. The girl replied that, for now, that spell didn't deserve attention. Windria offered Jael to become her apprentice, although before not Chao Shu. And apprentices. Ten entered the shop, who was clearly looking for Windria and was very excited. It seems the woman did not like the boy's presence, nor that he approached her. Jael found it strange and pleasant to see her friend in the new shop. It seems he had been looking for Windria for a long time and was surprised to find her in this shop. The boy introduced himself as Windria's only disciple, but based on the woman's reaction. She didn't consider him her student. The blonde remembered that Ten had told her about his great master. That couple was very noisy, so the protagonist decided to expel them from the establishment. Their uproar was already giving her a headache. She didn't expect Ten to be so loud. Left alone, Jillian returned to concentrate on her notes. But she didn't have time to meditate. Several customers entered the shop. During all this time, the red butterfly watched the girl. It transmitted information to its master via a telepathic connection. Renji listened attentively to the relative's report about the events in the shop. He sadly noted that his hopes of her resting on her day off had not been fulfilled. In the old shop, his protégée used to walk in the alley. Now she had enthusiastically thrown herself into work. It seems she simply got tired of so many days off in this new shop. The insult about dishonest mages pulled her out of her pleasant thoughts. The man cursed, the same one who almost caused Jillian's death at Dylan's hands. The interrogator forcefully kicked the spy in the chest, making him lose his balance and fall. One of those present wanted to cut off his head, or at least rip out his tongue. Renji called Wayne. The silver-haired one was ready to follow orders. Renji approached the man further. He wanted to ask him an important question. The leader's behavior slightly disturbed Wayne. Approaching, Renji asked if he could take that spy with him. Wayne had no reservations. As long as Renji took care of the spy, the dark-haired man smiled and thanked Wayne for his understanding. Wayne told his subordinates that they could leave now. Then, the man closed the doors, making sure his assistants were far away. To avoid interruptions, the leader of the mist tied the door bolts with a sturdy chain. At that moment, Renji was already in front of the spy, who began to scream that he wouldn't say anything more. Then, the mage stuffed a cork in his mouth, something unexpected for the prisoner. Renji asserted that the boy didn't need to say anything now. The essential thing was that he was simply alive. Wayne decided to raise an invisible wall so that no one would hear the conversation. The dark-haired man moved away from the spy and teleported a chair. After that, two dangerous people silently observed the unfortunate prisoner. Renji asked the assistant how much strength he needed to obtain silver hair. Wayne decided to clarify exactly who the boss was asking that question to. The man did not expect such a question from his leader. The question was even stranger, considering Shin's presence in front of them. Renji asked about it now because the answer interested him greatly. The assistant didn't understand why the boss was so urgent about this information. Moreover, Renji had clearly stated before that he hated that type of hair. The dark-haired man said thoughtfully that his assistant's hair was beautiful and shiny. That was something Wayne would never have imagined hearing from the most powerful mage. To give the leader an answer, Wayne bowed his head to Renji. Then he turned to the dark-haired man and asked if his hair really shone so much. To end this absurd situation immediately, Renji asked the assistant to get out of his sight. Wayne kindly warned the leader about the risks of using magic without thinking. The warning became especially relevant after the dark-haired man's action, who moved an entire establishment to Bankel without prior notice. The mage replied that he did it only for the warehouse employees. After that, the boy's relaxed face changed to a dangerous expression. He remembered that Dylan had left marks of his mana on Jael's neck that day. And this city is the best place to hide. With time, the marks can be removed, but they will need to wait. The mage still remembered his enemy's face when he suddenly appeared in front of him. Renji advised his assistant to stop by his shop after work, where a big admirer is eagerly waiting for him. Wayne clarified if it was about that trainee employee. Renji confirmed his assumption and added that he would soon make her a permanent employee. The man reflected. He found it hard to believe that Jael enjoyed such jobs. Renji smiled, seeing that Wayne came to the conclusion that the rumors about crazy Jael were true. In a way, the rumors were true, as the current Jael is very different from the original one. Renji was filled with warmth, thinking that no one but him knew the truth about the girl. He liked being the only one who saw the real Jael Loispan. At that moment, the protagonist's gaze became menacing again. He only now realized that a spy was still sitting in front of him. The sorcerer stood up. He was determined to finish the traitor as soon as possible. At that moment, the prisoner understood that his end was no longer far off. Renji approached with a smile. He was going to mess up his mind and then let him go. Wayne couldn't believe Renji had decided to release the spy. The dark-haired man believed that Dylan was already chasing him. Renji intended to break the spy's brain and release him like a doll. The chief was intrigued whether Dylan would notice the difference in his spy's behavior. The mage was also interested in whether the noble Viviana missed him. The day was coming to an end. Jael missed her job despite being with 10. For hours, that boy had done nothing but complain that Windrill had not arrived at the warehouse. At one point, the young woman noticed black dust around her. She quickly understood that it was the butterfly's poisonous dust, which meant that 10 was in grave danger. Red approached the young woman and asked her not to make noise, as the blonde had prevented him from sleeping. Jael tried to scare off the familiars, but they flatly refused to leave. Meanwhile, 10 continued to cry for the teacher who had abandoned him. Since the boy didn't react, the protagonist decided to act on her own. At that moment, right behind her, Renji suddenly appeared, with a menacing smile on his face. He asked what she planned to do. Renji pointed out that he had moved the shop to a very spacious place, but in the end, it turned out that Renji had moved the shop directly in front of his lover's house. The girl was horrified. Did she and 10 really look like lovers? The mage considered the information about the lover's name unnecessary. After all, she wouldn't remember him. The girl stated that she didn't need to look for a lover. She already had someone to take care of. The last sentence sparked genuine interest in the dark-haired man. Then the boy smiled. He patted her on the head and said he was mistaken. Still, he was intrigued why Ten was crying in her shop. Cecil said he was just a customer in the shop. Renji was surprised by the late visit of the delivery man. The girl took the opportunity to point out the problem to her employer. Customers ignored the shop's hours. For example, Wendria, trying to escape Ten, arrives at her shop at dawn. She even leaves money on the counter and takes things while the blonde sleeps. The girl understood the reasons for the woman's behavior, but wasn't sure if she should tell Renji about them. Some time passed, and Wendria entered the shop again before it opened. Renji received her and told her they needed to talk seriously. He reminded her that she had entered a still-closed shop. Renji explained that until it opened, she had to wait outside. Furthermore, the shop employee suffered from Wendria's personal circumstances. In 10, the woman thanked him for his concern and proposed to pretend nothing had happened. As a result, Wendria quickly left the shop, taking 10 with her, who was already awake. Everything ended well, but Jael was still a little worried about 10. It just occurred to the girl that her boss was in the shop that early. The boy decided to find out why his employee was so tired, and that's why he came. The blonde asserted that she wasn't that tired, and that his behavior seemed like morning surveillance. The boy accepted that he only came to follow her. The girl wanted to rest, as she had a break, so she asked the mage to leave. Renji said there was no point in leaving his own shop. Jael thought the man could perfectly go home. Then, the girl remembered that there was only one habitable room in that shop. Renji still didn't leave. Jael was starting to panic. How are they going to sleep if there's only one room? The worst part was that there was only one bed in that room. At that moment, the girl remembered that Renji had called Tae his lover before. The girl blushed, thinking she would have to sleep in the same bed as the mage. She hugged herself and screamed like a crazy person that she didn't want that. At that moment, the girl's behavior confirmed the rumors of her madness. Realizing how everything looked from the outside, the girl immediately clarified that it wasn't as the boy had thought. Renji stated that he was tired, so he would quickly close the shop and go to sleep. Everything indicated that the boy was going to sleep in Jael's room and bed. Turning around, he added that the girl seemed exhausted, so he would give her a few days off. Jael especially liked the phrase that he would cover all expenses. That's why she allowed him to sleep in her bed. The boy didn't answer, but started doing magic with a snap of his fingers. A few seconds later, a bed with a pillow appeared in the shop. He said that sleeping in the room would be noisy, so it would be better for her to sleep here. Ranghae acted as if he cared deeply about his employees' sleep comfort. In the morning, the heroine woke up in a very good mood, as she had started an unexpected rest. She decided to walk to Sujin and share the news with him. The blonde was so rushed to leave that she didn't even notice Ranghae sitting behind the counter. Seeing the boy, Jael was surprised that he was still there, although she also overheard his plans for Sujin. Smiling, the girl proposed to the mage to leave the money on the counter and leave. She reminded him that he had promised to pay all her expenses those days. Instead, the dark-haired man offered to accompany Jael to a cafe for breakfast. The girl was surprised to see that her boss had decided to have breakfast with her. The boy reiterated that during the vacation, she could do whatever she wanted. The blonde asked the man if he even knew what a break was. Renji replied that rest was a game, while the heroine considered it a break from work. The boy was surprised by this interpretation of breaks, while the girl didn't understand why she had to be with him that day. Renji recalled that Jael was still wanted, and that there were criminals everywhere in that city. Then he became interested in how safe the girl felt in the city. The protagonist didn't expect such a situation and forgot about the potential threat. But even so, the blonde could have taken Gilbert Tone with her. Renji didn't necessarily have to protect her. The boy explained that Gilberton would be busy with something else today. The mage clarified that the bruises on the protagonist's neck had not disappeared yet. This was precisely the issue that Renji planned to resolve once and for all today. The boy assured that there was a method to cure her neck bruises. This was encouraging news, as many days had passed and the bruises still hadn't improved. The girl remembered how Sujin had suggested carrying self-defense items. It seemed that today she would have to resign herself and spend time with her boss. The man was surprised to see that the girl was going to have breakfast dressed in her work clothes. She hadn't bought anything, as she dedicated her entire budget to clothing for food to diversify her diet. The mage couldn't believe his subordinate had spent everything on food. He didn't have time to reflect on her spending, as the girl couldn't hide her excitement for a delicious breakfast. Thinking about all the problems the girl had, he proposed that they go shopping for clothes first. After breakfast, and with the expectation of renewing her wardrobe, Jael shone with happiness. She was so grateful to the boy that she promised to serve him faithfully in the future. Although the girl didn't really like that the dark-haired man considered her loyalty, the result of the excessive amount of food at breakfast. Now the boss and his subordinate were heading to the clothing store. Only now did Jael remember that they had agreed to buy her clothes. The girl became sad for not having reminded him earlier, but Renji saw no problem because she didn't eat enough to need a larger size. It seemed the girl completely disagreed with his opinion. The owner kindly received them at the boutique. Upon seeing Jael enter the store, the saleswoman's expression changed drastically. It turned out she was a big fan of Jael and was immensely happy that she had come to her boutique. The reason for her fandom was the fact that Lawaz Ben was the first in history to return alive from the Tower of Salsha. She wanted to know the details of the escape and the number of soldiers Jael had killed along the way. When the topic came to Dylan, a hand from Renji abruptly interrupted, pushing the saleswoman. The man asked them to show him suitable clothes as soon as possible, as they were in a hurry. The saleswoman didn't like that the boy interrupted her conversation and told him that men had no place in a women's store. The relatives advised the heroine not to intervene, as her master was a powerful mage and didn't need help. If the girl doesn't believe them, she can ask him directly. Cecil tried to ease the tension and interjected into the conversation, saying she would contact Zulian and inform them that they were delayed. Just at that moment, the saleswoman pushed a clothes rack with several outfits towards the heroine. The first outfit offered to the blonde was dark, which would make it difficult to see her at night. Renji fell in love with the disguise at first sight. The boy fancied something similar for himself, but the saleswoman reminded him that it was a women's store. Choosing a new wardrobe took a long time and left a considerable amount of money at the boutique. Renji considered that the purchased clothes were not only pretty, but also comfortable for running. Zizzle was uncomfortable thinking she would have to escape again. In a low voice, Renji said he hoped such a need wouldn't arise. Those words from the boy only proved that Dylan was determined to capture her. Renji decided that carrying the purchases in his hands was uncomfortable and instantly transported them away. The sudden magic immediately improved her mood. After all, magic is very useful. The heroine stopped. She wished to know if she should start studying defensive magic. Renji was surprised by such a desire and reminded her that not everyone possesses magic. The girl knew that magical power could be recreated even in those who didn't possess it. The boy warned that creating magic within oneself was an extremely dangerous activity. The sadness in Renji's eyes when talking about magic was evidence that he remembered something bad. Then the girl asked how she could increase her own magical power. The mage explained that there was an attribute that increased magical power and that its level was determined from birth. So strong mages were born with great power, and the weak would never stop being so. Jael remembered the existence of divine power and became interested in how that magic worked. She believed that white magic was based on divine power, but it barely differed from that of black mages. Renji asked if the protagonist saw any difference between magical power and divine. It turned out there was no difference, and the answer surprised Jael. She found it difficult to believe the mage's words. Although the book didn't talk much about that topic, Renji reiterated that there was no difference between magical power and divine. The mage didn't go into further detail, as the pair had reached their destination. The girl had already forgot where they were going and why. She was still impressed by the information received. Everything began to tangle in her mind, as Jael assumed that divine power was like a blessing from the gods. But if there is no difference in magic, what then are the differences between white mages? In black, Renji called the girl who, absorbed in her thoughts, had been still for several seconds. It seems the protagonist has a lot to learn about this world. Returning to reality, the blonde realized that they had arrived at the place where they would help her heal the bruises. They arrived at the door. Renji had already pressed the doorbell when Sissel approached him. No one came out, and the door remained closed. The girl was starting to get a little restless. A few seconds later, the door slightly opened, but something strange happened. Black molecules began to emerge from the house. Renji instantly understood what could happen. He abruptly turned around and announced that the visit to that place was cancelled. The next instant, the boy hugged her tightly. She still didn't understand anything. A moment later, a powerful crash erupted, and in place of the door was a black cloud. Remnants of the wall and a roaring fire. The protective shield created by Renji saved the couple from the explosion. Still hugging her, the frightened Renji asked the girl if she had been injured. Nothing had happened to Zizzle, but she was very worried about the mage's condition. Reassured, he replied that he hadn't been injured either. Then he looked towards the door. He was deeply intrigued by what had just happened. A few seconds later, a man appeared in the hallway. It seemed the explosion had slightly reached him. Seeing the guests, the boy asked if they were well and clarified that his bomb had exploded by accident. Upon recognizing the unexpected guests, the boy was shocked. He didn't expect to see Renji there. The boy was pleasantly surprised to see Jael Luaven, the mage, as he had heard a lot about her. Forgetting Renji's presence for a moment, the boy approached to greet the young woman. He introduced himself as Mitchell, famous for causing an explosion at the Imperial Palace 10 years ago. However, the reward for Mitchell's head was much smaller than Jael's, which made her a powerful villain. Mitchell tried to shake the heroine's hand, but Renji interrupted him. The boy, scared by Renji's aura, started joking about selling them excellent bombs at a low price. The young woman, embarrassed by so much attention, replied that they definitely didn't need bombs now. The mage noticed that Jael Luaven had suddenly captured everyone's attention, something the heroine didn't like. Once the introduction was over, the dark-haired man proceeded to explain why they had come. It turned out they had come to see Emily. The mage hoped she was inside. Mitchell decided to accompany them to Emily's room. The group walked in complete silence. Mitchell reached the correct door. He rang the doorbell and called the woman by her name. No one answered behind the door, which remained closed. Renji proposed that Mitchell leave them alone, which the boy was delighted with. As he left, he smiled at Jael. He still hoped to get closer to her. Alone in the hallway, Renji opened the room door. The girl didn't like that the boy simply entered someone else's room. Upon entering, Jael momentarily lost the ability to speak. Near the entrance, she saw a doll very similar to Isabel, the one she had in her first shop. The atmosphere of the place was extremely terrifying, not even because of the darkness or the closed windows. Upon examining the room more closely, Jael felt even worse, as everything there was cursed. At that moment, Renji suggested the protagonist enter, which Jael considered madness. She hoped he would stay inside alone, and she would stay outside. With a smile, Renji took her hand and dragged her along. The blonde observed the cursed objects, regretting more and more being there. She got very scared and crashed into the boy after her eyes met the head of an unfinished doll. It seemed to her that all the dolls were angry with them for entering their house without permission. At that moment, Renji simply kicked an unfinished doll away from him. Jane considered it very serious, as the dolls could attack them in retaliation. The mage simply told her to calm down and follow him. The heroine was scared, but had no other choice but to obey her boss. Seeing her insecurity, the mage proposed to carry her the rest of the way in his arms. Upon hearing the proposal, Jane blushed. She didn't desire such closeness. When the hero decided to take her in his arms, the girl immediately moved away. She seemed very annoyed. Evidently, she didn't want the boy to touch her. Renji was shocked. Did she find him scarier than all those cursed things? The girl shrieked that she hadn't even digested what she ate for breakfast. Therefore, at that moment, it was not advisable to touch her. Renji calmed down after the explanation. At the end of the room, the girl saw an elderly woman doing laundry. She seemed to be Emily, who was not only doing laundry but also using magic. Renji and the heroine moved closer to the grandmother. The dark-haired man leaned towards the woman and informed her that he had arrived. Until that moment, Emily hadn't noticed him. The woman reacted upon hearing the voice. She looked at the mage, adjusting her glasses. She stroked the boy's head, calling him her little one. Jael watched the encounter unfolding before her with astonishment. The girl saw the boss with such a relaxed expression for the first time. Emily thought the boy had finally come to show her his girlfriend. It turned out it was just a joke. And yet Jael had already been scared. The grandmother already knew that the girl was coming to ask for help getting rid of the bruises. The blonde was surprised, as Renji hadn't had time to explain the purpose of his visit. Through the bandage, Emily saw that what the girl was hiding from others' eyes was dangerous. You could lose count of how many times Jael was surprised today. Emily asked the girl to show her that thing she was hiding on her neck. The protagonist rushed to remove the scarf, as the grandmother was clearly unusual. Jael blushed, noticing how attentively the woman observed her every move. The blonde greatly wished to know how those two met, but realized she hadn't introduced herself. She approached Amelie, bowed, and introduced herself as an intern at Renji's shop. Jael Louise Ben. Mag corrected her way of speaking and clarified that she was now a permanent employee. The protagonist was shocked that her boss had forgotten to tell her something so important. Renji replied that he had just done so. Seeing Jael arguing with Mag, Amelie started laughing. Her grandson had brought a very funny girl. Noticing the woman's reaction, Renji added that it was never boring with Jael. In the end, the boy specified that, in any case, Jael was a permanent employee of his shop. When Renji officially introduced her, the girl shone with joy. Then she asked if it was possible to hide the bruise caused by light magic. The grandmother moved closer to the blonde and adjusted her glasses again. Amelie placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulders and deduced that the girl was in pain. The woman understood that the case was serious and they would have to work hard to hide the marks. The grandmother added that she shouldn't despair. They just needed to wait a while. The woman chose one of the fabrics that help get rid of bruises. Emily concentrated on magic. Jael observed all the movements, but didn't exactly understand what she saw. The woman dipped the cloth in a wooden bowl and began to conjure with her hands under the water. The girl was very interested. Before, she had only seen Renji use magic. During the process, Emily added that the term would be 1 week. Renji was surprised to hear the woman mention such a long period. He explained that he would have to apply at least 3 magical layers, which was not an easy task. The mage decided to return in a week to see how Emily was doing. Now the pair could return home. Upon exiting, the woman called the heroes and asked them to do something for her. Renji brusquely replied that they were very busy and were leaving immediately. Emily, annoyed, said her eyes could barely see and asked if the young woman wouldn't help her grandmother. Jael wanted to help the woman, but Renji clearly wanted to leave soon. In the end, the girl called the boss an insensitive master and agreed to help Emily. Renji begged her not to do it. The heroine didn't understand why the boy was refusing so much. The woman took out a box with a good number of needles, threads, and various sewing utensils. The blonde was surprised by so many needles, and Renji had no choice but to fulfill the woman's request. When they returned home, the girl's fingers were trembling, which was not surprising considering the volume of work. Emily turned out to be an expert in cursed dolls. Isabel was one of her creations. In reality, Emily's health is not affected by it. She simply likes to see people suffer with needles. Cecil swore to herself that she would not trust anyone else in the city. The blonde looked in the mirror. If the woman keeps her promise, she will be able to get rid of the bruise. Renji confirmed that Emily can really help with that. The boy's words gave the girl hope, and she sighed, releasing her nerves. Without taking his eyes off his book, the mage added that now, when leaving the shop, Cecil must take Gilberton or him with her. That statement was strange. So Cecil asked to clarify the reasons for such a decision. The mage did not answer. So the girl approached his desk and repeated the question. She added that she expected only an honest answer from the man. The boy didn't understand why the girl asked that question. Cecil, with a serious expression, clarified that he had probably been stabbed. Renji didn't understand who or when he had been stabbed, but the blonde believed he was avoiding the answer. The following conversation put the mage in increasing awkwardness. For example, he didn't understand the phrase about firing the girl. The boy thought that Cecil didn't like that he was resting instead of working. At that moment, the protagonist saw the box with the things Renji had bought in the morning. The mage passed the box to the protagonist and told her there were many sweets. The girl can go to her room and eat all the sweets if she wants. The protagonist's mood became excellent again. She went upstairs with anticipation. She stopped and added that she only wanted clarifications. Buying sweets was not necessary at all. Quite some time had passed, and Jael hadn't come down to the shop. The mage became interested in knowing what she was doing all this time. He decided to check on his employee, in case she had eaten too many sweets and they had gotten to her head. The door was open, so Renji gently pushed it. What he found surprised the mage, especially upon hearing a pleading whisper for help. Renji didn't understand what could have happened to Jael while she was alone in the room. The boy rushed to help her, but suddenly stopped. The girl started crying in her sleep because Renji had taken away all her sweets. The mage didn't know that the blonde talked in her sleep, in addition to a new revelation about his employee. He considered the protagonist's behavior absurd, but he didn't wake her up. Instead, he carefully sat on the bed next to her. For some reason, it occurred to him how similar his emotions were to those of people who raise chickens. In front of the boy opened the image of a chicken owner crying, because his pets were again guinea pigs for experiments. Renji compared his shop to a chicken coop. Clearly, his imagination had taken a wrong turn. He looked at the girl's room. It seemed to the mage that there was little space and an overwhelming atmosphere. Although Jael quickly adapted to life in this place and complains about nothing. Renji again felt that Jael was much stronger than he had initially thought. The boy carefully touched a strand of the sleeping girl's hair. In her dreams, she looked sweet and defenseless. The mage found it hard to look away from such a scene. The man abruptly moved close to the blonde's face. He discovered something he had never seen. Renji leaned over the still sleeping girl and began to examine her very closely. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. There could be no mistake. The roots of the blonde's hair were beginning to darken. The man was unaware of the exact cause, but perhaps it was the consequences of using dark magic. The boy decided to check if anything else had changed in the heroine. He couldn't know how Jael looked before meeting her, so he could only guess at possible changes. His gaze fixed on the bruises Dylan had left on her neck, and Renji became angry with the night again. The boy regretted not having the knowledge or strength to erase those bruises with a single blow. When he touched the girl's neck, she began to wake up. An instant later, Jael's eyes were wide open, full of fear. In the strange situation, the young woman managed to ask the mage what was going on. It seemed to her that the hired help had decided to strangle her while she slept. She couldn't explain it otherwise. Renji, seeing the fear in the girl, only smiled slightly. That reaction from the boy gave the protagonist other ideas. And she immediately blushed. The boy reflected on the girl's skill with poisons, while Jael thought the boss wanted to mock her again. Renji thought that Jael was such a fragile girl, and that the bruises on her skin would remain, even if he choked her just a little. Suddenly, the mage asked the blonde if she was really Jael. He wanted to try to discover the truth that had been bothering him since the first day they met. The boy believed that, even though she was named Jael, she couldn't convince him in the role. He supposed she only bore the name of Jael Lospin, but she wasn't herself. Renji decided to build the girl the most magnificent and spacious cage. The boy's behavior became stranger with every second. The girl decided to end this strange conversation. But first, she had to investigate more details about this cage and how safe it is. Renji believed his cage would be the safest place in the city. Sissel wanted to be sure that there were no lies in his words and that the cage would be completely safe. The boy did not expect the words about the cage to be received with such interest. It seems the blonde decided to say something else very important. She said her words might sound foolish, but it seemed to her that Renji saw her as a bird. It seemed to her that now she was going to sell birds in the shop, but it was impossible, since according to the contract, she had to sell cursed things. So much nonsense was something the dark mage didn't expect to hear, so he laughed. She didn't understand why Renji was laughing, but if they were new conditions of the contract regarding the cage, he had to increase her salary. Renji felt calm and happy. Only Susie's cell could affect a man like that. He decided that upon returning to the mansion, he would build the best cage. After the conversation, Renji left, and finally true rest came to Sissel. She was thinking about how to effectively mix poisons and fruits to obtain amazing flavors. The heroine returned to thinking about her strange and unique ability to resist poisons. It was especially surprising considering that the original Sissel was poisoned. And her abilities are totally different from those of the character in the novel. The young woman was distracted from her thoughts by a man who entered the shop. Zizzle was surprised to find the man in the shop, as it should be closed. She greeted him and, apologizing, informed him that they weren't working today. He seemed clearly affected by the news. He needed something urgently. He told her he needed something urgently and asked for her help. He needed a wooden box that was on the lowest shelf. The heroine had to rummage through the shelves, since not all inventory was unpacked. Her searches yielded results, and Cecil finally found the desired box. The heroine did not suspect that at that moment, the boy was going to throw a poisonous arachnid at her. Cecil suddenly felt a sharp pain in the neck area. At first, she thought mosquitoes had appeared in the shop. Then she saw something falling to the floor. Upon approaching, the young woman understood with horror that it was an arachnid. To get rid of the monster faster, she hit the drawer against it with all her might. From fear, her eyes filled with tears. At that moment, the boy whom Jael had already forgotten became interested in whether everything was fine with her. He placed a finger on the spot and said the spider had bitten her there. The abrupt contact frightened her as much as the spider had seconds before. She saw blood on his fingers. Apparently the bite was deep. The man asked if there was anything in the shop to apply in case of an insect bite. The customer explained that she could always go to his shop for medicine. The man apologized for not having introduced himself earlier. He was the pharmacist Huns. Jael was happy to learn that a pharmacist was in front of her. At that very moment, she remembered the drawer. She had hit it hard enough when she decided to kill the spider with it. The boy decided he would look for a drawer elsewhere and again offered her medicine at his establishment. It seemed strange to Jael that the boy insisted so much on taking her to his shop. She couldn't go, the business couldn't be left without staff, and there was no one else there. The man thought they could go, since the place was closed, but Jael asked him to leave because she needed to clean. Danse understood that the girl had firmly decided to stay and decided to approach her later. The protagonist made sure the boy had left the warehouse. Doubts assailed her. The companions confirmed that the young woman had securely closed the entrance to the warehouse. That means this boy deliberately infiltrated the warehouse, knowing there would be no customers. He seemed like another criminal, as skilled at opening locked doors as Windria. Furthermore, it was strange that he indicated the exact location of the bite, something he couldn't see due to the girl's long hair. Now the pharmacist's visit seemed clearly suspicious. The force of the bite was surprising, leaving bloody marks on her. The young woman tasted the blood and recognized the orange flavor in it. It turns out this pharmacist client introduced a poisonous spider to her. Sissel told Gwendria everything when she arrived at the warehouse. The woman was surprised by the pharmacist's behavior. However, Sissel didn't see that the boy had intentionally let the spider loose on her. but she came to that conclusion. Both women strongly disagreed that the spider had simply fallen from the ceiling. Besides, the butterflies would have detected it much sooner. Windria agreed that the bite and the pharmacist's appearance seemed clearly suspicious. She remembered that Sujin had recently told her about a scamming pharmacist. She didn't expect to run into scammers in this world. Sujin claimed that the pharmacist sold a simple pain reliever, presenting it as medicine. Jael wondered how effective it would be. After all, the pain disappears, but the illness doesn't. She decided that she could present a poison as medicine. She realized she had gone too far, as Wayne Yori wouldn't be poisoned soon. Therefore, the pharmacist wasn't related. Windria became interested in whether Renji had mentioned anything about Tane to her. She understood that the woman wanted to talk about the day she kicked him out of the shop, along with an incomplete couple. She calmed Windria. There was no more talk about them. If everything was like this, it meant that her boss wasn't particularly angry about the incident. She called him an emissary and didn't want to tie the boy as an apprentice. She wondered why Windria didn't want to accept him as an apprentice. Windria believed that training him wouldn't be useful, as his magical vessel was shallow. In the world of magic, he would be seen as a failure with those aptitudes. She remembered that Renji had also told her about that type of vessel. She felt sorry for the boy, he was very hardworking. The young woman was intrigued whether it was true that the vessel could not be enlarged. Windria said reluctantly, but there is a way. Many know this method, but no one uses it. The blonde was intrigued why it wasn't popular. Windria channeled a ball of magical energy into her hand. With it, she formed the image of the vessel, the same one received from birth. Then she started widening it, demonstrating that its capacity can be increased by excavating and enlarging its internal part. To clarify further, Windria needed a brush which she took from the young woman. The difficulty was that the empty internal cavity could only be excavated with opposing magic. Jael still didn't understand what the difficulty was. The reason is that the vessel is almost the mage's heart, and that's why no one will allow their foreign magic to get that close. If even a minimal error is made during the enlargement process, the vessel could crack. And the person would be left disabled, so no one takes the risk. Now Jael fully understood Renji's words about the danger of increasing magic. Night fell without realizing it. There were no more incidents. Jael was in pain. Renji didn't contact her all day. Furthermore, she was still worried about that strange customer. The young woman had felt comfortable and safe in the mage's company for a long time. She had no choice but to grieve alone. It was useless to hide her emotions from herself. She missed Renji very much. After a few seconds, the room filled with a magical glow and Jael appeared in front of her. Her boss. Renji had never appeared before her in such a magical way. Renji asked why the young woman had such a depressed appearance. Her dejected mood was easily reflected on the girl's face. Jael felt a little embarrassed, while her familiars rejoiced at the mage's arrival. The butterflies reported that they had something to communicate to their master. The familiars had already begun recounting the events related to the pharmacist. It hurt Jael. She wanted to be the one to tell everything herself. The man listened attentively to the story and looked disgusted. He addressed Jael and asked who that idiot was who threw a poisonous cockroach at her. The young woman replied that it was just a guess, and she wasn't sure that the pharmacist had thrown the cockroach. According to the relative's narration, Renji understood that Jael was completely sure it was the pharmacist's doing. He considered that if the young woman held him responsible, so be it, and it didn't matter if it was intuition. Or something else. Jael was very comforted that Renji had believed her immediately. The boy promised to task one of his subordinates to investigate the matter. The dark-haired man asked the protagonist where the spider bit her. The girl showed the location of the bite. The swelling was already beginning to subside, and blood was no longer coming out. The boy walked around the girl to examine the bite site up close. It seemed to Renji that leaving unnecessary marks on the neck had become a habit for the girl. The protagonist asked for a first aid kit, but Renji didn't remember there being anything similar in the shop. Gyusel asserted that the incident could be considered a work injury, so the boss must provide medical assistance. The boy agreed in his mind that the shop should have at least basic medicines. Suddenly, the mage buried his head in the place of the bite. Surprised, the girl fell silent and began to blush. She didn't understand what was happening and, above all, how to react to that contact. Finally, Jael abruptly stood up, turned around, and asked what her boss was exactly doing at that moment. In reality, Renji was trying to relieve the pain at the bite site because he had a low body temperature. And the cold helps. The boy asked if he could still do anything more for the girl, since his help turned out insufficiently cold. With those explanations, the protagonist's mind slowly began to boil. In a discontented tone, she informed him that the pain had disappeared a long time ago. After that, the girl stood up and quickly headed towards the room, asking the boss not to talk to her anymore. She slammed the door shut and added from the room that she wanted to be alone, without being called again. That behavior greatly amused the dark mage. His Jael was incredible. Despite the request not to call her, the boy approached the door and called her by name. Renji reminded the protagonist that she had missed him while she was alone in the shop. When Jael heard his words, she felt uncomfortable, as the boy shouldn't have known that. But how could he hear if there were no companion creatures nearby, or he near the girl? The protagonist replied to Renji that she hadn't missed him, but Zulian, more precisely Windria. And even more a friend. If she didn't miss him, he decided to leave her, warning her through the still closed door. The girl didn't want the mage to leave, so she left the room. The boy smiled cynically, as the protagonist had said a minute ago that she wanted to be alone. He patted the blonde on the head and said he would stay in the shop tonight. So she didn't have to be afraid. Jael explained that she was only in a bad mood, because the tall man easily opened the locked door of the shop, and then called her to his establishment. Hearing these details, Renji's expression changed immediately. The girl was happy that the boss was staying, so she went asleep calmly. Entering the room, the girl added that they would see each other the next day. The boy just nodded in response. Anger towards that unknown pharmacist began to awaken in Renji. He decided to visit his shop. The next day, Jael enjoyed her breakfast. Bought by the mage for her, Renji was happy with the girl's good mood, and silently listened to the heroine. Today the boy had business in Banji, so he could spend time with the girl. While devouring her breakfast, Jessel asked about the nature of the boy's work, since she didn't seem to work near the boss. He reflected on the question. He wasn't planning to answer immediately, but thought again about the caged chick. Renji explained that he owns a shop and takes care of other small matters, like mobilizing people for events. Jessel considered that, although worlds are different, in all of them there are employers who mobilize powerless workers. Seriously, the girl advised him not to attend large events. According to the blonde, Renji already has a shop as his main job. Therefore, he should not risk participating in major events. According to Jael, these events are dangerous because they attract dark mages. The boy found it pleasant and amusing to hear these arguments from his employee. The mage asked if in the future known to her, there were cases of attack on the leader of his order at a large event. The girl considered the boy too perceptive and answered affirmatively. So for Renji, participating in such events was considered his duty. The mage thought that if the events were dangerous for dark mages, then Dylan would surely appear there. The girl didn't like that Renji evidently belonged to types who voluntarily get into dangerous places. After breakfast, the mage ordered the young woman to return to the shop with Gilberton, while he had to take care of his business. When Gilberton arrived, Renji immediately decided to set aside his employee's social circle. Suddenly, Jael realized that her boss might have gone to meet Dylan. The girl thanked Gilberton for taking her to the shop. She hadn't even opened the door when Sullivan called her loudly from afar. Out of breath, he informed her that they had problems, because Mr. Renji had gone to meet that guy. The pharmacy was indeed not that far from Renji's shop. The dark mage had already entered the pharmacy, eager to discover the boy's true intentions regarding Jael. The dark-haired man didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, accusing the pharmacist of bothering his employee. The dark-haired man's look was dangerous, but he didn't seem to have impressed Tons. He remained as calm as ever, and his emotions couldn't be read. The man replied, surprised, upon seeing that Jael Losvin worked as an employee in Renji's shop. Renji asserted that neither he nor Jael remember that person. That's why his opinion of himself is excessively high. Tons believed that he and Jael had only been able to meet thanks to him. The firmness with which Tons said it demonstrated the veracity of his words and surprised the dark mage. In the end, Tons added that, according to everything, Jael had successfully applied the forbidden technique. Renji didn't like this at all. The tension in the room began to rise. Seconds later, many objects in the shop began to fall to the floor and break. In one of the containers, there were several spiders that immediately tried to hide. Renji hatefully crushed the spiders, trying to restrain himself from killing the pharmacist immediately. But killing Tons here would be a mistake. He clearly knew something about Jael's past. Ignoring Renji's claim, Tons complained to the boy that Jael, for some reason, had forgotten him. According to the pharmacist, it was strange, as he had explained the star decay technique to her in detail. But at the same time, Jael seemed too common for a person who signed a contract with a creature from another realm. It seems Tons had become so immersed in his thoughts that he forgot the dark mage was in his shop. Meanwhile, Renji listened intently to himself, perceiving something very familiar. But he couldn't identify it. Tones had been showing an unbalanced, confused appearance for several minutes, muttering incoherent phrases to himself. He reminded Renji of one person in particular, but the blonde man had killed that person a long time ago. At that moment, Jocelyn ran in with Gilberton and Zulian to the pharmacy. She was surprised to see that her boss really got into a conflict. Zulian believed that the boss would kick that charlatan out of the city, and everyone would return to him for treatment. Jocelyn supposed Renji had come only to inspect, as this place had been very popular lately. But Gilberton replied that no, since Renji entered shops for only 2 reasons. The first was to buy something normally. In the second case, the boss entered shops to create disturbances. Gilberton and Zulian were sure that now was precisely the second case. Zulian proposed a bet to Josel if she didn't believe them. The 2 men bet 1 gold each on the fact that Renji would kick the pharmacist out of the city. Josel looked out the window and saw that the shop was completely destroyed. The protagonist heard passers-by identify Renji as the owner of a shop. The girls recalled that this dark mage had recently destroyed a magic item shop in Sasaipe. Jael also heard that the destroyed shop belonged to Wayne's half-brother. The blonde decided to approach the girls. The conversation about Renji was getting more and more interesting, and she wanted to know more details. The girls confirmed that, according to rumors, Renji frequently visited Wayne's mansion. Suddenly, the brunette grabbed Jael's hand. It turned out she was a fan of Lubin's. The stranger knew that the protagonist worked in a gift shop, and she wanted to work with her. The brunette hoped that Jael would tell her how to get a job in her shop. The blonde backed away from the fanatic, screaming at the same time that they were currently not hiring new employees. It seemed that such a brusque rejection surprised the stranger. She instantly got angry and called Lubin's actions pathetic. The brunette was enraged that Jael hadn't let her hold her hand. Apparently, the blonde had become too conceited. Sujin and Gilberton noticed that a quarrel was brewing between their Jael and the stranger. Both boys began to cheer on the blonde to defeat the sassy brunette. The brunette believed that Jael had gotten the job in the shop thanks to her looks. But that wouldn't help her get closer to Wayne. The girl replied that she liked hearing compliments about her appearance, but that Jael had entered the shop solely for her skills. She accused her of lacking skills, looking for culprits instead of improving her own abilities. Apparently, these last words were the final straw, and the brunette decided to take revenge on her offender. The commotion in the street pulled Tons out of his murmuring state. He indicated to Renji that the person who gave rise to their conversation was right outside. Renji did not expect to see Jael near the pharmacy at all. Tons added that the dark mage would also be interested in knowing what was happening on the street now. The pharmacist thought that Jael could tell them exactly what she had summoned using a forbidden technique. At that moment, the tension between the girls reached its peak. Renji managed to identify the one who caused the uproar. The dark mage called Bedro Shiju, who appeared immediately. The servant wanted to resolve the confrontation outside, but the dark-haired man ordered him to detain the pharmacist. Although the confrontation was still rude in tone, the brunette was hiding a folding knife on her back. A few seconds later, the stranger was running towards Jael with the knife drawn in front of her. The protagonist saw the knife, and immediately her instincts told her to run. Before Jael could take a step back, Renji was already in front of her. The attacker's knife swerved several meters and fell to the ground. He asked the brunette to express her complaints directly to him. Seeing Renji, fear clearly appeared in the brunette's eyes. The stranger stood up and began to stammer, saying that everything was not right. The girl shouted words of apology and ran away from the couple. The passers-by barely managed to dodge the fleeing brunette. After that, Renji asked Jael the reason for her presence there. The girl explained that the pair had told her that the boss was going to expel Tons. Renji said nothing, but his look at Jael's friends made them sweat. The mage clarified if the girl wanted to stop him from these confrontations. The blonde considered that there was absolutely no need. She just wanted to make sure that her boss was not in danger. That explanation satisfied Renji more than anything, who smiled slightly at the girl. The girl thought she had responded too selfishly to her new savior. She was surprised to see Bedro in the pharmacy, thinking the pharmacist might be innocent. Renji observed her with suspicion. The protagonist asked if the boss had finished his business or if he had simply come out to help her. The mage reported that while he was destroying the pharmacy kiosk, the establishment's employee was also interfering with sales. That's why the man came out to see what was happening. Jael asserted that the brunette was the first to attack her and that she herself was completely innocent. Renji offered his help. He would simply hold the aggressor still while the employee beat her. Jael asked her group to explain to the boss what really happened here. The men pretended they were doing everything possible to prevent the fight from breaking out. But the blonde ignored them. Renji warned the men that it wasn't wise to get a Jael used to it. Already enthusiastic about games and bets, the dark mage proposed returning to the shop and discussing everything right there. Then he cast one last look at the detained pharmacist. Vadro understood what the boss expected and stated that he would do everything necessary. A few moments later, magical energy roared in the pharmacist's shop. The magic transported the prisoner to a suitable place for interrogation. They only had to wait for the boss to join them. Renji was quick to arrive, which surprised his assistant. Bedro didn't imagine that Renji had left the others in the shop, but the mage replied that it was complicated to abandon them there. The dark-haired man asked about the final result. Bedro apologized and announced that a variable had emerged. Renji was surprised by the result and attentively observed the prisoner. It was evident that the boy was not well, and at the same time was terribly frightened. Brunette didn't understand why his behavior had changed so drastically in a matter of minutes. Bedro explained that the pharmacist has memory gaps. The assistant couldn't find memories from the last 3 months, which explained the pharmacist's behavior. Bedro was sure that it was definitely not the consequences of white magic. When Renji was in the shop, he didn't perceive any magical influence, and the boy seemed completely defenseless. But if white magic was used, in theory, it could trick the eyes of a dark mage. Renji wasn't sure if the white mages Dylan or Viviana were involved in what happened to the pharmacist. It wasn't impossible that someone else had acted completely. Bedro recalled one of the memories found. It was about Gilly Lospin having left a strong impression. That man still wanted to put her in a straw doll and exhibit her. Renji became furious upon hearing these words and ordered to make sure that wretch couldn't get out. If the pharmacist crosses his path, Renji will make that day his last. Since that day, rumors circulated that Tons had closed his shop and moved to another town. The girl asked the boss if he had anything to do with Tun's departure. Without taking his eyes off the book, Renji supposed that the pharmacist had simply had a change. The fault for Renji breaking some of his products lay only with the pharmacist, who poorly fulfilled his obligations. The young woman considered that nothing like this had ever been broken in her shop before. Renji assured that the shop had been approved by Wayne, so no customer would dare to spoil anything. Furthermore, in this city, only businesses located in his building were authorized. Jill thought the boss must be very close to Renji, given that he allowed him to have a shop here. The girl approached the boy to ask him something. She decided to confirm the rumors that he frequently visited the boss's mansion and managed the keys to the chest. At that moment, the protagonist's boss's face showed boredom. With a lazy gesture, he confirmed that he used to go frequently. Jill deduced that Renji's carelessness came from him living in the boss's house. Her conclusions were wrong, as Renji had his own mansion. Immediately, the bored expression gave way to satisfaction, as Renji came up with a brilliant idea. He proposed to the girl that she travel to work from his house. The proposal completely surprised the heroine, and she didn't know how to react or what to answer. Then, Jael decided she had hearing problems and asked them to repeat the last sentence. Renji again proposed that she use his house, which could also be called a mansion or residence. Judging by Jael's reaction, she finally understood the true meaning of the boss's proposal. Renji pretended not to see any reason to refuse to live in his house. Jael argued that an adult man and woman cannot live in the same home. Renji admitted to having seen a poisonous spider in Tone's shop. It was undoubtedly the type of spider that had bitten her before. This meant that the girl had been his original target, and now she had to be careful. During the day, they could protect her with guys like Gilbert, but at night, they wouldn't be there. With such arguments, the girl was convinced that it was better to change her sleeping place. The boy was pleased that the girl had listened to his reasons. Now he had to leave the shop and prepare everything at home. After the talk, she couldn't fall asleep. The heroine sat meditating. Her companions praised Renji's mansion, considering it the best place to live. Talking about the house, the butterflies began to tell her about the garden surrounding it. The next instant, the servant's behavior changed abruptly, and the ceiling filled with a ceiling symbol. The young woman noticed that something had happened. The butterflies were deeply disturbed. They told Jael that the shop's protective enchantment had been broken. A stranger had broken into the business, and the young woman urgently needed to hide. Jael heard footsteps approaching. Someone was quickly coming up the stairs. The figure who entered her room asked in a clear voice if anyone was there. The servants determined that the intruder was a light mage, whose immune power neutralized the bee's poison. In a matter of seconds, the bodies of the butterflies scattered throughout the room. Jael covered her mouth with her hands to suppress any sound, hoping that Renji would arrive soon. The next instant, the intruder found Jael hiding. The brunette observed her with a desperate look before greeting her. With a quick movement, the stranger pulled the young woman out from under the bed. That strength had something unusual, and Jael couldn't offer any resistance. Shortly after, the brunette was holding the protagonist, leaving her no possible escape. Jael trembled from head to toe, but said that the shop was still closed, and that forced entry counted as theft. The attitude of the trapped girl made the brunette smile. The stranger introduced herself as a friend who had come to have fun together after seeing each other days ago. Only now did Jael recognize in her the girl with whom she had an argument days ago. The brunette was happy that this time Jael remembered her. Then, the stranger forcefully pushed the young woman backward. The brunette asked Jael not to worry, as she had to use a lot of magic upon entering because of that jerk. The blonde didn't know how to answer. She was still awaiting Renji's arrival. Recovering, Loispan asked the brunette who she was. The stranger was surprised, as Jael had remembered her a few seconds ago. Jael was not asking about the girl, but about who was controlling her at that moment. The brunette was surprised. She didn't remember Jael Loispan being so observant. The stranger supposed that Jael hadn't performed that forbidden technique. The brunette began to murmur that she didn't know who had invaded the body, nor why no magic was felt. The stranger wanted to know what went wrong, and why Jael hadn't become someone he wished to devour. The brunette praised Jael for getting close to Renji, but it wasn't enough. The heroine was completely confused by the absurdity the brunette was now saying. It turns out Jael was supposed to be food for someone, and she had an inspirer. Does another character exist who motivated the use of the forbidden technique? And to top it all off, it turned out that the goal of the plan was Renji. The brunette only didn't understand one point. Why is Lawson still alive if the room is full of toxic pollen? The heroine replied that she wanted to hear the brunette's answer to that question. The stranger concluded that Jael's new power was completely useless. Renji interrupted her thought and finally appeared. The next second, the brunette was thrown to the opposite corner of the room. Renji's gaze did not bode well for the stranger. Jael was glad that her boss had finally arrived. She ran to him with the question, why had he arrived so late if the butterflies had died long ago? But instead of his usual kindness, the mage simply dodged the blonde's hug. It was strange. The girl began to doubt whether her boss was really in front of her. She asked if Renji was indeed Renji. He asked Sissel the same question, which frightened the young woman. She didn't know how to answer correctly in the current situation. The protagonist remembered that Renji had told her not to imitate the authentic Sissel Loispan. The girl replied that she was Sissel and that she worked in his shop. It seems this time, the answer did not please the dark mage at all. He said that girl was not trying to harm her. She was just buying time with conversations. The brunette came here to contact Sissel, as they had started practicing a forbidden technique together. The protagonist didn't understand where Renji got this information from. She herself had just found out. She activated logic and mentally delayed the events of the last few minutes. She concluded that the mage had been hiding in the room for some time. Listening to their conversation, Renji remembered that Sissel had asked him to save her and that she knew the future of important people. The girl lowered her head. She concluded that the boy had stopped trusting her. Does Renji believe that Sissel is in complicity with that stranger and will limit her in the future she knows about? It was evident that Sissel had to become bait for the dark mage. The heroine accepted, as everything became clear after talking with the mysterious brunette. It was also evident that not everything went according to the mysterious character's plan. And Sissel didn't complete her mission perfectly. And at that moment, the girl completely agreed with the boy. The heroine didn't understand why Sissel resorted to a forbidden technique, as neither that nor the existence of Renji were mentioned in the book. The mysterious light mage was also not mentioned, which was not surprising, since Sissel was a secondary character. Now the girl was beginning to question her memory and wasn't sure if she had read that book at all. Doubts arose in her whether the girl from the other world who read the novel really existed. The blonde couldn't figure out the reasons why she woke up one day in Cecil Lospan's body. Renji wanted to say something, but the blonde interrupted him, aware that now he wouldn't believe her. The girl shuddered. She wasn't the bait villain, but for Renji that didn't matter. Renji tried to calm her down and asked why she was crying. The girl's face was already covered in tears, but she couldn't stop. She was crying not because she felt sad, but because she was now very angry about the information revealed about her. In both her past and current life, the heroine tried to adapt to the circumstances. But it always turned out badly for her. Sis added that she was crying not because she wanted to cry. Renji moved closer and wiped the tears from her face. The boy asked if the girl was scared and if she thought he might kill her. The protagonist looked at the boy and new tears welled up in her eyes. She only hoped that, if he was going to kill her, he would do it quickly with a single blow and without pain. Renji, in the softest tone possible, replied to Cecil that he had no intention of killing her. To calm her down, the mage repeated once more to Cecil that he had no intention of killing her. It seemed to be working, and the girl began to calm down little by little. Since she didn't answer at first, Renji asked her if she might have a strong desire to die now. The girl regained her composure, and excited, said she had no intention of going to the afterlife. Renji felt satisfied with the answer. While drying her tears with a handkerchief, he told the blonde that he had finished preparing the chicken coop. The girl remembered that the mage had promised her earlier to build the most beautiful chicken coop in the world. The protagonist asked which was truer, that he had no money left for the chickens, or that he had spent his last coins on it. Zizzle realized too late that she was speaking inappropriately to her boss. Smiling, she asked Renji why he had saved her. Perhaps to discover who was behind the plot. The girl was sure that now, being bait, she would cling more to the boss. Renji didn't like at all that the blonde saw him that way. He noticed that the girl had too many wounds on her hands, and the mage didn't know how to use healing magic. The dark-haired man was glad that the woman had not planned to kill the heroine. But he didn't understand why she hid under the bed. Zizzle asserted that the brunette had suddenly appeared. She hid under the bed out of fear, and then tried to behave like a warehouse employee. Renji found it pleasant and entertaining to listen to the girl. Only his crazy Sissel was capable of such madness. It seems the heroine calmed down completely and returned to her usual behavior. The mage decided to check if the brunette was carrying anything dangerous. Sissel understood that the dark-haired man suspected her at first, but something changed afterwards. Thinking that the boss changed his attitude after the girl cried, Sissel asked him if she had a pretty face. The boy didn't understand why the blonde asked such a strange question, and precisely now. Seeing the mage's reaction, the girl became very ashamed and wanted to pretend the question didn't exist. But Renji quickly replied that the heroine was not particularly beautiful, which deeply hurt the blonde. To amend for it and not sadden the girl, the boy added that her beauty wasn't facial, but of actions. Lospin couldn't hold back and asked how much the boy had seen in life. It was spoken like that. The boy added that the girl was especially unpleasant when she cried. And Sissel mumbled that she was sorry if her ugly face had damaged his sight. Therefore, Renji recommended the girl to cry only when he was present. The boy assured the protagonist that he would solve all her problems, just to not see her horrible, heartbreaking face. Now it was time for the girl to blush at such a confession of feelings. She thought she had suddenly fallen ill, as for some reason her entire face was burning. Sissel asked if they should take the brunette to the hospital, but Renji replied that the stranger had been dead for a long time. The girl received the impact of the shop's magical defense, and since then, she would not be able to survive. Sissel shuddered as she realized that all that time she had been talking. And fearing a corpse, Renji asked if Sissel had decided to go to work from his mansion. She was ready to leave immediately. Around that time, Viviana was in a temporary treatment center. She informed the visitors that they would feel better after resting for a few days. The gentleman was thanking the girl for her care when a hooded man entered the shop. Removing his hood, the man commented that Viviana was still taking care of matters to save the world. Seeing who the visitor was, the girl was happy about his arrival. It was Grind, Viviana's master, and a great mage in the past. The girl asked why the mentor left the shelter and came to meet her. The man went to see the girl to deliver important news to her. But first, he wanted to know if Viviana had seen Renji after that day. Sadly, the girl replied that she hadn't seen the boy again and didn't know what he was doing or where he was. The mentor arrived because he found out where Renji is now and what he is doing. Grind managed to find out everything thanks to a seed he planted in the past. Thanks to that, the man could finally approach Renji without him realizing it. And observe him. The girl didn't quite understand which seed the mentor was talking about. Burfin believed that the greed of the dark mages had brought clouds to the world. That's why he planted a seed that would disperse them. The girl found it difficult to accept that her mentor still cared about the future of this world. She regretted not being able to restore the mage's vessel and return his magical power that day. The man thought the girl shouldn't blame herself for what happened. Grind believed she had only survived thanks to Viviana's actions. At the same time, he regrets that another of his disciples has forever diverted his path. Burfin supposed that Renji had approached the dark mages and was probably an associate of Wayne Eyre himself. Vivian was surprised to think what it could be, since approaching Wayne required exceptional skills. The professor believed that the dark mages used some other method, but it was strange. Because if the vessel was damaged, he would need to continuously absorb magical power to survive. However, in that case, Renji would be constantly attacking mages, which Dylan would have noticed. And quickly discovered. The mentor kept muttering under his breath until Vivian called him to regain her attention. The young woman offered the professor a cup of tea so he could relax his thoughts a bit. Vivian was intrigued what kind of seed the professor had dropped among the dark mages. Smiling and taking a deep sip, Grind replied that it was Jael Lospin. If they managed to find Jael, they could also locate Renji. Renji's mansion seemed immense, bright, and too unreal. Jael was completely confused upon seeing the castle. She asked Renji to admit that he had rented the castle temporarily, as it couldn't belong to the shop owner. Renji accepted the young woman's second assumption, that is, that Wayne Eyre had given him the house. Then, the boy rushed to take the suitcase from the protagonist's hands. He asked Jael to take his hand to guide her inside the mansion. Inside, the castle looked even larger and more luxurious than it appeared from the outside. The girl was impressed by the size of the building. She didn't expect her boss to live in such luxury. She ran towards some decorations, then towards other objects, and was completely amazed by what she saw. Renji was clearly satisfied with the impression his house had made on the girl. After a few minutes, Jael had a question, so she stopped to formulate it. She was intrigued why she didn't see any people in such a large mansion. Renji didn't hire servants because he didn't trust anyone. He considered this mansion the safest place for himself. That's why he wouldn't allow anyone else to live there. Jael didn't understand, if that was the case, why he let her in. The boy turned around and replied that she was the first person who could do so. Jael Louis Bentz became the first person authorized to live there. Upon hearing these words, the protagonist reflected. Something kept bothering her. To stop doubting, Jael asked if Renji considered her his housekeeper. If he offered her part-time domestic work, they would have to review the contract terms. He didn't expect such nonsense. At first, he didn't know how to answer. It turned out that Jael was making a joke. She knows that her presence there helps her react faster to an enemy. It seems the girl didn't understand her boss's true plans. The boy decided to change the subject and mentioned that there is a small garden around the house. The girl was happy with the proposal to see the garden, as she loves flowers. After a few minutes, Jael found herself in the most beautiful garden she had ever seen in both worlds. She understood that this was the magical garden the butterflies had talked about. According to the boy, this entire mansion is controlled by magic. That's why not much servitude is needed. Remembering the mage's state after moving the shop, Diesel thought that managing so much magic at once was extremely difficult. Renji replied that if magical energy was restored immediately, there was no difficulty. The protagonist decided that it was possible thanks to the magical flowers in this garden. Only now did the mage notice the bouquet in the girl's hand. Sissel had made it with wildflowers upon seeing the empty vase. He congratulated her on the bouquet and advised her to put one in her room too. With those words, the girl brought the vase closer to the boy. Then, the man took the bouquet and decided to put that vase in his room. The girl asked where exactly the dark-haired man wanted to put the vase. Renji was taking the flowers to his room and asked the protagonist to follow him. Following the boss to his room sounded extremely surprising. Upon reaching Renji, Jael hesitantly asked why she had to go to his room. The boss turned around and, with a mysterious smile, asked if the employee didn't understand why it was necessary. It seems that a few more seconds, and upon realizing she was going to the boss's room, Jael's heart would speed up. Stopping, the dark mage added that normally one sleeps in the room. But the bed has multiple uses. The man looked attentively at the employee and asked why her face had suddenly blushed. In fact, not only her face blushed, but her heart beat so fast it seemed about to jump out of her chest. The girl was embarrassed that her whole body was blushing, but she couldn't help it. Renji decided to stop joking with the employee, so he suggested she calm down. And just follow him. The boy just wanted to give the girl something. That's why he entered her room, now calmer. Stepping inside, Jael was surprised. It was hard to believe that the boss's room was in front of her. Something in particular attracted the blonde's attention. The girl found it a bit awkward, so she decided to ask the question that interested her directly. She asked if the boss had made a mistake with the room, since the place didn't look much like one. Renji replied that it was his room, but the room didn't look like one at all. The place had no table, no paintings, nothing at all except the bed. The place looked dark and lonely. Even spending a minute, there was uncomfortable. The girl placed a vase with flowers on the fireplace. It was strange that the lobby was decorated very nicely and luxuriously, but this room was empty. Rangaku explained that the bed was the only piece of furniture he hadn't broken. It happened that day that changed his life forever. Jael thought her boss was very impulsive. Rangaku added that it happened a long time ago and would not happen again. The boy took a handkerchief from the box and offered it to the protagonist. The girl instantly understood what her boss was holding. The dark-haired man had visited Emily in time to retrieve the protective handkerchief for the blonde. Jael had to use it every time she left the house. It was not necessary to carry it inside. The protagonist asked why it was not necessary to use the handkerchief inside the house. The dark mage explained that magic was intertwined in that place. That's why it was impossible to detect. The man's words made Jael reflect. It was evident that her boss was also hiding something from someone. After the room, the couple went to the kitchen. The girl was surprised by the variety of products on the table. Renji never cooked at home. That's why there was no food here until tonight. She stopped by the table and asked how he always had lunch. The mage replied evasively, saying he ate as convenient. The girl strongly disagreed with that approach to eating, as she believed that a human being is what they eat. Reggie tried to explain that originally his body didn't require food, but the young woman refused to listen to excuses. Cecil didn't know how to cook, but promised to prepare something for the two of them. The mage was uncomfortable, as the girl was offering to help with something they hadn't asked for again. It seemed that his subordinate couldn't even relax or rest on her day off. A few moments later, the boy cast a spell. The young woman watched as energy emanated from the mage's hands, which sparked her curiosity. She supposed Renji had called his familiars, but instead, a mini golem appeared. Renji considered that it wasn't necessary for a cook to be a human. Then, he created a few more maids for gardening and cleaning tasks. The girl worried that the boss had used an excessive amount of magic at the same time. The man reassured the protagonist, affirming that in that place it was possible without consequences. The girl remembered that the magical flowers in the garden restore magical energy. The boy added that if this place didn't exist, he would have already died or be disabled. The girl asked if she could use a large amount of magic outside the house. Renji didn't answer, but remembered that Gilberton takes her to work now and he will pick her up himself. The girl felt that they cared too much about her. Living together with the boss suddenly resembled living with a husband who actively cares for his wife. The girl found it embarrassing, terrifying, and suffocating at the same time because of those thoughts. She stammered that the boss cared too much about her. The protagonist didn't understand why the boss had started to worry so much about her. She clarified if he knew that Jael Lospin was not in front of him. The boy replied calmly that he knew. Gillespie was surprised. With that knowledge, didn't he consider her dangerous? The dark mage confirmed with the same calm that she was dangerous to him. Then he approached the girl and took her shoulder. Renji asserted that he liked the person in front of him, regardless of whether it was Luoz Ben's body. The boy added that this palace welcomes the girl. This only confirms that she is extremely dangerous to him. The mage thought that Jael didn't even know the magnitude of the danger she represented to him. The blonde couldn't understand why he had let her into his refuge. Renji decided to stop talking about that topic and suggested to the heroine that she go rest, since tomorrow was not a workday. The next morning, in the shop, The heroine reflected on whether there was a hidden meaning in Renji's words about the danger she represented. After the incident with the spider, opening the shop early in the morning scared her. It reassured her that now 3 dark mages would take turns guarding the shop. The familiars warned the blonde not to take Sujin's medicines, or her stomach would hurt. Sujin was surprised to learn that the girl could communicate with the familiars. It turns out that knowing only their names was not enough for that. The boy deduced that the girl's body is extremely conducive to magic, and apparently for this reason, Renji keeps her close to him. Sujin asked the girl to share a drop of blood to analyze such a strange body, inclined towards dark magic. The girl refused and asked if the boy would try to extract her blood secretly. He would never do it, because if he accidentally hurt the girl, Renji would kill him on the spot. At these reflections, the boy even felt a little uneasy. Cecil reconfirmed that the dark mages she knew feared Renji, which was strange, since he was only a secondary character in the novel. The protagonist decided to approach the matter from another angle and asked a new question. She asked if her boss occupied the first place in her ranking of villains. The boy answered without hesitation for a second. That is exactly so. Cecil felt like a senior student who had dragged the coolest boy in school with her. The heroine found it strange to see how Zulian spoke emotionally about how incredible Renji was. It seemed that this scientist was his most loyal fan. As proof of this, Zulian claimed that Renji had become the benefactor of his life. If his boss hadn't given him the antidote, the boy would have been in another world long ago. It was strange, since in the novel, the man who saved Zulian was Wayne. Zulian also boasted that his relations with the master were much closer than those of Gilberton and Windria. Sicel thought the boy envied Renji for being one of Wayne Eyre's associates, something she told him directly. The boy stopped praising Renji and replied, surprised, "I have no reason to envy." Zulian again praised Renji, and Sicel, joking, asked him if perhaps her boss was even stronger than Bedro or Windria. The scientist believed that not even his strength compared to that of his big toe. Then Jael also jokingly asked if Renji would be more capable than Wayne Eyre. The question turned out to be extremely unexpected and embarrassing for the boy. He didn't know how to answer. Sujin immediately jumped up and shouted that he remembered an urgent pending matter. After that, he ran out of the shop at full speed, causing the protagonist complete confusion. That secret interrogation about the boss's strength ended in an extremely strange way. The butterflies thought that Suyin had neither skills nor reasonable thoughts. The blonde asked her companion animals to tell her about Renji, as she knew very little about him. She wanted to know about his life and what he did. But the butterflies replied that it was too long a story. The black and white butterfly advised her to ask the boy directly about his past. It seemed to them that Renji and the blonde had very close relations, as he invited her to live in the palace. Upon hearing these words, the girl blushed slightly without realizing it. Jael decided that that night, she would ask the mage directly about his past. She believed the boy wouldn't lie to her and would tell her the truth. She just had to wait until night. Before closing the shop, the mage appeared in front of the girl. He informed her that he had a meeting and asked if there had been any incident. Jael had already seen this type of appearance once, but she still wasn't used to it. The girl decided to act immediately, but couldn't figure out how to start her conversation. She didn't have time to start the conversation when Renji noticed something strange. He immediately approached her and stared into her eyes. Suddenly, the mage asked if she had always had double eyelids. The romantic atmosphere that had arisen moments before vanished instantly, and the protagonist looked at him stunned. Jael was surprised by the question and couldn't answer immediately. She took the mirror and observed herself closely in her reflection. Now she began to remember those days when she first saw that face in the mirror. Renji took the mirror and concluded that the protagonist had never had double eyelids. He simply hadn't noticed before. Then the boy asked if all the warehouse matters for today were finished. The girl replied quickly that everything was finished, but she wanted to take one last look at the mirror. Renji didn't allow it, as the food prepared by the golem was waiting for them at home. The fact that the boss had personally come for her made Jael think that she had closed the warehouse too slowly. If they had to go home, Jael didn't object and extended her hand for the transfer. Before the couple could form the magic circle, the warehouse doors detached from their hinges, and Bedro burst into the shop. He was happy that Mr. Renji was still in the shop, but Jael didn't expect to see that guest. Only now did Bedro realize that the dark mage was accompanying Jael. Renji didn't know what had happened and suggested discussing the matter outside the shop. The boss didn't even have time to step away from Jael when Wayne knocked down the rest of the door frame. A brief silence fell as the blonde understood that the door was completely destroyed. And she noticed the man who had just burst in. The girl couldn't believe it, as this stranger looked a lot like the main villain. No one else in the novel had silver hair. His appearance screamed that approaching or touching him was dangerous. It seemed that it was Wayne himself. Wayne shouted to the master that they had problems, but he didn't have time to finish, as Bedro punched him in the stomach. He continued saying something about a manic employee, while Jael understood that this man had been hit quite hard by Bader. In Jael's mind, the full picture of who was who began to emerge. She clearly heard that the man resembling Wayne had named Renji as his master. She remembered how the dark mage used complex magic with ease. Then she recalled his indulgent attitude towards the three villains. She didn't forget his evident hatred for the hero Dylan. From any perspective, everything became clear. Due to the information shock, Jael had a headache and decided to go to her room. With a smile, Renji took the girl's hand and told her she wasn't going anywhere. Wayne was surprised to see that the boss wanted to take an employee with a mania with him. Ire didn't want his participation, but Bedro told Wayne to open the doors, because the matter was urgent. An instant later, Wayne created a teleportation door for the whole group. The girl liked being held by the hand, but didn't want to go anywhere, as it would be useless. The situation amused Renji, who asked what the girl thought of her silver-haired idol. Air was uncomfortable, as he had perfectly heard the couple's conversation. But he had neither the desire nor the opportunity to respond. The girl commented that the boss was a cruel person for asking Jael to talk about her relationship with him. Then, the boy asked what the girl had understood about something he hadn't told her. She replied that everyone believed Erwin was the leader of the magical society. But in reality, the hidden leader of the society is Renji. The boy smiled and replied that the girl was absolutely right. It hurt Jael, as she hadn't recognized the cardinal, and she thought she had the bad luck of being trapped with Renji. The book clearly mentioned that the Grey Cardinal was Wayne Eyre, an attractive man with silver hair. She needed to define how to act with the boss and completely rethink the plot of the novel. Renji asserted that now that Gazelle had discovered the truth, he couldn't leave her alone. The girl urgently wanted to clarify something with her boss. There was an employment contract between them, which included the commitment not to reveal secrets. So nothing had changed, according to Gazelle. Instead of answering, the boy handed her a coat and asked her to put it on immediately. Examining the clothes closely, Gazelle understood that it was a cloak. The boy added that escaping would bring nothing good. It would be better for her to stay close to him. The heroine asked where the portal was leading, but Renji didn't know, as he hadn't opened it. The girl considered going to an unknown place imprudent, but Renji simply took the heroine's hand to cross the portal together. On one hand, the heroine was afraid to go through an unknown portal, but she couldn't refuse it. Especially now. The boy warned that if the girl entered alone, she might get trapped between worlds. Holding tightly to the mage, the girl thought that now her fate was strongly linked to all the villains in the novel. It seemed the blonde's life would become hopeless again. The couple stayed in the portal for only a few seconds. Gazelle didn't even manage to feel the transit. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a noisy place. The girl immediately put on her hood. She couldn't recognize the place where she had ended up. Renji turned and called the heroine to follow him. She hurried towards the boy. She didn't want to stay alone. He liked that the girl stayed close, especially after discovering the truth. He took her hand, She felt calmer this way, although complete peace was far off. Everyone wore cloaks. The place was full of chaos. The girl didn't understand why she was there. Sissel asked Renji what place it was, while a stranger running next to them called out for Mr. Wayne. She was interested in seeing Mr. Wayne in his role as leader of the order. When she saw him, she was surprised how much he had changed, and he really looked like the leader of mages. The man addressed the leader to urgently accompany him to check something. The fake leader ordered Renji to enter the building and help Beidro. Renji pretended everything was going as it should, although this world of villains was very complicated. Everyone seemed busy. Help was really needed. Sissel suddenly turned around and asked her boss to wait a moment. She decided to help, but the boy asked if Sissel knew what all this was about. The protagonist supposed that the dark mages were attacked during a meeting. That's why they are trying to leave this place and throwing materials. Since no one knows the real leader's face, the girl decided to pretend they were helping too. The boy wondered why Jael now didn't seem surprised at all. She replied that she was surprised, but with the previous discovery about the boss, it wasn't so surprising anymore. Besides, you can't just stand aside and do nothing. You have to help. It seems the dark mage was not very satisfied with his subordinate's answer. He took it out of her hands despite her disagreement. When Wayne shouted for the couple to leave Bader's office, the box in his hands began to disappear. She didn't understand how the boss had destroyed such an important box with such ease. Seeing the boss leaving, Jael immediately followed him. It seems this time the couple did enter Bader's office. As they walked through the castle, the girl was surprised to see so many doors. The protagonist constantly looked around, so she didn't notice that Renji stopped abruptly. And she bumped into his back. She looked around, but didn't see the door to Beidro's office. Perplexed, she told the boss that he was looking at a wall. The boy activated magic and the wall moved quickly, creating a hallway. Both entered. Cecil thought that the cardinal's office definitely couldn't be in a common place. Quite quickly, they arrived at a spacious office. Everything was chaos, and everything was thrown on the floor. She asked Renji if she should burn all the documents there. The dark mage said she didn't have to do anything. He could do it all in seconds using magic. Then he walked a little forward and turned to look at the girl again. He became interested in whether Zizzle knew why Renji had taken her with him. Zizzle supposed that the boy wanted to show her how dangerous he was so that the girl wouldn't try to escape. Sissel continued making assumptions, using words like intimidation and death threat. The mage interrupted the girl and confirmed that she was only right about one thing. The man indeed wanted to show Sissel who he really was. Renji remembered that Sissel had asked him not to attend large gatherings and asked how this one was supposed to go. That event happened in the second part of the book, when the heroes, Vivana, and the dark mages had a real massacre in their encounter. Those events took place in the city center, but Renji was not mentioned in the novel at all. Cecil reflected on how the events would evolve now and what could change. She replied that due to Wayne's powerful magic, Dylan always failed. Renji was first interested in her story, but then abruptly sat her down in a chair and ordered her to look carefully. The girl decided to do everything they asked, but she didn't understand what she should look at. The boy removed his hood and replied that she should look at him. He moved a little away from the blonde and began to cast a spell. The mage invested a considerable amount of energy into the magic circle. It looked incredible. She not only saw the magical force, but felt it in every cell of her body. What happened became a new shock for the protagonist. The boy asked if she had understood what he was showing her at that moment. Then he added that he had heard someone say that the bright silver hair and beautiful. Now with this new hair color, he asked the girl if the statement was true. It turns out the mage took her with him only to change her hair color in front of her. The girl said absolutely not, although she actually meant that he looked too handsome. She considered him handsome with dark hair, but with white hair, he reached a completely new level of beauty. Renji didn't fully understand what the girl meant with that answer, so he decided to clarify. Jael said he looked incredible, but something in her words didn't quite fit. The protagonist corrected herself and clarified that blonde hair suited her great. Jael continued to praise his appearance, although it sounded more like irony while trying to tell him he looked good. Renji decided to cut the talk short and invited her out. The blonde felt more lost than ever. Why had they come? Was it for the papers or the makeover? With that boy, even the mundane was a mystery. But now the protagonist didn't know what to think. Outside, mages were celebrating something enthusiastically. They were chatting about how Mr. Wayne had cast a shield that would allow them to leave without complications. They were amazed. Creating a magic field for the entire castle without help was an incredible achievement. It was evident that the true intention of the spell was the protective shield. Jael witnessed the dark mage's immense strength again. Someone near the portal indicated to the mages to line up for evacuation. Mr. Wayne opened an extra portal for everyone to leave without a fuss. Jael was surprised how everything immediately became impeccable and no trace of the chaos remained. Next to the portal, she saw Bidro talking to a mage. At that moment, Bidro and that man stared fixedly at her suddenly. The girl thought it was a kind of abuse of power that the man went through the portal without queuing. Through the portal, the mages were quickly leaving, and it was time for Renji and Sissel to enter through the warp gates. The heroine didn't like Bidro's look at all, but she didn't dare tell him. When she got level with the man, he whispered to Sissel to take care of the boy. It was so unexpected that the heroine couldn't hide her reaction when she turned around. And look at Bidro. The man only responded with a bow, and the next instant, the girl was already inside the gates. Dylan, the hero, was furiously irritated from outside the barrier. He almost managed to destroy the barrier, but another one immediately appeared behind it. Given the amount of magic required for the barrier, only Wayne could have done something like that. More than 10 light mages had failed to break both barriers. Dylan believed that the dark mages were arrogant, and Renji was no different. Dylan was getting angry for not being able to destroy any of the mages, but he was distracted when a soldier handed him a letter. It seemed the letter was from Vivian, who surely awaited the results of the assault that had dragged on too long. The letter, as expected, began with apologies for the immediacy, but Vivian was very worried about the results of the attack. At the end of the letter, the girl expressed the hope that her hero would return to her soon and be unharmed. Everything was fine, but in the last part of the letter, the girl mentioned Renji. The mentor contacted her and believes that Renji is with Jael Losfin. After those words, Dylan remembered that strange feeling when he encountered Losfin. The magic that made him get out of the cart seemed very familiar. It turns out Renji confronted him that day. Dylan considered him a traitor and hated him as much as Jael Losfin. Renji, out of envy for Viviana's and the mentor's strength, snatched the latter's life. The hero could not allow the dark mages to steal the magical strength of other people. Dylan ordered the soldier to prepare to activate the tracking technique. The soldier at first didn't understand what trail the hero planned to discover. Dylan set out to search for Jael Losfin's trail to maintain order in this world and prevent the events of the past from repeating. Jael Losfin, at that moment, felt a terrifying shiver. Her whole body trembled, which was not strange, as Renji had dragged her through several doors in a row. However, her condition was not the main problem at that moment. She looked at Renji and wondered if his hair would regain its original color. If it hadn't been for the mage's hair color change, all of today could have seemed like an interesting dream. At that moment, the boy stopped, and the familiar glow appeared in his hand for Sissel. After that, the man's familiars appeared near the couple. Sissel worried about the mage. It seemed he had used too much magic at once. And besides, he was in a bad mood now. The girl wanted them to stop and rest. She told the boss that he seemed very tired. The heroine didn't finish expressing her thought because the man swayed abruptly. Jael understood that the boy was starting to fall. But she wouldn't manage to stop the fall in time. She only had to watch from the side as her companion fell forward. The mage fell to the ground, where many flowers grew. The girl ran to him. She called him, but the man did not respond to the heroine's voice. At some point, the boy regained consciousness. Sissel picked up the mage and asked if he could walk. Renji wanted to stay in that place. It would help him recover, and everything would pass. Sissel had no intention of leaving Renji alone in that state. The boy found it hard to speak, but tried to calm the girl and said everything was fine. The man told her to leave and fell again. A few seconds later, Renji was unconscious in the garden. The familiars said it was urgent to move the master to the center of the garden. If they moved Renji to the center, his magic would stabilize and he could recover. The girl regretted not having tried to stop him when he started using too much magic. The protagonist thought about the change in Renji's hair color. She decided that the change was precisely due to the excessive expenditure of magical energy. The complicated process of moving the mage to the indicated spot in the garden began. The familiars encouraged the protagonist and guided her towards the center. It took a lot of strength, but the girl managed to drag the man to the place indicated by the familiars. The butterflies confirmed that their master was now in the place of greatest magic. The familiars wondered why the master had called them today, if there was no danger here. After thinking a little, the familiars attributed the fault to Jael. The master had recently only called them for Jael, and he did so even when his magic was unstable. Jael felt guilty that the mage had called Rents and Vanna to help her. The girl quickly stopped thinking about her helplessness upon seeing something unusual. The flowers began to emit magic. It was gorgeous. The protagonist understood that Renji's body had begun to absorb the magic of the flowers, thus initiating the recovery process. The companions told Jael that she could leave. From now on, they would protect the master by themselves. The girl didn't want to leave a sick person outside. To her companions, Renji wasn't sick, just tired and simply resting. The butterfly's confidence convinced the blonde that this was not the first time Renji had been in this state in that garden. She asked her companions to confirm her suspicion, also asking if this was a normal phenomenon among mages. The companions couldn't be sure, since they weren't always summoned, but their master was unique and unrivaled. The butterflies added that precisely for this reason, the master resisted the attack of the traitors, and that upon recovery, he would punish those who betrayed him. The protagonist wanted even more to discover what had happened to her boss in the past. She asked her companions to tell her everything, since she had no knowledge of that incident. The butterflies could not tell the protagonist the whole story, although they knew that their strength was insufficient to betray the master. But the traitors also didn't have enough strength to betray Renji at that moment. The girl sat down next to the mage again. It hurt her to admit that they had betrayed him in the past. Now all she had to do was watch the boy and wait for him to regain consciousness. Jael understood that torturing herself was useless. Nothing would change now. Unconscious, Renji's thoughts returned to the damned day. He had no strength. The pain was unbearable. The boy wondered if his pain was worth it, or if everything had been in vain. The mage opened his eyes. He wasn't very clear where he was or how long he had been unconscious. He remembered they had reached the garden. Renji suddenly sat up, although his head still hurt. His first question was where Jael was. Only now did he notice the damp cloth in his hand. But that wasn't the only strangeness. The man looked around and was even more confused. He was lying on a blanket, with plates covered in food and a bowl of water around him. The umbrella didn't surprise him as much. He didn't understand why it had been left open next to him. Just then, Jael arrived, happy to see that her boss had woken up. She had just brought some soup, so she decided to give it to the mage right away. Excited, she tripped and began to fall towards him along with the tray. Holding the umbrella in his hand, the dark mage managed to react. He stopped the girl's fall and the soup, which hadn't even had time to spill. Once standing, Jael immediately reprimanded him for using magic once again. The boy asked what all that food was doing there. It turns out Jael had prepared it for when he woke up. The umbrella was in case of rain, the food in case the boss woke up hungry, and the blanket to lie down on. Renji was surprised that the butterflies hadn't told the blonde about the healing properties of this place. Jael knew about the restorative power, but tried to make it more comfortable. She added that fainting after using magic was not normal. Renji considered it a normal case. But the girl insisted that the situation had clearly gotten out of control. Jael was clearly angry with Renji over yesterday's events. The boy realized that his subordinate was much more attentive than he thought. Even so, the mage did not deny that the girl was helping him for some self-interest. Jael remembered that Renji had allowed her into the house because he trusted her. In this case, it was unclear to the heroine why the mage did not expect such elementary attention from her. The girl waited for the mage's answer. His gaze was penetrating. The man could not answer immediately. He wanted to convey his thoughts and feelings accurately. Renji believed that his faith was his feeling. But the girl was not obligated to respond to those feelings. The boy thought he shouldn't expect anything in return for his kindness. That sentence angered her greatly. She did everything possible to contain herself. The protagonist took a deep breath and clenched her fists, which allowed Jael to calm her fury a little. The girl made an indifferent expression and replied that she understood the boss's feelings. Renji asked why the girl was angry, but Jael believed that was not the case. She was bothered by being treated specially. They deceived her and then pretended nothing had happened. It was still unclear to Renji why his words had hurt the blonde so much. The girl had to gather all her emotions and finally express what she had long wished to say. Jael confessed that she had developed feelings, something that took Renji by surprise. She added that her attitude was because she had feelings for her boss. Then she claimed to be a representative of a town full of love. Renji was intrigued by what feelings she was talking about, but asked no questions about it. In the end, Jael commented that she would be happy if her answer turned out to be useful for her boss. Renji did not answer, so the girl decided to leave. But at that moment, he took her hand. With a discontented tone, she asked what the boss wanted from her now. Renji opted for something else instead of talking, catching the protagonist off guard. He brought her closer to him, holding her hands firmly. Renji was looking for the right words. The protagonist believed he would confess his feelings to her, but the boy asked if she had slept that night. The dark mage observed the dark circles under her eyes. A sign of insomnia. Jael didn't imagine dark circles would appear from a single sleepless night. Something bad, as she still had to go to work. Renji didn't understand what work required if she hadn't slept, so he ordered her to sleep immediately. The protagonist tried to retort, but Renji gently brushed her with magic. The young woman realized that in a matter of seconds, she felt intense exhaustion, and sleep overcame her. A few moments later, she fell asleep right in his arms. He laid her down more comfortably, remembering the words about feelings towards the boss. Renji hadn't thought about things like feelings for a long time, and did not expect a confession from the girl at all. As he headed towards the house, the mage noticed a strange glow in the flower field. It wasn't a mistake. The flowers really began to emit magical energy. After Renji's recovery, the released magical energy should have been absorbed into the earth. But he had never seen such a reaction from the flowers in all the time he had been in this mansion. The only reason for the plant's behavior could be Jael. That Lospin who knew Renji was not a mage and did not possess a magical cup, but apparently this Jael does. Which confirms that this girl is a very interesting being. He was comforted to remember how she tried to help him and gathered so many things, despite not being familiar with the house. Moreover, Jael said things that any stranger would be wise not to hear to avoid trouble. The boy decided that he must respond to such a brave confession from his companion. It is difficult to determine how long passed while Jael slept. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that she had ended up in a place where she definitely should not be. She immediately sat up with the idea that she should take care of her boss. A second later, the girl froze upon discovering a strange scene before her eyes. Around her there were many flowers and luxurious furniture. There was also a table with all kinds of snacks and tea already prepared. Next to her bed sat Renji, who with a satisfied expression asked if she had slept well. Jael understood that the boy had brought the house furniture to the garden, so she could sleep comfortably there. The girl became uneasy thinking that he had used magic, although he considered it trivial, and assumed she was hungry after sleeping. The blonde felt offended when she learned that the boss considered her a glutton. Renji commented that now Jael was behaving like his Jael again. At the same time, he called the cooking golem. The girl was surprised when the golem's doors began to open and steam came out from inside. It turned out that inside there was a plate of fried meat with vegetables. She was especially impressed by the flowing smoke and the dripping juice. The blonde called the 17th golem the best cook, which surprised Renji upon discovering that she had named him. The blonde explained that names allow calling the right golem and not confusing it with others. Renji became thoughtful, realizing that his employee had named all the golems. While the girl enjoyed eating the meat, Renji decided to ask her a question. He was interested in what being was hiding in Jael Loa's body and whether it was perhaps a spirit. The girl almost choked when he called her a spirit because she couldn't be one in any way. She reached that conclusion because the girl partially knew the future and did not suffer from poisoning. Moreover, the protagonist didn't seem like an ordinary person. At that moment, Jael swallowed nervously. The man added that something unusual happened when the girl fell asleep. It seemed Renji was determined to uncover the mystery of the current Jael Loa's identity. Smiling, the mage added that at some point he became interested in the girl. The recognition quickly altered Jael's tranquility, as that phrase had a double meaning. The boy added that he was very interested in the creature inhabiting her. The girl became alert when Renji added that he was not a mere curious person. He clarified that he was not interested in Jael the Lospin, but in herself, the one he was talking to now. The mage wanted to get to know her as a person, someone who lived in another world. Renji wanted to hear the story of her life from the beginning. The girl didn't know what to tell him about herself and her previous life. Suddenly, the heroine got a terrifying suspicion. That helped the girl organize her thoughts and propose a deal to the boss. She proposed to the boss that he also tell something about himself for a fair exchange. The boy hesitated whether Jael should know his truth and which one. The blonde wasn't sure if the dark mage would confide information in her like she was doing. But the boy agreed. The agreement was so unexpected that the girl didn't believe what she heard. The man added that if that was how she expressed her interest, then he agreed. Jael felt like the man's words sounded like flirting. The protagonist wanted to tell him, but changed her mind and asked if his story would be based on her questions. Then, before starting the conversation, she added that she wanted to hear only sincere answers from Renji. The employee wanted to know what had happened to her boss in the past. According to Renji, dark magic appeared in him when he was 8 years old. At that moment, instead of power, the boy felt only pain. He wanted his parents to support him and help him overcome fear and pain. But his father and mother were aggressive and apparently didn't know how to act with their son. What little Renji heard scared him even more. His father believed the demon had devoured his soul, so his body must be destroyed before Renji became a dark mage. The boy became scared. A knight raised his sword against him, and at that moment, the boy began to emanate dark magic. Renji saw contempt in the knight's eyes, and as if in slow motion, watched the knight raise his sword above his head. The deepest fear generated an intense overflow of uncontrollable magic. Energy began to accumulate around the boy, and the soldiers and his parents struggled to breathe. A few seconds passed, and with magic, the boy repelled everyone in front of him. Even the parents were affected, although they were relatively far away. In that state, Renji fled home and immediately became a target for the light mages to be destroyed. The man's story left the young woman in a state of shock. She couldn't hold back her tears. A second later, the heroine was furious, wondering how parents could recruit soldiers to kill an 8-year-old boy who had just started the first grade. Renji explained that this situation was common for parents whose children possessed dark magic. And Instill regretted that nothing about it had been mentioned in the novel. Just then, the heroine remembered that during that escape, the boy might have suffered serious injuries. And that's why he constantly faints now. Renji asked with some intention about who she was and when she had gotten hurt. Justel suddenly realized that her boss didn't remember losing consciousness yesterday. Sighing, the boy pointed out that the changes in his body occurred quite later. That day he met the Archmage and his 2 disciples. Then the Archmage helped him recover and saved him from death. Justel thought that the boy was probably referring to the appearance of Dylan and Vivian in the novel. Renji said it was time to leave his story and start listening to Justel's when she opened her eyes. And she became Justel Losven. The young woman wanted to know the rest of her story and simply said that she had been summoned to this world. And she didn't know until Renji explained it to her. The heroine also has no idea why poisons have no effect on her. Renji interrupted Jael and asked why she was recounting events that occurred after her death. The mage remembered that he had talked about his childhood. Now he wanted to know the story of the current Jael. Renji wished to discover under what circumstances she became Jael Lawazben, and why poisons didn't affect the woman. What interested the dark-haired man most was learning about the being that existed before Jael. The man confused the blonde, who didn't even know how to repeat her story about poisons, and her awakening in the dungeon. Renji corrected the woman, clarifying that he did not want to hear the story of Jael Loisben from this world. He wanted to know the woman who lived in the previous world and what she was like. Jael felt bitterness, recalling the previous version of herself. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary person with nothing remarkable. Jael would have been delighted to talk about that version of herself, but she lacked talents or abilities. So Renji asked her to recount her ordinary self, without abilities and her mundane life. The blonde didn't understand why the mage wanted to hear a boring story. But Renji remembered that he was interested in her. The protagonist didn't understand so much curiosity about her person and was already confused trying to process Renji's way of speaking. The woman supposed that the man was attracted to Jael Losven's appearance. That's why he suddenly showed interest in her. Renji insisted that his interest was in her and not in Jael Losven, and he didn't understand what wasn't clear. The boy supposed that Jael feared that the mage would lock her in the laboratory and study her, or decide to kill her like a fictional Losben. The girl found it awkward to say what she intended to say. She clarified, if the boy remembered her phrase, that she wasn't interested in relationships in the work environment. The girl sighed upon finally saying those words, but Renji didn't answer. Silence fell in the conversation. Jael felt that she urgently needed to say something. She looked at him and didn't understand why the mage had such a surprised expression. She decided that Renji was referring precisely to that, something that Jael couldn't even imagine. Now it was Renji who asked why the protagonist had such a surprised face. After having said from the beginning that he was interested in her, the girl understood that the mage was interested, but she didn't imagine it was in that sense. The protagonist was sure that Renji was in love with Vivian. The boy considered it the most absurd idea of the day and asked her where she got it from. The protagonist replied that it was related to the future and that she thought he didn't love Dylan due to Vivian's lack of reciprocity. Renji asked her to answer honestly if Jael was just as crazy before traveling, since such ideas couldn't arise in a normal person. Jael understood that she had been wrong again, and hatred for the novel flooded her. That once again she had been mistaken and taken the wrong path. The protagonist said that in her world there had been a prophecy about this world. In it, the future of people who held important positions in society was discussed. According to it, Renji secretly loved Vivian, and that's why he opposed Dylan. The mage considered it more of a story than a prophecy, but Jael pointed out that certain details matched. Renji advised Jael to forget the content of the novel, as he was only interested in her. In Jael. At that moment, a terrifying suspicion came to the protagonist. The main villain of the story, instead of Vivian, had fallen in love with her. Did the girl now take on the role of the protagonist and had to play it in the novel? This discovery turned out to be too terrifying, and the young woman urgently wanted to forget it. In Jael's mind, a storm began about having fallen in love in vain with that handsome man. because no one would save her from the mage. The girl interrupted the chaotic thoughts and once again decided to address her boss. She asked him if he intended to lock her in a dark room without any light entering. The protagonist immediately remembered that the book had an age rating of 19 plus. Because of those fantasies, tears sprang to her eyes, and the blonde asked while crying if they would give her clothes. Renji replied that he was also interested in knowing his employees' tastes. But the protagonist opposed everything immediately. In the prophecy, the dark mage had done many things to Vivian. Jael didn't want to take her place. The girl calmed down and thought that Renji was not at all like the book described him. The girl started laughing nervously. Renji didn't like how the dialogue was proceeding. He asked Jael if she would be by his side, even if they didn't have to go through all those difficulties. The girl didn't understand where the boy got such confidence from. And besides, the protagonist wasn't someone easy to conquer. Renji believed they were united from the beginning, as the girl had arrived there through a forbidden technique aimed at him. The boy remembered the blonde's promise to become the subordinate of the most powerful villain. But most importantly, Renji was genuinely interested in Jael. The protagonist understood that the boy's words were so reasonable that she couldn't contradict him. The girl ended the conversation by saying that she wouldn't start relationships in the workplace anyway. Renji replied that he could fire her at any time and lock her in the basement until their relationship was how he liked it. Terrifying the protagonist, the dark-haired man added that he had no intention of doing so. The boy was sure that the girl would always be with him. And regarding relationships, he hadn't even thought about it until Jael brought it up. The girl understood that she had rushed things and felt very embarrassed. Blushing, she replied that she had gone too far and apologized. After Renji's reply that now, he had something to think about regarding their relationship. Jael blushed again. Apparently, the new life is not only a failure, but a complete disaster for the newly converted Jael Lospin. The next day, Jael let out a desperate sigh in the shop. Sujin worried about the girl and asked if she felt unwell. He asked for a drop of blood, and she replied yes. Gilberton deduced that Jael was really sick, as one cannot share blood with Sujin. Windria also noticed that the girl was mentally not here, so she asked what was bothering her. Jael told him about her problem with Renji, although she said it was a matter concerning her close friend and her friend's boss. Gilberton immediately advised his friend to forget her boss because of his bad attitude. Moreover, her friend's boss behaves well towards her, but she misinterpreted it. Sujin saw no problem whatsoever. When Jael added the point about the boss possibly dying prematurely from his work, both boys immediately advised her to leave him. Windria quietly observed this conversation and drew her own conclusions. Jael admitted that her friend could not leave the boss's company, because otherwise they would be killed quickly. Sujin summarized that his friend had to put up with a bad-tempered boss who might die prematurely. Gilberton thought that all the factors mentioned by the girl seemed strangely familiar. The boys began to compare whether Renji matched the profile of Jael's friend's boss. Windria decided to cut off the pair's thoughts at the root and asked if they had plans today. The woman remembered that Gilberton had a meeting with Renji and that Sujin had only one patient this month. The boys hurried off to their business, promising to pray for their friend Jael. The women said goodbye to the boys in silence, both happy to have interrupted their conclusions about Jael's boss. Windria asked how much Renji disliked Jael. The woman knew that Jael's story was about herself, as the blonde had no friends. Windria added that it wouldn't work. Everyone noticed Renji's interest in the heroine. The woman saw no reason to worry and suggested simply being with the boy. That he wouldn't ask for anything special. Windria revealed that previously, Renji didn't want to talk to girls at all. The woman shrugged and said that was the essence of dark mages. They only wanted magic, not girls. Windria added that she had joined the society recently and had enjoyed everything possible before. She hadn't finished speaking when Ten burst into the shop. The woman glared at the apprentice and asked why he was so nervous. The boy said the atmosphere outside had become a little strange. Upon hearing that, Windria got up from her seat and ran to the exit. The woman had conviction in her premonition. At the entrance of the shop, she abruptly turned around and looked at the heroine. Vindria ordered the girl to immediately close the establishment's doors and windows. The change in Vindria's attitude and the demand to close the shop turned out to be too unexpected for Jael. Vindria advised using 10 as bait if something happened. 10 objected to the idea, but Vindria believed they couldn't leave Jael alone. Otherwise, they would get a beating from Renji. Jael asked the woman what was happening and why they had to close the shop. Vindria looked at the girl and understood that it was her first time in such a situation. The woman stated that evildoers had burst into their place, and Vindria planned to go experiment with her new technique. Vindria added that the place attracted many criminals, so many people wanted to cleanse it. The blonde remembered that, according to the book, Dylan and Vivian's united forces had attacked Van Gel. But she thought they were only looking for Wayne. The girl sighed, thinking she just had to close the doors and hide inside the premises. Vindria didn't understand why the blonde insisted so much on closing the shop. With a malicious tone, Vindria explained that they had to close the place, collect tools, and prepare to leave. Vindria planned to fully immerse herself in the mess, but why did the woman insist so much on closing the shop? Jael still didn't understand what they wanted from her. Happily, Zulian and Gilberton flew to the shop. They planned to beat up the villains, and Windria intended to accompany them. Finally, Jael understood why the woman insisted so much on closing the shop. It seemed Windria's new technique could ruin everything in its path. Windria was about to run out of the shop, but Ten stopped her by grabbing her clothes. Ten was worried that his master would go into battle without him, but Windria was angry because Zulian and Gilberton had already started the fun. Her imagination showed her horrible images of her villain friends, one after another. The boy had no other option than to accept the will of his great master. Windria warned that if anything happened to Jael, Ten would be expelled immediately. At that moment, the delivery boy looked like a loyal dog left behind by its owner. Jael tried to cheer him up and reminded him that her master was a very powerful mage. Ten turned to the heroine and asked if she was okay. Jael didn't understand why the boy suddenly asked her such a question. Ten believed it was impossible to feel normal when a group of knights was destroying everything. But they pretended to be righteous. The boy thought he should take revenge on the light mages for imprisoning Jael and destroying their family. According to Tehen, the Losven family loaned money to the dark mages, so the light mages channeled their evil onto Jael. The boy didn't understand why the girl reacted so calmly to so much injustice. The delivery boy believed that the light mages had cast a spell on Jael. That's why she no longer felt resentment towards them. The protagonist tried to make Tien understand that she wasn't as good as she seemed. But the boy didn't listen to her. Jael considered herself a normal person who also hated certain people. The blonde hadn't finished speaking when Renji's familiars appeared. The butterflies indicated that the boy was too noisy and decided to get rid of him. Ten recognized the butterflies, who called him a wretch for daring to point his finger at them. It seemed Van was very angry with Ten, and they were about to attack him with a needle. The girl managed to calm the familiars, but they still didn't like Ten. They added that their owner couldn't stand the delivery boy either. It was a mistake for Ten to compare Renji's strength with that of his master, whom he considered much stronger than the dark-haired man. Jael managed to stop Ban, who wanted to kill the insolent one, and added that Renji could use some strengthening of his body. Ten continued to opine that Renji wouldn't be hurt by having more muscles, and that his face was too pale. Jael asserted that the boss's muscles were like carved gold. Ten considered that body ridiculous and demonstrated what a real man's muscles should look like. The spirit Rengi noticed that the boys didn't like these displays of attention either. Jael stepped back from the boy. His appearance scared her stiff. Rengi asked why Ten was in the shop if Windria wasn't here. Ten explained that the teacher had left to perform an important test of a new technique. If Rengi arrived, then Ten could return to see his teacher. The boy was instantly encouraged, upon learning that Windria was his teacher. Then, the boy instantly left the shop to look for his teacher. Renji asked who the two people were that Jael hated. The mage heard part of the conversation with Ten and wanted to clarify who she was talking about. But Jael replied that it was just a phrase. The boy pointed out that she surely hated at least Dylan. Jael asked him if it wasn't convenient for Renji to go out, since there were many knights outside. But he thought there were already enough people here. Then, Jael didn't understand why the mage came if there was no danger here. The blonde remembered that Renji didn't want to enter the shop because he had a lot to do since the morning. The boy smiled mysteriously and said he came to see the protagonist. He couldn't leave her alone, knowing that she fears such situations. Hearing that he cared about the protagonist was very strange. Renji noticed that this time, the knights were behaving too strangely. The boy supposed they were pursuing another objective, not unleashing chaos on everything they found in the city. Renji deduced that the target of the light forces was Jael. The girl remembered the incident with that light mage. It struck Jael as odd that this time, after discovering the shop, they hadn't relocated. But Renji justified that his main base was there. Then he hugged her tightly and immediately turned towards the entrance door. The boy created a protective sphere and began to generate dark energy to attack. The girl diverted her gaze from Renji to the door and understood the reason for his sudden attitude. Renji called Dylan by name and told him they were on his territory, so he had the advantage from the start. Dylan seemed tense, but his gaze was firm. He planned to settle things with Renji right now. Renji suspected Dylan would show up, but his mood worsened as soon as it happened. Although he was with the girl, Renji spoke to him. The protagonist replied nervously. The dark-haired man ordered the girl to follow Ryan and Ben, who would take her home. The blonde was surprised, as now they would leave her alone with the mage in front of the hero. It was enough for Dylan to hear the couple's frivolities, and he attacked with magic. The dark mage easily deflected the attack, causing concern in the hero. Dylan wanted to separate the boy and the girl with a sudden blow, but was unsuccessful. Apparently, the couple had stuck together. Renji noticed that the blonde had returned after so many years and immediately started saying inappropriate things. Dylan advised Renji to remember shame, but the mage replied that he didn't know such a word. Jael knew there was tension between the two of them, but she didn't think it was that serious. Dylan warned Renji that a backstab could be expected from his girlfriend. Jael became furious upon hearing the hero speak of her like that. Renji considered Dylan to be spouting open nonsense. Moreover, the blonde's skills were still as impulsive as ever. Dylan replied that Renji was still just as stubborn. The companions told Sissel it was time, in addition to informing her that the master had created emergency warping doors in the room. Sissel remembered Renji's complaints that the girl had hidden under the bed. Surely that was when he created the warping doors, just in case. The girl wasn't sure if she should leave, but understood that she would be useless there. At that moment, Renji's image appeared in Sissel's mind. When he overused magic, the companions started rushing the girl, who for some reason didn't move from the spot. Despite the tension, Sissel decided to distract Renji with a question. She told him to faint only when he returned home, but the boy wasn't even thinking of doing so. After that, Renji asked Sissel to leave the warehouse quickly. The dark mage planned to finish the battle quickly and released a lot of magic. Jael felt she should hurry and run away. As she ran, the girl shouted that the boy had made her a promise and that she would keep the time. The protagonist heard Dylan, who shouted to the girl that fleeing was useless. Dylan's tracking seal would find her wherever she went. Jael was shocked. She believed Emily's handkerchief had solved the problem. Renji interrupted Dylan and asked what was so terrible about Jael having a mark. The dark mage knew that tracking magic was single-use. That's why Dylan would return when the time ran out. Renji was completely sure of his ability to hide. Dylan considered Renji rude and asserted that he would pay for it. The dark-haired man noticed that there was only one rude person here. And clearly it wasn't him. Dylan shouted that he wouldn't kill Renji because there was someone he wanted to see. Renji was unaffected. The knight became furious. He didn't want the dark mage to speak ill of Vivian. After those words, Jael understood that Dylan's original target was Renji. Not her. It turns out the light sorcerer who burst into the warehouse was also looking to see Renji. Jael was just a useful variable to reach the sorcerer. If we reason this way, it was precisely Viviana who used Jael Lospin to get close to Renji. Thinking about that place was dangerous. So Cecil announced to the boy that she was leaving now. Cecil threw a phrase at the men so they wouldn't destroy the warehouse. Dylan then thought the blonde had lost her mind. Renji accused Dylan that Viviana had approached Cecil through an extremely dirty method. The knight didn't like that the dark sorcerer dared to offend his girlfriend. Although Renji accused Viviana, he wasn't sure she was responsible for the incident. Whoever was in the young woman's body showed more masculine manners. The dark-haired man continued reasoning, and in front of him appeared the answer to his own question. Suddenly, Renji told Dylan that he now understood the situation. The dark sorcerer revealed the identity of the light sorcerer, and then asked Dylan if Burfin Green was still alive. The blonde considered that with that question, the dark sorcerer had crossed all limits. Dylan ran towards the attack, but Renji had already prepared the defense. Renji understood that Dylan could not activate the teleportation circle due to the limitations of the tracking technology. The dark-haired man didn't expect Dylan to approach him so quickly. The dark mage noticed the sword blow to his right at the last second. To block the blow, the mage had to use a large amount of magical energy. Meanwhile, Jael walked back and forth, worried about Ranger. The butterflies were also irritated. Jael's movements only angered them more. The familiars complained that, because of the heroine, their heads were already spinning. And they asked her to stop walking. Jael called the butterflies heartless because they didn't worry about the boy. Whereas the familiars considered the master strong, and there was no reason to worry. The familiars called Dylan a loser and a traitor who could never defeat their master. Jael was surprised that the familiars called Dylan a loser and a traitor. In the girl's mind, another fragment of Ranger's shared past began to form. And Dylan. She decided to ask who those people were who had betrayed Ranger in the past. She found it hard to believe that the main characters of the novel could be such low people. The butterflies affirmed that they should not tell the heroine that. Jael feared that now she herself could be the indirect cause of Ranger's death. If she was the subject of the forbidden technique. The blonde was eager to know what Jael Lospin was trying to summon and why she had ended up in this world. Jael asked them to tell her what relationship Renji had with the heroes. The butterflies looked at each other. They weren't sure if they could talk about those. Finally, they decided to tell part of what the young woman had asked and added that they were very old memories of their owner. The butterflies began their story from the point Renji had previously told Jael. After escaping from home, the boy tried to hide and survive in the forest for a long time. But in the end, he ran out. Renji got tired of fighting and decided that if death wouldn't let him go, it should come as soon as possible. At that moment, a group of several people passed through the forest. Two of them were children, Dylan and Viviana. The professor wanted to teach his students that people value anything, even pain. The man added that some people's pain is noble, while others' pain is usually ignored. Viviana wanted to heal the boy, but Dylan thought healing a stranger was too dangerous. Viviana insisted that there was no danger, as she was a distinguished light mage. The master stopped Viviana, saying she couldn't use her power on this boy. The reason was that the boy in front of them was a dark mage. The master asked Dylan not to look at the boy so rudely. The professor saw that the boy had just discovered his powers and compared him to a closed flower bud. Viviane asked if there was any way to help the boy. After pondering, the mentor considered that their meeting was predetermined by destiny. The man wanted to ask him a question and knelt down in front of him. He asked if it was important for the boy to know which side his pain was on now. Then he waited for the answer, on which the boy's future depended. Renji replied that the side of his pain had no importance to him. The man was satisfied with the dark mage's answer. The mentor asked him to say his name. Upon learning the boy's name, the man introduced himself as Bearfin Grind. He promised to turn Renji's pain into a pain that made sense. Then, the mentor took the boy to the palace, where he gave him a roof over his head. A few days later, Viviane sought out Renji. She told him she had great news. The mentor had found a way to purify Renji's body, although the boy didn't fully understand what purifying meant. Viviana explained that according to the professor's words, magic has only one origin. Therefore, the character of the magic can also be changed. The girl took his hand. Viviana was happy that the boy could master pure divine power. The protagonist asked Renji to hurry to see the mentor to perform the purification. During the purification, the mentor used a spell that caused the boy unbearable pain. The mentor asked Renji to endure and explained that the pain was necessary to achieve a great goal. The man promised that after the purification, even the slightest pain would have great value. Viviana was happy to see the boy's suffering and promised to purify him herself when she fully learned magic. The girl added that they were friends now and that she wouldn't let dark magic devour him. The pain Renji felt was unbearable. He wanted all of this to end as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in Renji's shop, the fight participants caused a mess. Examining the damage from the recent spells, Renji understood that Jael would be very angry if she saw it. Renji calculated that Dylan's tracking technique was about to end, and told him that the time for the hero had concluded. The dark mage asked them to stop destroying the shop and leave there quickly. Upon disappearing, Dylan asserted that he remembered the dark-haired man's sins and would make him pay for them. It seemed amusing to Renji to hear these threats, so he didn't take the hero's words seriously. After the hero disappeared into the circle, Renji concluded that he should take a bath. But if he returns home late, a frightened chick will start crowing again. With these thoughts, the boy created a circle to travel. After transferring to Cecil, he wanted to tell her that everything was over, but she ran towards him with a displeased face. She believed Dylan should tell him to go to hell, even though he was the protagonist of the story. A tearful Cecil believed her boss deserved to be happy. Renji didn't understand what had happened to the girl in his absence. The dark mage called his familiars, hoping that at least they would explain Cecil's behavior. It turns out the butterflies told the girl something about her master's past to calm her down during his absence. Renji didn't understand why the blonde was crying over a short story about his past. The girl saw the mage's past and now thinks Bearfin is crazy, just like Vivian. And both annoy the blonde. Renji was surprised that the butterflies showed the girl his memories. And as a result, she is crying now. The man understood that his familiars had done something forbidden. The blonde saw that for some reason, the man was very angry with the butterflies. It turns out the mage was angry because his familiars used magic for the first time without his permission. Noticing Renji's tone, Cecil felt he was dissatisfied and that the girl was now just getting involved. The blonde decided to apologize, but the mage didn't understand why Jael was apologizing. The heroine felt guilty because Renji returned tired while she was interrogating the butterflies about his past. The dark-haired man wasn't angry with the girl, but he decided to clarify if the butterflies had really shown her his past. The strange thing was that the familiars used magic that they hadn't even been given. It was already the second strange incident related to magic and Jael, after the incomprehensible behavior of the flowers in Renji's garden. Jael didn't fully understand why the boy sank into his thoughts. In the end, Renji simply asked her what she had seen that was disturbing her so much. The heroine replied almost in a whisper that the cause was his pain. He considered that suffering had no value because pain is always pain. The heroine suffered from what she saw and didn't know if she could bear something similar. Renji said there was no single correct answer regarding the concept of noble pain. And useless. Anyway, all that was left in the past. Jael believed that certain people could indeed be trusted and wanted to prove it. Renji asked if the girl would oppose being fired. It seemed he said it after a conversation in which Jael had made it clear that she does not start relationships at work. The protagonist understood that she had gotten herself into a very awkward situation. The girl got a little angry at Renji's good memory and asked why he was always so firm. The mage replied that he was only joking and that he was giving the girl a chance to earn his trust. Jael decided that in this case, the boy wouldn't have to worry, as she would identify any poison the enemies tried to use. Renji was surprised, as Jael had previously said that Wayne died from poisoning. But at that moment, she simply didn't know about the true leader of the Dark Mages. Jael will do everything possible to face the villains, and for her, a weak girl. This will cost her great determination. With a smile, Renji thanked the protagonist for her great determination. The mage added that first they had to start investigations with Sissel herself. The boy pointed to his crown and said that her hair color had changed. It seems the blonde is slowly starting to turn brunette. Faced with this news, the protagonist immediately demanded a mirror and confirmed that her boss's words were true. She lamented that beauty salons apparently did not exist in this world. Jael remembered that she had a 30,000 won deposit at a beauty salon near her home. The protagonist died without ever using it. The girl felt extremely sad realizing she never got to spend her money. Jael didn't care what color her hair was, but she didn't want to be a rotten banana. The protagonist asked why her hair was changing, if it could be some illness. The boy stated that she ate 2 servings for breakfast, so there couldn't be a health problem. The girl thought it could be consequences of some kind of magic, like side effects from Dylan's magic. The protagonist lowered the scarf and said in surprise that the mark had almost completely disappeared. Renji explained that Dylan used tracking magic, so the seal had now weakened. And it will disappear quickly. The dark mage deduced that what happened is related to the union of this body with the girl's soul. The mage pointed out that even her appearance had changed slightly compared to the wanted poster. Cecil fell into despair thinking her beauty was being taken away, like Cecil Lospin. And she wouldn't be able to be a beauty. Renji asked her to answer honestly, who was Cecil in her previous life. And what power did she possess? The boy reminded her that she had a high affinity for magic, but Chisel didn't understand the reasons. Since magic does not exist in her world. Moreover, the girl saw no use in magic affinity if she couldn't become a mage anyway. Chisel will not be able to use magic because, lacking a vessel, she cannot accumulate it. Renji considered that they should visit the place where the ritual was performed. The man thought that Chisel has a tendency to reproduce magic, and in that place, they might find out something about her. It is a very strange situation that someone who is not a mage can reproduce magic. Therefore, Renji considered it essential to discover the secret of the emergence of his Jael. And what exactly the previous Jael was trying to summon. A few days later, the carriage with the heroes was heading to the ritual site. Jael thought that if she had known about the trip in advance, she would have prepared better. But in the end, everything happened too suddenly. And she didn't even have time to pack. The group traveled on their own, as they could not use the warp gates. While Renji explained why they didn't use magic, Jael realized she felt nauseous. The boy thought the girl got dizzy from eating too many cookies. The girl was sure it wasn't for that reason. And in fact, Zulian ate much more. At that moment, Vindria got angry at Zulian for eating the cookies so loudly. Jael believed that the cookies should be eaten quickly, as they could spoil with prolonged storage. The boy suggested she sleep a little. She would do it gladly if she had the opportunity. The girl got excited thinking that the group was traveling to a city whose detailed description appeared in the novel. Renji said they were traveling to a city called Runti. The dark sorcerer didn't imagine that he pronounced a word that was a stroke of luck for Jael. Runti was the city mentioned in the second part of the novel, where the 3 main characters met. In the first episode of the second chapter, a meeting of dark mages was held that used the city's inhabitants as victims. The sequence of events in the novel began during a festival. Jael asked if they were planning to hold a festival in the city soon, but Renji didn't know. He decided that if a meeting had taken place, the leader would have known. Therefore, he had no reason to worry. The boy asked her what she thought, and Jael replied that she was thinking about croissants with new flavors. The mage was reassured by that answer, as that was her Jael, always thinking about delicious food. The blonde was happy to learn that the group had almost reached their destination. Perhaps there was still a long time until the events of the book, so there was no reason to worry for now. After a while, the cart finally stopped. Jael got out of the carriage and felt relief, as she had felt dizzy for most of the journey. While Jael stretched her muscles, Renji called her to him, snapped his fingers, and generated a type of magic. The protagonist was surprised to see her light hair change to black before her eyes. A few seconds passed, and Jael turned brunette. Renji decided to help her, as she complained about not wanting to be a rotten banana. The boy pointed out that no one would notice such insignificant magic to change hair color. Once all preparations were finished, Renji suggested that the girl finally move away from the carriage. There were many people around who greeted the newcomers in their city with joy. Jael thought that the city inhabitants had no surveillance if they let someone they were looking for everywhere pass so easily. Renji noticed that his companion walked tensely. The boy asked the heroine if she liked that. It turns out the man was talking about the local flower pollen. Many visitors came to Runti precisely for that. The girl thought it wasn't the best place, and generally felt sorry for those who did it, because their hands probably hurt. The man was interested to know if there was anything in the city that could interest the heroine. The girl found the direction of her boss's questions suspicious. The heroine decided that her boss was trying to secretly discover her preferences. Renji replied that he was trying to learn her interests openly. Even such an answer caused slight anger in the heroine, who pointed out that one day she would be stronger than her boss. Renji was very interested in what would happen after Jael became stronger than him. The boy got too close to the girl, causing her face to blush slightly. The dark mage whispered to the heroine to hide her face better, as it was visible now. Still covered in paint, the girl thanked the boss and promised to be more careful. Next, she quickened her pace and added that they needed to get to the hotel soon. As she walked ahead, the protagonist thanked her luck for wearing the hood. And that Renji didn't see her like that. After a while, the group finally managed to reach the hotel. Zizzle had no strength left and collapsed on the bed instantly. The girl was exhausted and longed for a normal bed. Renji boasted about having given money to some people, which allowed him to book the warp gates quickly. The brunette thought that everything was going well so far. Perhaps she had worried in vain. Renji was happy that the group had gone to see the festival, so they could rest in peace. Upon learning about the festival, the protagonist got a bad feeling. After all, the Dark Mages meeting could be held here. Zizzle reflected on how to carefully tell Renji and warn him of the danger. The protagonist asked if by chance the boss had decided to summon any meeting today. The man replied that organizing a meeting without preparation in an unknown place is not so simple. The boy deduced that Zizzle was asking about the meeting in Runti because that's what was written in the novel. Zizzle pointed out that it was not a novel, but a prophecy. The boy considered the novel nonsense and saw no reason to worry. The protagonist, on the other hand, understood that too many coincidences with the book had occurred, so they couldn't ignore them. Jael asked why Renji had never inquired about her future, if she knew it. Renji remembered that the girl had talked about Wayne's future, but Jael believed that by mentioning Wayne, she was referring to her boss. The dark mage asserted that, according to the girl, he would be poisoned, but in the end she would save him. The boy clarified if there was anything else Jael should warn him about. Jael said she also knew Vivian's future. The boy jokingly asked how that girl would die. After hesitating for a moment, the brunette revealed that Vivian would hurt herself. After that, the boy was convinced that the girl had read a novel, not a prophecy. Renji believed that Vivian would never take her own life, and that her future was already decided beforehand. The dark mage had anticipated all the twists of the story, except for Jael's appearance. That's why the mage wanted the girl to tell something about herself, not about him or the light and dark mages. The man's words hurt the girl. She smiled slightly and decided that she preferred to enjoy the present instead of worrying about the future. Renji replied that he also liked the present. Suddenly, a trio of dark mages appeared. They were on a mission to find dangerous people for Sissel in the city. Vindria thought that Sujin was actually having fun, considering how much time he spent in the apothecary. Sissel didn't perceive the cheerful mood of the boys. Before her eyes was Renji. She heard his voice for the first time without any emotion. Perhaps the protagonist saw the true form of her boss and realized that she didn't know much about the boy. The protagonist tried to analyze the overall picture of the man in their last conversation. Although there were no emotions, her boss couldn't be called terrifying either. The girl was very worried about Renji. She wanted everything to stay the same as now. Suyin decided to show Sissel what he had managed to get on the way to the hotel. The boy took a candy out of his pocket. Apparently, he wanted to cheer up Sissel with his sweetness. Sujin said the candy was a gift to him, calling his face cute, which meant he was popular everywhere. Zizzle considered it suspicious. After all, Sujin isn't that cute. The boy felt hurt. If no one understands his cuteness, he will eat this candy alone and not share it with anyone. Zizzle suddenly smelled a strong and strange odor. She realized that the candy was the source of the smell. The protagonist grabbed Sujin's hand and stated that the candy must not be eaten. The girl asked the frightened Suyin to show her the sweet. The brunette carefully examined the sweet and concentrated on its aroma. Sissel was sure that her ability to detect poisons would not let her down. To confirm it, Sissel put the sweet in her mouth, surprising everyone present. Renji tried to take the sweet out of her mouth and shouted for Sissel to spit it out quickly. With the sweet in her mouth, Sissel asked them not to interrupt her and let her work for a moment. The girl explained to those present that she had perceived the taste and smell of poison in the sweet. Cecil specified the name of the establishment's poison, number 138. Swallowing the poisoned sweet, the happy girl claimed that Juberl poison had been mixed in it. The girl was happy to have performed at least once the job, for which she was hired as a poison taster. The three villains didn't understand why the girl had eaten the poisoned sweet with such satisfaction. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that the company didn't even know the protagonist's unique characteristic. The villains began to murmur that Sissel was obviously very hungry and had started eating poisons, developing immunity. In the end, Windria asked Renji to better monitor the girl's diet. And Sujin promised to be more careful. Sissel was hurt that the villains were surprised by how much she ate and not by her abilities. But now that wasn't the main thing. The girl thought they should find out who and why was distributing poisoned candies. They had to find out if the attack was directed at anyone or just their group. Renji asked Jael if, in her opinion, they should inform the guard. Jael understood that the reward for her head was much higher than the information about the poisoned candies. In the end, Renji advised the girl to simply ignore the incident. Moreover, the dark mage considered that they should not interfere if the poisoners did not target them. It seemed Renji was not uncomfortable with the incident that occurred. Windria decided to prepare some defensive techniques, just in case. Zealand was saddened that he hadn't eaten the candy, but Gilberton reminded him that he still had another one in his pocket. Upon hearing the reasonings of those around her, Jael understood something. All these individuals are criminals and could ignore a trifle like poisoned candies. Zealand changed the subject. He wanted to rest and asked how they would divide the rooms. Jael believed she should share a room with Windria. Windria, for her part, preferred to be alone and recommended Zealand share a room with Gilberton. The woman considered that Jael should share a room with the strongest of them. Since she had many fears, it seems that everyone except Jael is completely satisfied with the room distribution. The happiest with the room distribution was Renji. He was still holding her by the shoulder. The mage turned her towards him and proposed that they also go to sleep together. Thus began the first night shared between Jael and the dark mage Renji. The girl couldn't sleep. She was worried about the people who might be poisoned by those sweets. Renji wasn't sleeping either. He waited for the girl to finally fall asleep. The protagonist noticed that the boy got up. He was clearly going somewhere. Jael supposed the mage had left because she was too noisy and it bothered him to sleep. The girl was left only to imagine why and where her boss went out. Meanwhile, Renji, in one of the rooms, awaited the appearance of his subordinates. They appeared quite quickly and reported that the preparation for the global investigation was complete. Sujin pointed out that it was necessary to know the exact amount of poison in the sweets. But without using magic, the process will take approximately half a day. The mages thought that, considering how carefully they processed Juberal, the culprits clearly had a motive. Usually, Juberal was used in dark mages' meetings. Renji decided to clarify if the mages were going to hold a meeting in the city. And his subordinates reminded him that he himself had refused them permission due to the city's bustle. Pindrilla also thought that in such a big city, it was difficult to organize anything due to the mix of thousands of people. Gilberton reported that he had found a clue about the person distributing candies and asked if he should call Beidro. The mage gave permission to call Beidro and then turned to Zulian. Renji asked if the doctor had enough antidote for the whole city. The leader wanted to be sure to avoid rumors that they were behind the poisoning of the citizens. Since everyone understood their tasks, they could disperse and fulfill what was planned. The men left immediately, but Vindria stayed, clearly uneasy. She decided to ask Renji a question, so she approached him. She considered it impossible to identify all the poisoned people and didn't believe her help would prevent rumors. The leader told her to remember who was in front of her, but she still didn't believe in the success of the operation. She asked if the dark mage was doing all this just because Sissel Lospin had requested it. Seeing the leader's surprised reaction, Vindrilla didn't understand why he had gotten involved in the series of poisonings. Renki replied that because of those candies, Sissel couldn't sleep, and Vindrilla got angry because he was right. Then she wanted to know what exactly the leader expected from Sissel Lospin. The sorcerer only replied that his wish had not yet been fulfilled, and then left the room. Giselle had been waiting for Rengi all this time and hadn't gone to bed. The sorcerer asked with a smile if the girl could now go to bed and sleep peacefully. Giselle believed it was unnecessary for the sorcerer to deal with problems that arose because of her. The boy replied that the protagonist was taking on too much. The man couldn't stay calm, seeing his employee suffer from the incident. Renji suddenly said he didn't care much about finding the antidote. For the boy, the fact that the girl couldn't sleep was more important. The boy worried that the girl would be exhausted and tired all day. Giselle was intrigued by why Renji was trying so hard for her. The protagonist remembered the boy's words that he didn't need anything from her. However, the boy was too kind to the girl, and the brunette didn't understand the reasons. Renji looked at his employee with a sad expression. He believed it was unnecessary to want something to do something. If Jael doesn't want progress in the relationship, she only has to accept the care. Renji advised the girl to go to sleep and not worry about anything. In the end, the boy wished Jael a good night. The girl also wished the man a good night. The mother tells little Jael that she will have to spend some time with grandma while she takes care of her father. The girl promised her mother she would behave well. And from the day the father got sick, Jael didn't see her mother. She remembered her father's last moments of life in the hospital. The memory was painful, but it remained in the girl's memory for many years. The father fought the illness hard. When he lost this battle, the girl had already entered high school. The girl was taken in by the father's relatives, who always treated her well. The girl wanted to thank them. But at that very moment, the relatives took all the money the protagonist was supposed to receive from the policy. During sleep, the girl murmured that now she was truly alone. Rengi's voice, asking why the protagonist was alone, woke her up. Jael thought that with her night conversations, she had woken up the boss. But he had woken up a while ago. The boy wiped the girl's tears and pointed out that she had cried a lot during her sleep. He clarified that she cried about the dream, not about the candy incident. The girl hadn't fully woken up yet, so she didn't answer immediately. The protagonist said she was just crying. It wasn't clear to Renji what just crying meant. Zizzle smiled and replied that she no longer remembered why exactly she was crying. Renji asked if Dylan Stash had chased her in her dreams. The boy continued forming theories about the tears. Besides Dylan, he suggested that Zizzle had been fired from the warehouse. In the end, Zizzle claimed that she didn't even cry in her dreams. Renji seemed annoyed by the protagonist's response that she didn't cry in her dreams. To restore Renji's good mood, Zizzle said she had cried in her dreams. Now the boy was satisfied with her answer. Zizzle thought again that she had woken him up crying loudly. Renji pointed out that the crying had been soft. Renji was only surprised to see that Sissel was crying in her dreams, so he asked the reason. The boy leaned too close to the brunette and pointed out that her eyes were swollen. The girl had to move away from the man to regain a comfortable distance. The employee asked about what the rest of her group was doing. Suyin and Vindria went to pay the rent for the warping portal. Gilberton will meet with Bayer about the antidote. The whole company must return by night. The girl felt the weight in her heart light upon hearing that news. As long as everyone didn't return, they would have nothing to do. So Renji suggested going to eat her favorite food. Sissel addressed Renji. She wanted to thank him for his help. The boy, on the other hand, expected his companion to say another strange and unusual phrase. However, Renji only heard a soft thank you, which surprised him. The girl hadn't managed to thank Renji properly for what he did the day before. The protagonist wanted to say something more, so she took Renji's finger with her hands. Slightly blushing, she thanked him for drying her tears. A second later, she was already getting out of bed, as she was terribly hungry. She quickly got up and urged Renji to go have breakfast. She approached the window. She remembered hearing that at the end of the street there was a popular bakery. The girl considered buying several types of bread there. But the dark-haired man interrupted her and said he would buy everything. It wasn't difficult for the boy to buy everything the girl wanted, anything from the local bakery. He was willing to acquire so much bread that the room would fill with buns. And then he expected Jael's gratitude. She understood that the boy was in a good mood today, despite yesterday's incident. Jael warned the boss to prepare for big expenses, as she was very hungry. The boy said the girl could do whatever she wanted. Upon returning to the hotel, Jael still couldn't believe that Renji had really bought her everything she desired. The overwhelming emotions made the heroine's hands tremble a little. But the culinary celebration was ruined, as Louvier had been added to all the food brought home. The girl started thinking that it was unfair to call Banhill a city of criminals, since the real theft was happening precisely here. Renji considered it strange that, apparently, the culprits hadn't limited themselves only to the sweets. Jael was happy that her appearance had changed so much that not even the guard recognized her. But the poisoned food ruined everything. The heroine asked once again if a meeting of dark mages could occur here. Renji considered that without him, meetings were impossible, as without the barrier. All mages would be killed instantly. The girl remembered the previous appearance of the Light Knights, then the boss's barrier saved everyone. Jael still believed that something strange was happening in the city. The mage tried to calm the girl by saying that they would distribute the antidote. But the heroine was worried about something else. Jael believed that the culprits were specifically targeting Renji. And that's why she was worried about him. The boy relaxed and pretended that everything was trivial. The dark mage remembered that he was very strong, so Jael shouldn't worry about nonsense. But the young woman doubted. Even if the events of the novel didn't match to the letter, the final outcomes would have the same result. Considering that poison had been added to many products in the city, something would happen soon, although it might not be related to dark mages. Meanwhile, Vivon ran through the castle to meet her mentor. It took the girl a long time to cover the long way. The protagonist didn't know why the professor needed her urgently, but she arrived as soon as she could. The professor was grateful that the young woman had answered his call. The man was surprised to see that she had come alone. Dylan was still recovering after his encounter with Renji. Vivan regretted that her friend couldn't attend the festival in Runti. The professor believed that the young man took so long to recover because of the combination of the fight and the use of tracking magic. Vivan observed that this time, the wounds seemed different. The young woman could not fully heal them, as they had been caused by dark magic. The protagonist wondered to what extent Renji had strengthened, if even she couldn't close his wounds. Vivian pointed out that, as the professor suspected, it was indeed the same girl with Renji. The girl sadly pointed out that Renji had changed a lot since their last meeting. The mentor confirmed it. He seemed hurt, assimilating the loss of the dark-haired man. Viviana begged the professor to calm down. She would do everything possible. The heroine would do the impossible to get Renji back. The professor approved of her attitude. The professor confessed to having found people who reacted to the healing effect. The young woman was happy that the master's studies were bearing fruit and believed that they would be a hope for all mages. The professor added to himself that his research would make him a great archmage. The professor swore to do what was necessary for his research to help the world. The man did not want Viviana to enter the medical center in Runti. There were many children there, and that could hurt her. Viviana prepared for difficulties. She would do everything possible to finish soon. The young woman believed that if the master's experiment was successful, the children's pain would not be in vain. A little later, Jael reached the agreed location. The heroine learned that they were in front of the largest medical center in Runti. The couple came to scout. Those poisoned by Luverla would come there. The problem was that the poisoning imitated cold symptoms for a long time. But if it spread, there would already be many fatal victims. Renji supposed that the criminals had a well-thought-out plan. The girl looked at the medical center again and thought it looked more like a common house. The young woman who interrupted the conversation confirmed that it had been a common house before. The redhead understood that she hadn't introduced herself, but didn't realize she had terrified Jael. Before the heroes stood a medical center volunteer named Mary, whose task was to give tour of the place. The girl asked if the boy and the girl wanted a guided tour. Jael wanted the tour, but Renji replied that they didn't need it. The heroine insisted and still wanted the guided tour. Suddenly, the girl became thoughtful. The appearance of the couple disconcerted her, and she wasn't sure if they were real tourists. Mary raised a finger. She had understood the situation. Now everything made sense. Not only were they tourists, but also a newly married couple on their honeymoon. Mary came to that conclusion because many couples come to Runiti for tourist courses. Mary was sure that a woman as beautiful as her had to cover her face. And her jealous husband had to fight for her against all the men in the world. Jael shouted that it wasn't true, they were simply boss and employee. Renji hugged the girl and added that their work relationship had evolved into something much bigger. As a result, the couple got married recently, and Jael decided to herself that her boss was a true psychopath. No normal man could agree with the absurdity that Mari invented here. Mari was delighted that the couple's relationship had started at work. Cecil tried to convince the girl that it wasn't true, saying the boss was just joking. Renji looked at his girlfriend with a satisfied expression. He hugged her again, as she still blushed when confessing her feelings in front of strangers. The girl prepared to lead a tour of the center for the newlyweds. Mari opened the doors and asked the young couple to follow her. Cecil didn't like that they were deceiving a trusting girl. Renji replied to Cecil that her story was half true. The boy added that Mari was right in saying he was very jealous. Afterward, Renji proposed to Cecil that they go with the volunteer and held out his hand. He believed that newlyweds shouldn't be separated, but Cecil thought the boss was just satisfying his selfishness. Renji proposed to the employee to turn a blind eye to a small manipulation. The mage recalled that they had already slept in the same room, so there was nothing wrong with walking hand in hand. The girl replied that she would only make an exception this time. The tour was at its peak, when the volunteer was showing the couple the eastern wing of the mansion. According to the girl, that place was used for staff rest. Jael found nothing strange in the mansion, so she could only imagine if there were infected people. The building was one of the oldest in the city, but at the same time, it was considered one of the most resistant. The volunteer mentioned that the building was donated as a medical center by Mrs. Jardian. Jael was so surprised to hear that name that she stopped immediately. The volunteer was surprised to see her, as she believed that there was no one in the city who didn't know the lady. Renji intervened, stating that they knew that woman. The boy added that the Great Light Mage Guardian was known throughout the region. Jael didn't understand why Renji suddenly changed his expression. Mary agreed with Renji, adding that everyone should know mages of such magnitude. The boy explained that the couple simply did not expect to find her mansion in such a place. The girl clarified that few foreigners knew about this mansion, as it served as a resting place for the lady. The next point the guide wanted to show was the memorial hall of Mrs. Jordan. Jael thought Renji wouldn't be interested, but he suddenly suggested continuing the visit. And seeing the memorial hall, the young woman noticed no trap, but Jael got a chill seeing the expression of her friend husband. She was intrigued about who this light mage, Jordan, was. The girl opened one of the mansion's doors, and the couple entered a spacious hall. On the wall farthest from the memorial hall hung the portrait of Mrs. Jordan. The protagonist didn't understand why looking at the portrait sent chills all over her body. The volunteer left the couple so they could examine the hall in peace. When left alone, Jael decided to ask the boss something. Curiosity tormented her. Did Renji know the former owner of this mansion? The boss replied that he barely knew that light mage. Renji called that woman a light mage, who compensated for her missing abilities with money. Jael couldn't believe that magic could be bought with money. The boy couldn't imagine a woman capable of that, and thought something strange flowed in her blood. Then, the dark mage added that Jordan was Vivian's biological mother. The protagonist was shocked by the news, but then calmed down, as Vivian is a person. So someone must have given birth to her. Jael was sure that the novel didn't mention a word about Viviani's parentage. Unfortunately, the place the protagonist arrived at is not a romance novel at all. As a consequence, many things that do not appear in the book happen here. The girl's thoughts return to the poison. Renji explained that it is so rare that it is not even sold in cities. Despite this, someone is distributing it uncontrollably throughout Runt. The protagonist's chain of thought led her back to the conclusion that the poison people would come to this center for help. It turns out that Vivian's mother is somehow involved in this story. It is not ruled out that even Vivian herself had something to do with these poisonings. Renji smiled and replied with a cunning face that this was impossible. Because of all that reasoning, Jael's head was starting to hurt. The protagonist carefully looked at the portrait of Vivian's mother. It seemed to the girl that they didn't look very much alike. Then, the girl reflected again on the seriousness of the fact that Vivian is involved in the distribution of poison throughout the city. In the original story, the protagonist was a tender girl. Although, rather, it could be said that in the original, the dark mage was obsessed with Vivian. But now everything is the other way around. Moreover, that dark mage was Wayne Eyre, while here Vivian is tied to Renji. Suddenly, the girl asked the mage if he had lent money to Vivian. The question sought to find out the reason why Vivian wanted so much to find Renji. Immediately, the girl decided she was thinking too narrowly. They should focus on why the book's plot deviated from the original script. Justin supposed that Vivian was in love with Renji, but the boy retorted that Vivian was only in love with herself. Justin ran out of ideas why the book's protagonist was so obsessed with her boss. Renji suggested they return, but Justin thought staying in the mansion would be more useful. Justine believed that by staying there, they could uncover Vivian's conspiracy. After those words, Justine decided to explore the mansion further and went up the nearest staircase. The boy was sure he wouldn't find anything here, but he liked the girl's seriousness. It seemed to him that Justine looked like a chick leaving the street for the first time. That comparison made Renji smile and calmed his nerves a bit. The girl walked and was surprised by the number of interesting objects on the second floor. Justine understood that Jardian's popularity increased when she became a light mage. Something kept bothering the girl regarding the book protagonist's mother. Now, Jael noticed why a used baby crib was displayed in the palace. Renki, hugging her, thought the noble wanted to boast about it. The protagonist considered it an unnecessary luxury. Moreover, children grow up fast and the crib won't last long. The conversation about children growing up interested the boy, and his thoughts took another direction. He carefully withdrew his hand from her shoulder. She didn't notice this movement. Renji had never been interested in children, but he would enjoy seeing a child who resembled Jael. The girl thought that buying several beds according to the baby's growth was better than buying one large one. And sleeping together with him. The boy seriously reflected on Jael's phrase about the shared bed between mother and son. The mage asked why Jael started thinking in that direction. She confessed that her dream was a family living in harmony in a large bed. Now the boy was intrigued by the word harmony. A second later, he imagined Jael and the child sleeping peacefully together. It was such a pleasant fantasy that Renji couldn't help but smile. The boy thought that having a child in bed might hinder the parents a bit. Jael believed that the married couple had enough time to do everything interesting during their honeymoon. The protagonist asked Renji what was worrying him so much. By now, Jael understood the meaning of the words Renji had said. The boy smiled and asked what Jael thought that made her blush so much. The young woman replied that she wasn't thinking about anything, but secretly added that her boss knew how to annoy employees. Jael decided to change the subject and asked if the boss would find what he saw here strange. It seemed inappropriate to her that the memorial hall only contained objects and portraits of Yurdian. The protagonist pointed out that there was not a single trace of the light mage's family here. Not even a mention of her daughter. Renji observed that the room was full of narcissism, but one should not forget that it was built after Yurdian's death. In any case, the girl considered it time to look for clues elsewhere. The brunette proposed going to investigate the rooms of the West Wing. Meanwhile, Renji thought that by now, Jael should be hungry. In the end, Jael was reflecting on the poisoned patients and Renji on the nearby food shops. The dark mage decided to ask the volunteer about the closest shops. The boy carefully poked his head outside, looking for Mari. Renji saw that she was not far away and was talking to someone. As he set his eyes on the stranger. For the first few seconds, the boy was taken aback. Jael walked behind her boss, lost in thought, and didn't notice he had stopped. As expected, Jael bumped into him and then asked Renji what had happened. She didn't have to wait for the answer. The girl saw the reason why the boy had stopped. Renji thought he should warn Jael about the danger that man represented so that she would avoid him too. The boy started to speak, but the girl interrupted him and replied that she knew him. Jael was too angry that day. That's why she can't forget that face so easily. The dark mage remembered that the butterflies had revealed Jael's past to her. The girl said that feeling pain was normal and that she made no difference between the chosen ones and the rejected ones. Renji also perfectly remembered Jael's eyes full of fury against Viviana. And the mentor. Jael then called him reports concerning child abuse. The girl's gaze instantly filled with hatred. In recent days, Jael's grandmother constantly came to visit her in the hospital. Her grandmother felt sorry for the girl who grew up without parents and lacked many things. The grandmother asked the girl to accept the person who would one day take pity on her. She added that she didn't need to pretend to be strong or show pride. If someone offered help, she should accept it. Jael understood that her childhood and Renji's had many similarities. And to some extent, this man is responsible for his difficult childhood by constantly performing experiments on him. The girl clarified if that man was really called birth-ingrained. Cecil asked if he always had that appearance, since in the butterfly's memories he didn't look like that. With a satisfied tone, Renji affirmed that he himself had turned the mentor into that person. The boy added that, evidently, that's why the man harbored a deep resentment towards the dark mage. Cecil considered the possibility that the poisonings in the city were related to Grint. In order to blame Renji later. It would be strange if Burfin Grint's presence in the medical center was just a casual coincidence. Renji proposed leaving there so as not to get unnecessarily angry with a possible confrontation. The boy suggested they leave through the back doors. As they walked towards the exit, Cecil had another question. She became interested in the meaning of the phrase that Renji had made Burfin that way. The boy replied that Sissel had interpreted everything correctly. At the same time, the dark mage was breaking the magical locks on the door. The dark-haired man added that he had won the battle against the mentor. Afterwards, the boy thought he had killed Grind, but it turned out he was still alive. The first suspicions arose after encountering the unbalanced pharmacist. After talking to him, Renji had a strange premonition. Now the boy was sure that Burfin was behind all the events in Runti. Both concluded that time, the mentor had been saved by Viviana. However, one detail remained that didn't leave Renji at ease. Although Viviana was a light mage, her power was not enough to heal such serious wounds. Cecil thought that Burfin had also helped the original Lospin with the forbidden technique. Renji agreed with his companion's conclusion, as there was no other place where the Louis Ben technique could be learned. The protagonist added that Burfin was an architect mage, so it was very likely that he mastered that forbidden technique. Renji added that whoever entered the shop that day was clearly Burfin. Cecil opined that Burfin was a terrible man, as he performed magic like that, even without magical power. The protagonist considered Grind a true devil who tortured Renji to this day. Jael named Burfin the true enemy of the people, which surprised the boy. The girl added that she saw something before coming to this world, and in the prophecy, the main heroes were Viviana and Dylan. After a pause, the girl added that for her the central hero of the story was Renji. The leader Jael is strong and defeats everyone. That's why he must be the main hero. The boy asked her what she thought of herself, but the protagonist didn't understand the question. Renji didn't wait for an answer, because he already knew one of the options. He took the girl by the hand and told her that she would be his main protagonist. Jael was paralyzed by the dark mage's confession. Renji repeated that he wanted Jael to be his main protagonist. Probably in the novel, this moment, it would be called the beginning of the romantic relationship between the heroes. Jael kept looking at the man. She couldn't believe his words. A female voice ruined the romantic scene by calling the boy by his name. A girl was approaching them, unsure of what she was seeing. Jael instantly understood who was approaching them. Viviana was like in the book, with bright white skin and pink eyes that twinkled when the protagonist smiled. Seeing Vivian Charlotte in person, the girl felt that this is how the protagonist should look. Vivian noticed that she had missed the boy a lot and hoped he had too. A strange feeling arose in Jael that this whole world existed only for the protagonist. Vivian saw Jael and asked who the girl next to the boy was. Jael felt uncomfortable that Vivian was interested in her and called her the criminal Jael Lospin. Suddenly, Renji put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked if she was okay. The Dark One examined Jael. He didn't understand why she suddenly became so disconcerted. Viviana was surprised that the boy had ignored her question. Hadn't he heard her? Jael replied that everything was fine, so the boy suggested they leave. Viviana didn't understand what was happening. Had the boy not recognized her, or had Lospin cast curses on her? Renji turned to Vivian and asked if her eyes had dried up thinking that Jael could cast such spells. With that answer, Viviana confirmed that it was the Renji she knew. The Clara mage said that she and Dylan had been looking for him for a long time. But Renji considered that a lie. The boy whispered to her that he would open the warping gates now and told her to be ready. A few seconds later, Renji realized he couldn't open the passage. It was extremely unexpected. The dark mage was surprised. Then Renji turned to Vivian again. The novel's protagonist was only waiting for him. He showed a cloud of magic in his hand and asked if the girl had used her hand for it. He was sure that Vivian was guilty of closing the gates. Vivian didn't seem to be involved in the impossibility of opening the warp gates. She replied that the movement magic had been blocked by her mother many years ago. And nothing had changed since then. Vivian again talked about how she suffered after the boy left. Renji considered those words blatant lies. Vivian felt guilty that the boy left injured. She could have at least taken care of him. Renji found all this dialogue both amusing and annoying at the same time. The boy thought that Vivian was actually only regretting not taking his breath away that day. The girl considered the young man's words total nonsense. She would never do something like that. With sarcasm in his voice, Renji called the girl Vivian, similar to an angel. Renji asked if it was that difficult for the girl to admit the jealousy she felt. Vivian believed that Renji didn't understand her motives correctly and only wanted to help him. She feels responsible for the mage's fate because the professor asked her to watch him. Vivian believed that if she cleaned Ranger's cup, she would save him from the unhealthy force inside him. Until Jasmine came up with the idea that Vivian had cleaned Ranger's cup. The brunette remembered that introducing external magic into the cup, especially opposing magic, was extremely dangerous. So the boss trusted Vivian, and she broke his cup. It was getting harder for the protagonist to control the anger she felt. She wanted to retort to this hypocrite. Ranger, angry, asked if he still looked like an idiot in Vivian's eyes. The story's protagonist believed that Ranger was sick and needed treatment. Jasmine interrupted the conversation with an apology, but now she will interrupt their talk. She asked if she could ask a question. Jasmine decided to confirm that the story's protagonist tried to kill the dark mage. Ranger replied that Jasmine was right and that Vivian tried to kill him. Vivian felt hurt hearing that, but there was no way to change that opinion of her. The story's protagonist added that Ranger shouldn't reject her feelings. She just wanted to help him. Vivian said she saved the professor, but he lost his magical abilities. That's why she was glad Ranger was still a mage. Vivian's expression changed abruptly when she mentioned the brunette's recent battle against Dylan. She couldn't believe a dark mage had injured Dylan, as her boyfriend was extremely strong. Renji replied with a smile that it had been easy. Since unlike many others, the brunette was truly a great and powerful sorceress. Viviana didn't understand how it was possible, since Renji's cup was definitely broken. And broken cups cannot be restored. Genzel was already getting sick of this cloying protagonist. The brunette believed that Vivian, as Burfingrun's apprentice, was surely on his side. Just thinking that Vivian was a psychopath gave Genzel chills. The protagonist claimed that she was much stronger now than as a child, thanks to her intense training. Genzel interrupted again and declared that elitism was dreadful. This time, even Renji didn't expect such a phrase from his shop companion. Vivian seemed quite angry, but Genzel acted as if she had said that by accident. Then, with a satisfied expression, she apologized to the light mage. Genzel added that her boss was much stronger than Vivian, and if anyone deserved condolences, it was her. The protagonist concluded that the rumors that Genzel Losbom went crazy in prison turned out to be true. Jael was happy to hear that she was crazy for the first time in a long time. When Renji laughed seeing his only subordinate defend him, Jael immediately asked for a reward for it. Vivian claimed she could forgive Jael Losvin. The novel's heroine could purify her, even though Losvin was a bad person, and got involved in dark magic. Vivian advised accepting help and apologizing to Dylan. Jael didn't understand how Renji had tolerated such a woman for so long. Jael pointed out that her boss was incredible, as she herself wouldn't have the patience to endure so much. The man looked at his companion and whispered that there was no need to endure. Renji believed it was useless to endure someone you don't like. Jael thought the same, but feared ruining someone's mood. Looking at Vivian, Jael added that you avoid manure not because it is scary. The words that you avoid it, because it is disgusting, made Vivian furious. Vivian was no longer going to put up with more offenses and activated magic. Renji reacted instantly to the threat emanating from the light mage. The man immediately stood in front of Jael and activated magic. He considered that Vivian had now crossed all permissible limits. Vivian was sure that Jael had controlled the dark mage and would now save her friend from her. Jael shouted that in reality, the dark mage was her leader. Renji corrected the girl, as she should say my leader and not our. Jael pointed out that the leader had just said something foolish. Renji asserted that Jael was cruel. The man added that all this was starting to bore him. The boy hoped that Vivian had been a little smarter. But it seems he was mistaken. The dark mage suggested Jael leave there, as they had had enough fun. What was seen left the book's heroine perplexed. She tried to create a magic circle, but it immediately began to crumble. Vivian didn't understand how Renji managed to activate the transport magic. The boy, smiling, replied that Vive was still silly. The reason is simple. The mage is much stronger than her and Jordian. A few seconds later, Vivian was left alone next to the medical center. Finally, Renji and Jael decided to ignore the warp gates and left earlier. Zulian didn't understand why they were in such a hurry. She had to tell him all the details while still trembling in the carriage. A few days later, everyone only talked about the dark mage's attempt to poison almost the entire city during the festival in Runti. Citizens believed that if it hadn't been for Mrs. Vivian's actions, everyone would be dead. Zulian became interested in Jael because she suddenly stopped eating. The girl was furious because everyone considered Vivian a heroine who saved the city from poisoning. Zulian suggested to Jael that she should be happy about the fact that people don't recognize her now. Which means she got rid of the image of a villain. Since Zulian reacted incorrectly, Jael decides to ask the boss's opinion. Renji believed that they got away with it because they didn't have to prepare an antidote. And saved money. The boy believed that Vivian had spread the poison solely to save everyone afterwards and improve her reputation among citizens. Jael couldn't calm down at all about the fact that they were accusing her of something she didn't do. The mage believed that now, thanks to the rumors, Dylan could summon allied forces to eradicate the dark mages. The heroine remembered that in the original plot, Dylan did recruit troops after the incident in Runiti. According to the book, Dylan and Vivian tried to completely eradicate the dark mages. And the girl considered all that correct, being a reader of the novel. Moreover, according to the book, the dark mages won in that battle. But the victory cost them too much damage. Recalling the pages of the novel, Jael asked why Renji was so indifferent. The boy didn't understand why he should worry about that. Jael, on impulse, punched the table and replied that it was frustrating. Emotions tormented her. In this situation, the culprits seem like heroes to the country. Renji became interested in whether the girl thinks that all the bad things said about dark mages are slander. With a smile, Renji said that dark mages are not honorable knights. Vindria added that all dark mages are crazy, and they are too. Sujin smiled mockingly. By this logic, Jael is an honorary mage, not just friendly with magic, but also crazy. Renji tried to cheer up the girl, affirming that all mages are the same and only act for their own benefit. The only difference is that white mages are crazy, but pretend to be normal. And dark ones are normal, but pretend to be crazy. Suyin suggested stopping wasting time and discussing the place they should go to. The scientist wanted to pass through the city of Burl. According to rumors, it has a famous bakery with delicious apple jam pies. Suyin was clearly in a good mood, anticipating the taste of the pies. Vindria said that you can get home much faster if you ignore certain comforts. She took out a map and placed it on the table where the heroine was sitting. Vindria showed a shortcut and saved almost half the time. Sujin didn't like the route. The girl immediately recognized the place Vindria was pointing to. It was Lake Ekin, which the girl remembered reading about in a romance novel. Sujin yelled at Vindria that it was impossible to pass through the indicated place. One of the most famous mage cemeteries was located there. Due to rumors that specters inhabit there, the light mages don't go, and Sujin didn't want to go because of the specters either. Vindria insisted on shortening the journey, as unnecessary people might have noticed Jael. And the shorter the journey, the safer it would be. Sujin said they couldn't go to the cemetery. It was unknown what would happen if he, or rather Jael, encountered the specters. In the end, Vindria and Sujin argued for a long time, debating whether or not they should believe the rumors about the specters. That pair of mages would have argued much longer if Jael hadn't interrupted their conversation. The heroine asked Renji what he thought about it. Jael, actually, also didn't want to go to that cemetery, and at first tried to convince the boss not to go. All the magic and problems of the lake come from a high-purity magic crystal. Touching it grants a large amount of magic. Sujin saw that Jael was also hesitating, and he immediately commented it to the leader. The scientist asked Jael to confirm that she didn't want to go to the cemetery by the lake. The girl was terrified of that place where hundreds of mages had died. The ghosts of the lake are harmless. Moreover, only Jael knows the secret of the lake. The protagonist looked closely at her boss. The girl mustered up her courage and replied that she accepted. Sujin was happy. It turned out that Sissel agreed to cross Lake Ekin. The young woman stood up to show her determination to cross the lake. Renji declared that if they had already eaten, they would leave immediately for Lake Ekin. At that moment, Suyin had a bad taste in his mouth. Windria told him to move and not delay the rest. Only Gilberstone showed empathy towards the scientist. Then he dragged him into the carriage. As a whole group, the dark mages advanced quickly towards the agreed lake. The entire way, Sujin called his friends cruel and now hates Sissel. The girl felt uncomfortable. She felt guilty towards Sujin, but had no alternative. For her, getting there was almost a rescue. She believed that the secrets of Lake Ekin would help Renji. The journey to the lake didn't last long, much to Sujin's displeasure. It should be noted that the boy tried until the end to convince Sissel to return. Sujin didn't understand why the protagonist was so calm. After all, there are ghosts in the lake, and she has always had fragile nerves. Jael pretended that Lake Econ was the most normal thing in the world, but Suyin strongly disagreed. He remembered from the book that mages die there, not because of ghosts or the magic stone. They couldn't reach the seal stone before and perished due to their own magical weakness. According to legend, the seal stone once belonged to a dark mage, who trapped a pure mage to strengthen his power. According to the book, the seal was ultimately nullified by Dylan and Viviana. As a result, the couple received all possible honors from the local lord for getting rid of the curse. Now, being with the villains, Jael was irritated that a pair of light mages would take all the rewards. According to the novel, the true mage spectre will appear in the lake just before demanding that the seal be removed. If everything happens as in the story, Jael will be able to nullify the seal herself and snatch at least part of the rewards. And new admirers from these light mages. The woman tried to remember more precise details in her memories, but everything was confusing. Jael became so immersed in her thoughts that the entire company began to worry if something had happened to her. Sujin deduced that the woman was scared due to the fear she felt approaching the lake. The scientist thought that if Jael decided to turn back right now, they would do the same. But Vendria assured him that it was already too late. Vendria was sitting outside the carriage, and therefore saw what Sujin couldn't perceive. It turns out the mage company had already reached the place. According to Gilbert, they will have to proceed on foot due to the fog. Sujin, with his last hope, attacked Jael, shouting that she should be very scared. So they should return immediately. The protagonist remembered that although everything seemed terrifying, the fog was actually just an illusion. Renji had already gotten out of the carriage and called the rest of the group to follow him. Suyin still didn't want to get out of the cart. The protagonist wondered why the boss, who normally forbade girls from going to dangerous places, did not object to the lake on this occasion. The boy noticed that the brunette hesitated for a moment and urged her on. Renji waited for his companion to approach him. The girl looked around. That place was truly impressive. Everything around them was dark, and the atmosphere weighed heavily on the travelers. Since, according to the plot, Vivian quickly understood that the fog was a consequence of the seal magic. Renji shouldn't worry about anything. Jael asked the dark mage if he considered that lake a bit strange. The boy replied indifferently. Jael wondered if the man knew about the seal stone. The protagonist heard Sujin demanding to draw a magic circle immediately. The three villains argued about the fact that Sujin always refused to do anything and wanted to return to the carriage. It seemed curious to Ji-Usep how this trinity managed to fight even in a place like this. The girl decided that while the mages were drawing the magic circle, she could walk around and look for useful information. The heroine had to inform her boss about this somehow. The girl said she wanted to inspect and proposed to Renji that he accompany her, because she was very scared alone. The mage didn't understand Giuseppe's concerns, so he simply allowed her to walk around as she wished. Giuseppe asked again if she was really allowed to go without the boss. Since the boy didn't want to go with Giuseppe, the heroine had no choice but to summon her courage and do her reconnaissance completely alone. Giuseppe was surprised why Renji suddenly let her go alone so easily. This was especially strange, considering his recent request for her to become his protagonist. The girl thought that if the boy was playing with her feelings like this, she could manage without him. The heroine believed that so far she had always survived without help, so she would do it here too. The girl went to look for the funerary monument, the breaking of which would deactivate the seal. According to the novel, the stone was somewhere under a large willow tree. There was only one large willow tree nearby, so the girl quickly found the right spot. Upon close inspection, Sissel understood that in front of her was a monument to a pure mage. The girl was satisfied with herself, as she had achieved her goal without the help of any boss. Out of the corner of her eye, the brunette felt more than saw some movement. She thought it was just nerves, so she approached the monument. The next instant, she managed to dodge the blow just in time. Several meters from the brunette, something clearly jumped out of the lake. The protagonist saw a little girl quickly approaching Sissel. The brunette froze in horror. She didn't understand what was in front of her, but it didn't look like a spectre at all. The book mentioned a spirit, but the character was not clearly described. It was only said that the spirit emanated pure energy, but nothing was mentioned about the axe in its hand. The appearance of this creature, definitely, did not resemble the one described in the book at all. Sissel didn't remember all the details, but the spirit was definitely friendly. That thing, which now with a savage look runs towards Sissel, was clearly pure evil. Sissel's reaction was not long in coming, and her sharp scream was heard by everyone around her. The protagonist saw that the figure of Isabella with an axe was running towards her. The girl didn't understand why the doll was moving or how it had survived, since all the Isabellas had been destroyed in the battle against Dylan. Since Isabella was holding an axe, her ghost had come here to take revenge on the heroine. Jael began to scream that she was not guilty of her death, and that the entire building had been destroyed by the mad Dylan. The brunette stared at the axe, hoping it was just her imagination playing tricks on her. The doll ignored Jael's screams and lunged towards her at full speed. Jael regained some composure and began urgently calling the boss for help. Renji seemed to have been waiting for that. He appeared, hugged the girl, and remembered that Jael had promised him that nothing bad would happen to her. Jael was too frightened to answer the boss's taunts, so she ran into his arms, sobbing inconsolably. The brunette said she hadn't been able to foresee Isabella's return with an axe in hand. Renji didn't understand which Isabella she was talking about, so Cecil pointed in the direction of the angry doll. She identified it as one of the dolls created by Emily. The dark mage found it amusing that the girl feared dolls, and yet she had given them names. The heroine saw nothing funny, because this Isabella seemed to have returned from hell for revenge. The boy said that the girl's theory was interesting, but everything was different. The brunette added that, by the way, the girl had acted quite well. The protagonist didn't understand when and with what she had managed to deal so well. Renji was talking about how the brunette called him for help, and she wanted him to always ask in exactly the same way. Renji's romance was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the axe hitting the ground. That instantly brought Jael back to her senses, and she immediately pulled away from the boy's arms. The dark mage clarified that it was just a spectre, not at all Isabel, who had been in his shop. Afterwards, the mage specified that in front of them was a doll possessed by a spectre. Upon hearing this, Windria shouted to the master that he was truly a genius. The woman was delighted that the mage had decided to use necromancy in that way. Jael calmed down a bit and began to see the big picture. It seemed the boss had already been there, looking for the magic stone. However, instead of finding the magic stone, Renji found a seal stone. And at that moment, the boss found the spectre, who told him about the magic garden in Banhill. In gratitude, Renji gave the doll to the spectre, as he wished to acquire flesh. Then, the boy simply left without bothering to check if he had achieved anything. Or not. Windria burned with excitement, as Randy had succeeded while being so young. The other villains understood that their friend was too agitated. And Windria now praises the fact that a mage had managed to put a dead person into a doll. Renji, for his part, said that everything happened by chance. Moreover, the ghost still had consciousness at that moment. Jael was surprised to discover that her boss had been one of those who wished to obtain the magic stone. The mage added that, at that time, the boy urgently needed that object. Only after those words did Jael understand when and at what age the boss had visited that place. This happened shortly after Renji escaped from the mentor and the group of light mages. Jael began to curse the light mages with renewed vigor, and Renji noticed that she now looked like a real villain. The girl was surprised, as she believed she had been a villain and criminal from the start, deserving a reward for it. The boy just smiled and thought that her appearance was nothing like that of a female villain. The mage was glad that the girl was so furious at those who had caused pain to the boy. After that, Jael felt sad realizing that it wasn't Isabella who was there. The girl hoped that if it had been Isabella, she would go and take revenge on Dylan for destroying her shop. The heroine whispered to the mage that he hadn't told the doll that Renji also participated in the shop's destruction. She would not allow the doll to start taking revenge on her boss. The boy didn't understand why the heroine looked so cute in any situation. Jael couldn't feel the boy's emotions, as she enjoyed the fact that she had demonstrated her loyalty to the boss once again. Meanwhile, the doll took action again. To the surprise of all the mages, Isabel moved again. It seemed the doll was heading towards Jael. Jael panicked again, not understanding why the doll had clung to her specifically. The spectre seemed determined. It jumped towards the girl again. Jael barely had time to cover her face with her hands. But upon reaching her, the doll stopped abruptly and dropped its axe on the ground. The brunette thought she had managed to dodge the blow. What the protagonist saw surprised her, as much as the entire mage company. It seemed the spectre was writing something on the ground, which meant its consciousness was still intact. Now even Herline, one became interested in what was happening. Everyone silently watched the spectral doll's writings. The spectre wrote that the man had given it a useless body. Renji was shocked to learn that the spectre still remembered him. Vindria concluded that either the spectre had a strong will or great resentment, which prevented its consciousness from leaving. Jael continued watching the doll, which wrote another phrase. The doll wrote that all the blame lay on the arrogant dark mage. Therefore, the doll demanded that the person give it their body. Afterwards, the doll dropped the axe and fell into the lake. Jael tried to catch it. All the mages didn't understand what had just happened. Even Renji was surprised by the actions of his unpredictable colleague. Jael began to scold the doll for its bad manners of speaking and rude behavior. According to the girl, Isabel should have thanked the heroine for pulling her out of the water. And it doesn't matter if Isabel is a ghost. Renji found it amusing to see the brunette scolding the doll she had just feared. The boy asked what the girl was going to do if the doll decided to curse her. The question for the employee was unexpected, and she couldn't answer immediately. Jael turned her attention back to the doll and said that bodies are not simply left lying around, and that being a doll was better than being a bodiless ghost. The doll Isabel listened attentively to Jael. Afterwards, the doll suddenly let go of their hands and ran away from the girl. Jael was left only to ask where the doll went and why. Isabel ran to the grave and stopped. Then she raised the axe and prepared to strike the stone with all her might. No matter how much the doll struck the tombstone, it wouldn't break or crack. The villains didn't understand what the doll was doing. Windria supposed the ghost was trying to say something. Jael decided to approach the ghost, surprising the entire company. The heroine sat down next to the doll and asked it to explain its actions, since they didn't understand anything that way. Renji was surprised by the brunette's remark that free bodies didn't just appear out of nowhere. After the statement that Isabel was communicating too informally, all the villains were instantly petrified. The doll replied that her communication didn't flow precisely at the moment Renji approached Jael. And she asked him what the young woman was doing. Jael turned around and replied that she was talking to the doll, surprised that the boy hadn't understood it. Renji decided to clarify what Jael meant by talking. Had the doll said anything? The moment had come for the heroine to be petrified by such a strange question. The girl replied that Isabel talked all the time. The doll immediately added that nobody listened to her. Jael thought the boss was deceiving her, pretending not to hear her conversation with Isabel. The doll was glad that Jael understood her, and instantly complained that not even the wretched necromancer who locked her in this body listened to her. Jael thought that a ghost had cast a spell on her. That's why she started hearing the doll's words. The doll explained that the protagonist heard her because of her high sensitivity to magic. Vindria believed that the conversation between Jael and the doll was similar to Renji's. With their families. That comparison infuriated Isabella. The doll attacked Renji, demanding a normal body since the formula doesn't work in this one. Jael understood that what she faced was not a ghost, but an angry 7-year-old girl. Although the protagonist remembered that according to the book, the ghost was young. Isabella accused Renji of having deceived and abandoned her here, when the boy was just asking what the doll was saying now. The doll demanded freedom from the dark mage. Isabella specified that she wanted the mage to break the seal and give her a normal body. Renji considered that impossible. Vindria added that upon breaking the seal, the ghost would disappear, as the time to survive without magic had already passed. Isabella became sad upon hearing what Bandria said. Renji said he would grant the wish and free the ghost from the body by burning the doll. Isabella screamed that the boy shouldn't hurry, as she didn't want to disappear. The doll slipped from Renji's hands and ran towards Jael, begging her to save her since the protagonist knew the answer. The doll had annoyed the dark mage quite a bit and recommended to Jael that she kick it away. Isabella begged the protagonist to quickly say where she got that body from. Renji wanted to take the doll, but Isabel's words interested Sissel. The doll believed that the girl had also been a ghost, and that, after losing her physical form, she immediately transferred to this living body. The fact that the doll knew such details was surprising. The doll believed that if Sissel managed to transfer, then she could do it too. That's why the doll wanted details about the transfer. The protagonist apologized, but couldn't help the ghost in any way. The brunette stated sadly that she didn't know how she had ended up in that body. This information was unexpected for Isabel. Cecil believed that the ghost was looking for peace, as it had been bound to this place for a long time. But the ghost didn't want to die. The ghost wanted the seal to be removed, but it had endured all this time not to disappear. In the ghost story, barely any attention was given, and it was just a passing point on the protagonist's path. Cecil wanted to find the ghost so that it would be an obstacle to the protagonists. But now the girl remembered how she herself had asked Renji for help. The protagonist apologized again for having misinterpreted the ghost's wishes. Renji, approaching, recommended that the girl quickly deal with the semi-felon and go on their way. Afterwards, the mage clarified to Cecil whether it was a boy or a girl standing in front of them. It turned out that this question had kept him awake for a long time. The villains thought that their leader was starting to go crazy by being interested in such questions. Jael understood that no one but her took the doll seriously. Rangshi insisted that the protagonist throw the doll away, while the ghost called the mage a stupid, irresponsible person. Isabel wished that Jael would take her along, as she was the only one who had listened to her all these years. As thanks, the ghost promised to dispel the fog and guide everyone safely. Jael already knew how to dispel the fog, so she proposed to the boss to destroy the suspicious tombstone. At that moment, the ghost became more convinced that Jael was an unusual person, and she couldn't let her escape. The doll began to plead with Jael to take her along, and that, upon leaving, the ghost would find a way to obtain a new body. At the same time, Renji again asked the protagonist to throw the doll away and return with everyone. Isabel asserted that if Jael took her along, she would be much more useful than a lunatic with a hole in his heart. Jael was surprised again by the doll's knowledge and abilities. Now she couldn't leave her here. It was unlikely that anyone else could have instantly noticed that Renji's cup was damaged. Jael immediately addressed the boss with the announcement that the ghost would accompany them. The ghost decided to tell Jael that she knew many forbidden techniques. The doll believed that the protagonist also suffered because of her essence. The ghost didn't want Jael to end up being a bug like him. The doll added that the others apparently did not know its strength, but the ghost would help remedy that. Jael absolutely did not understand what the devil Isabella was saying. The doll was shocked to learn that the girl did not understand the importance of her resonance with magic. The ghost seriously wondered how someone so ignorant had reached this day. The doll immediately warned that if they did not act, the protagonist would suffer something horrible. Jael immediately informed the boss that the doll was warning her of a terrible future. Renji turned around and was about to burn the annoying doll. In the end, the ghost achieved its goal and was now sitting calmly on the protagonist's lap. Jael did not understand why the doll was complaining again. It turns out the ghost didn't like being held in hands. He also didn't like that before rescuing him from the swamp, 2 more chain spells had been cast on him. Renji noticed the doll was saying something again and proposed throwing it away before it was too late. The boy was offended. He thought that if Jael had loved the doll so much, he would have bought her many new ones. The ghost complained to the protagonist that she had become scared by the terrifying look of the dark mage. Not a surprising look, as he didn't want to take Isabella with him, but the protagonist insisted until the end. The girl thought to herself how to bring the injured boss into a good mood now. Gilberton reported that they had finally arrived at the city where they could rest. Jael was surprised to leave that terrifying place so quickly. Although it couldn't be called pretty or suitable for resting, it seemed ideal for bandits to live in. That's why she was surprised that Dylan hadn't reached there yet. When the protagonist got off the cart, her fears immediately multiplied. The young woman immediately stated that the place seemed too dangerous, but Sujin recommended she not worry. The villains pointed out that only minor criminals lived in that city, whose crimes together did not reach those of Jael. The gang proudly considered that the most respectable criminals lived in Bane. Suddenly, Renji hugged the young woman and told her they should wait a little until he returned. Meanwhile, the local bandits were already running to inform Boss Jake that a magic cart had appeared. The red-haired bandit didn't expect this news, so he asked once more who had arrived. The minor bandit opined that they should intercept the cart before the competitors arrived. The man reflected. Nobody had ever arrived in their city. The boy added that something had happened with the lake fog, and now it had dissipated. The red-haired man understood that the arrival of the cart from the lake and the dissipation of the fog were related, which meant that the guests were not simple people. Finally, the boy ordered not to bother the newcomers. The long-haired man slapped his brother for his stupidity, since only very strong light mages could cross the lake and disperse the fog. The noise interrupted the brothers' conversation. Both boys turned to see what was happening. At that moment, someone abruptly threw one of their helpers out the door. A man with intense dark magic approached the boys. The stranger looked at the brothers and asked if it was the leader standing in front of him. The red-haired boy was shocked by the strength of that dark mage, who used magic of that level without needing to invoke spells. The dark mage, with a threatening look, asked where the most popular bakery in the area was. It seemed the bandits had not foreseen such a question. The two stood still and confused, looking at Renji, who patiently awaited an answer. Then, the homeowners welcomed the group of villains and politely asked them to show them their rooms. Jael felt uncomfortable with the flattery. She didn't understand why the men acted like that. Renji brought those men, who looked like gangsters, and they took them to the safest area of the city and to a hotel. Afterwards, Renji left without saying where, and those guys started to scare the girl with their behavior. The situation became more terrifying when the red-haired thug offered to accompany Jael if she needed help. Jael smiled and said she didn't need help, but Isabel saw an inappropriate look. And she lunged at the gangsters with an axe. The man got terribly scared of the ghost and immediately moved away from the girl. Shortly after, the suitor's laments disappeared without a trace. And Gazelle thanked the ghost. The protagonist thanked Isabel. The ghost replied that he would return the girl's kindness. The butterflies interrupted the conversation, saying that Isabel was useless since she could only wield an axe. While they had poisonous pollen and paralyzing needles, Gazelle sadly observed that it was too noisy now, since she understood both the butterflies and the ghost. The ghost demanded that the butterflies shut up and asserted that in his previous body, he had been one of the most outstanding mages. And rare ones. Gazelle was surprised to discover that the ghost had been an outstanding mage. The protagonist clarified if considering himself outstanding was related to what the ghost had mentioned by the lake. The ghost replied that he also resonated with magic, and like Gazelle, she wasn't simply someone in harmony with it. The doll added that, like Gazelle, the ghost had been a very powerful mage. Isabel noticed that the girl's body and mind were in disagreement. The ghost couldn't comprehend why the girl decided to transfer to a body without a magical vessel. The girl regretfully commented that she had transferred using a forbidden technique. And she had no choice. Gassel added that she didn't know the reasons why the owner of this body used the forbidden technique. The doll, excited, began to soften the axe and explained that the body's owner couldn't withstand the summoned soul, and ended up falling victim to the ritual. The ghost added that this result was predictable, since the summoned soul was strong. And Jael didn't even have a magic cup. The same thing happened to that fool who tried to seal the ghost and absorb its power. That's why that mage died, and the ghost remained imprisoned in the lake for years. Jael was intrigued if there was any kind of magic in her that could hurt someone. Even her boss. The protagonist worried about the fact that her soul was summoned by Renji's enemies. And she feared causing him harm. The ghost was sure that if Jael had a magic cup, she would become the most powerful mage. Her soul is akin to magic and is loved by it. The unused magic will constantly accumulate around her, so she could become a target for other mages. Unable to use magic on her own, she will be an easy prey for mages. Jael understood that she had become something like catnip, someone with overflowing potential she couldn't access. Probably that's why Renji is attracted to the brunette, even if he didn't like her appearance. The doll noticed that the protagonist had sunk into sad thoughts. The ghost found it strange that magical power floated around her without her soul being sealed, where her original body was also incomprehensible. The ghost added that all mages near hell would fall under her influence. In the end, they intended to make her the most powerful weapon, but lacking the cup. They obtained a living magic stone. Whether the protagonist can cause harm in the future depends on how her soul and body manage to harmonize. The protagonist still didn't understand how she could cause harm if she possessed no magic, but the cause was her impact on the mages. Jael regretted that in the end, she still had no skills. The spirit didn't understand how someone with such a soul could be so unperceptive. Probably, these were consequences of living in a world without magic. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a dark mage. The mage, with the help of his relatives, discovered that Jael had talked with Isabella for a long time. Renji added that the relatives were very noisy and that he could barely stand their conversation. The boy considered that the conversation had been useful to Jael, so for now he would not burn the doll. And after saying that, the spirit called him a savage sorcerer. The protagonist was saddened. She hoped to learn something about her magic, but everything became even more confusing. Now she didn't know how to act so as not to hurt the boy. At that moment, Dylan went to Vivian and started talking about the poisoning of the inhabitants of Runti. It seemed that dark sorceries were behind the crimes. Vivian said she had met Renji in Runti, and that's why she believed he had organized it. She added that Jael was with Renji, and she also saw something strange. Until now, she always avoided meeting them, but lately she has appeared near them. Dark mages always had a clear plan. Now they act chaotically. The moment Renji started to change coincided with Jael Elospan's escape from prison. Perhaps Elospan, while still free, used a forbidden technique and obtained the devil's power. With that strength, Jael began to manipulate Renji. Dylan remembered Jael's strange behavior in the dark magic shop. Then the memory of the conversation in the cart came up, where the girl accused him of not being able to discern good people with his power. The image of that young woman did not fit the description of a manipulator at all. Dylan feared for his own thoughts. It was strange that he doubted who was good and who was the villain. Vivian's voice pulled him out of his stupor. She noticed that the blonde man was immersed in his ideas. In the end, Vivian wanted to separate Renji from Jael as soon as possible. Vivian added that she had come to the city by chance. She only stopped to visit her mother's mansion on the way. The girl considered that they should eliminate Jael quickly. That's why she asked if the boy's body was recovered yet. Vivian wished Dylan would locate her again, and then they would solve the matter together. Dylan hugged the young woman, asked her to calm down, and assured her he would do as she asked. But he warned her not to accompany him, as he had to attend to the professor and lead the light mages here. Dylan remembered that Vivian also wanted to solve the problem of the allied forces. Vivian admitted that she had acted hastily and had many pending tasks. So the boy had no choice but to act alone. Then he proposed at least helping the hero a little with his injuries. The girl poured tea and asked the blonde man to relax and take a short break at that moment. Dylan listened to the girl in silence, but doubts swirled inside him. Anyway, for now he just needed to calm down and enjoy his cup of tea. Jael asked Renji if it was mandatory for them to go to Kundal's villa, as she had learned a lot from Isabel. The dark mage believed they should verify it for themselves. Renji didn't trust the spirit at all. Windria asked if the girl had collected all her things. Jael replied that there wasn't much to carry. The woman considered that she was right to mention the small wardrobe. Windria asked if Jael had forgotten her magic handkerchief. The girl replied that the handkerchief was in the backpack, since there were no marks left on her neck. All thanks to Renji, who spent a lot of time, used products from the warehouse and a piece of the lake's seal stone, and managed to remove the mark. The girl was happy to have been on the boss's side from the beginning, who precisely asked if Jael had forgotten the bag of candy. Jael believed the bag was in her hand. But seeing Isabel's hands, she realized she had left it in the room. Sissel handed Isabel to Renji and ran after the package. She rushed into the hotel and apologized to the manager. Unfortunately, she didn't notice the threatening look of the man behind the counter. The girl remembered that the package was on the bedside table next to the bed. But now there was nothing there. The only place where the candy package could have been hurt was under the bed. The package was near the wall. The protagonist reached out her hand there. It was very dusty. In a moment, she felt the floor under her hand move. A few seconds later, the floor completely disappeared and she plunged downwards. It seems she had fallen into a secret corridor. But how could a secret corridor arise from under the bed? Sissel's scream was loud enough for Renji to react. The boy turned towards the hotel and called the girl. Renji let go of the doll's Zulian and went to find out what had happened to his coworker. The dark mage didn't make it to the girl's room in time. His path was blocked by bandits led by a red-haired boy. Renji would be surprised by the impertinence and lack of common sense of the criminals. He told the boys that he had previously believed these criminals had common sense to take care of themselves. The bandits did not value the threat and said they would not bother the sorcerer if he wasn't looking for Jael. Approaching, Gilbert Thun supposed that the criminals were pursuing Jael for the increased reward. Renji decided to go straight through the middle of the group, making his way, which surprised the bandits. The red-haired man asserted that no matter how strong the sorcerer was, he couldn't face their numbers. When the red-haired man grabbed Renji's clothes, he immediately regretted it. The bandit noticed the magic emerging from the dark-haired man. A second later, the group's leader flew several meters away from the sorcerer. With a look full of disdain, Renji said that the criminal would never see Jael again. Then he allowed his companions to fully enjoy themselves. Renji quickly went through the hotel and reached the girl's room. He looked around. There was no trace of Jael. For an instant he felt fear, but anger immediately surged within him. The man thought the criminals hadn't dared to go that far. The good boy was gone. The leader of the dark mages emerged in his true form. Jael didn't know what to do. Her condition was deplorable. After a prolonged fall, she ended up in a dark room. Strangers immediately tied her up. She was in pain and had a sore head. Then they covered her mouth and took her somewhere. She realized they had put her in a cart and were now transporting her. After the fall, she perceived a damp and musty smell. It seemed she was underground. The protagonist heard the kidnappers talking about whether Jake could defeat that mage. It seems that even Jake didn't know that passage and didn't recognize the criminal Sissel Lospin in her. The woman who kidnapped Sissel had known the Lospins since childhood. That anti-magic underground wall had been built by the Lospin family. The woman had suffered a lot at the hands of the Lospins in the past and now longed for revenge. Sissel understood that she had been careless and had gotten used to being protected by Renji's friends. She forgot that they were looking for her, and now she was completely defenseless. A man asked if there would be problems with the Lospins, since she escaped from prison using dark magic. The woman considered the fears unfounded, since Sissel hadn't shown any trace of talent since she was a child. To avoid complications, the kidnappers only needed to hand the prisoner over to the White Knights before the dark mage reached them. The words about the White Knights scared the protagonist even more. Jael hoped that the kidnappers were not working for Dylan. A negotiation with such thieves was clearly not Dylan's style. The blonde called the man accompanying her a coward and mentioned the incident in Kundal. The protagonist remembered that Kundal was the city where the Lospin castle was located. And the forbidden technique was also performed there. It turns out that in the previous capture of Jael, this woman was the one who handed her over. The woman was surprised that Lospin hadn't woken up yet. Jael tried not to move. They couldn't allow the kidnappers to realize she wasn't asleep. The boy commented with satisfaction that, apparently, the poison had worked. The man added that the dose was not lethal and would not affect the sale. It turns out they were taking her to sell her. The protagonist understood that she definitely had to escape and tried to untie the ropes. Suddenly, a third party interrupted the kidnappers' conversation. The bandits definitely didn't expect to find someone in their way. Dylan clarified if it was this pair about whom Duke Hassel had spoken. Hassel affirmed that the pair had captured Gassel Lospin in person. The man supposed that Dylan was very busy and offered to resolve it himself. Dylan refused, as Jael Waspin is a target under special surveillance. Therefore, the boy must confirm for himself that it is that girl who was captured. Jael didn't expect to be rejected so rudely. Dylan approached the cart to see who was in the bag. He slightly opened the fabric and confirmed that it was Jael who was in front of him. Dylan asked the girl to remove the gag herself. When they took the protagonist out of the bag, she removed the gag and Dylan's gaze was full of contempt. The boy noticed that the girl's appearance had changed, but she was still Jael Lospin. Hazel pointed out that he would not forget Dylan's help in capturing Jael Lospin. The situation made him nervous, which was reflected in his face. The woman asked about the reward for capturing the criminal. Dylan was surprised by the question. He clarified if the woman wanted to talk from the beginning about Loazben's capture. Dylan asked why the pair had personally met with Lord Hazel instead of reporting to the knights as they should have. The question caught them off guard, which was evident from their faces. It became clear to Jael that the kidnapping was planned not by Dylan, but by Cale Hassel. The woman began to make excuses, saying she feared going to the soldiers due to a sin from her past. Dylan told Hassel that the woman confessed to having sinned in the past. Then the hero asked what Hassel would do now. Hassel suddenly turned around and called a couple of disgusting criminals, who didn't understand why they were now attacking them. They ran away from the knight, shouting as they fled that they hadn't agreed to this. Dylan was surprised that human trafficking had been right under his nose the whole time. Jael felt pained that the poor kidnappers hadn't taken her to a place where at least they didn't want to burn her as a witch. After calming her anger a bit, Jael looked at Dylan with a displeased expression. Suddenly, the knight began to stare intently at the young woman's face. Dylan closely observed Jael's hair. He noticed it wasn't magic, but he wondered how the color had changed otherwise. Or if they themselves had changed. Jael apologized and told Dylan that his actions had caused her pain. The knight immediately withdrew his hand from the young woman, although he wasn't satisfied with the result of the examination. Jael replied instantly, indicating that she didn't understand why people became so cruel. Dylan asked her to repeat her question, but the young woman pretended she hadn't said anything. The knight noticed that the young woman's appearance had changed. But in reality, it was Jael Lospin, in a state of madness. Jael wanted to reply that she wasn't crazy, but at that moment, Hassel arrived running, panting. Dylan asked the captain why he had returned, besides doing so in such a hurry. Hassel affirmed that the pair had poisoned Jael Lospin, but the dose, according to them, was not lethal. Now, Jael understood that her strange state of health was partially related to the poison. She looked at Dylan and demanded he give her the poison. The young woman believed that if Dylan was going to kill her anyway, he should do it with the poison. The young man asked if the girl understood what she was requesting now. Jael screamed that she didn't want to be hanged or burned. It was better to drink the poison. Dylan decided that the brunette had lost her mind. Jael pretended to feel unwell, as the poison had begun to spread. Then, Jael again demanded the poison from Dylan to die faster, because she would die anyway before reaching the execution site. Dylan got tired of listening to the young woman. He ordered his soldiers to prepare his horse immediately. Dylan also ordered Knight Hazel to be arrested because he had betrayed the honorability of the knights and was involved in human trafficking. Hazel clearly did not expect such an accusation and resisted the arrest at all costs. Dylan hated those who betrayed the honorability of knights. The soldier reported that Dylan's horse was ready to leave. Justine asked the knight to listen to her words, but the boy simply took her and put her on his back. With a calm expression, and despite the young woman's screams, Dylan carried the protagonist to the horse. Now, Justine didn't understand at all what that idiotic knight was planning to do. Dylan placed the young woman in the saddle and told her there was an antidote in the camp. But he doubted she could make it walking. Justine didn't understand why the man had gone for the antidote if he himself desired her death. The young woman again asked for the poison, but Dylan simply ignored her, conversing with the knight. After that, the blonde man mounted the horse and moved very close to the protagonist. A few seconds later, the pair galloped towards the camp. Justine kept begging them to listen to her words and give her the poison. As Dylan had said, the knight's camp was near the place where they had met. Justine watched as the knight looked for something among his supplies. Finally, Dylan found what he was looking for and turned towards the young woman. He handed her the bottle, saying it was the poison the young woman so desired. The protagonist downed it in one gulp. Afterwards, she let out a sigh of discontent. She accused Dylan of having given her an antidote disguised as poison, and according to the code of chivalry, knights do not lie. Jael pointed out that with such an attitude, the knights would lead people to the grave. Meanwhile, Dylan tried to analyze the girl's behavior. That's why the boy gave her the antidote disguised as poison. But the girl drank it without hesitation. It turns out that Jael Lospin truly wanted to die. Dylan's calmness was also affected by the changes in the girl. In addition to external changes, the masterless magical force that appeared around her scared him. Her aura, her surroundings, and her manners also changed. While the boy was watching her, Jael asked him when he would stop staring at her fixedly. Dylan still didn't answer, which began to cause panic in Jael. The knight intervened, replying that he had no intention of killing Jael. He didn't understand why the boy suddenly changed his mind. The knight wondered why he answered like that. Perhaps the girl had influenced him in some way. Jael believed that Dylan was just playing with words, and that's why he would take her to the stake. The boy was clearly surprised by those thoughts of the brunette. The girl demanded the poison because she didn't want to die at the stake. Dylan was surprised to be considered someone who enjoys killing. Dylan repeated that he had no intention of killing the protagonist, but she didn't believe him. The hero said that the antidote would take effect in half an hour, and that he would then transfer her to Ordeon. Jael began to devise a plan to escape in the next 30 minutes. She seemed to be just sitting there with a look of annoyance. Jael considered that the camp should have stronger structures, but it gave the impression of a noble excursion. Dylan replied that the night's activity was financed by sponsors and voluntary donations. Jael commented that it was a covert version of a conspiracy by the powerful. The blonde remembered that Jael previously thought she could buy the loyalty of the knights with money. The boy couldn't imagine what kind of madness could arise if a person's soul changed so much. The hero remembered that the Losfin family was responsible for having sponsored dark mages. Jael retorted that even Dylan received pardons and donations. The girl maintained that there was no difference between donations to dark or light mages, since history is written by the victors. Dylan asked if Jael was trying to justify herself in that way, but the protagonist didn't want to continue the conversation. Jael asked if Dylan knew anything about the forbidden technique she practiced before being imprisoned. When she received a negative answer, she was disappointed to discover that the leader didn't know many things. Jael's words surprised the boy and made him reflect. Jael decided that the knight only cared about the power of love. The girl thought she had said something she didn't want to, and immediately began to justify herself, stating that she had already lost all interest in Dylan. The protagonist concluded that Jael was now interested in Renji. Dylan warned that neither she nor the dark mage could harm Vivian. Suddenly, Jael acted as if she had heard the most appropriate words of the day. The girl replied that she had no intention of getting involved in relationships. She asked for the poison again and wondered why the knight was so kind to her if they had an enemy relationship. The boy remembered the conversation with Vivian and decided that she had been good to Renji. Then, the knight remembered the girl's desire to separate Gizel and Renji as soon as possible. Dylan asserted that Gizel had no knowledge of the wound Renji had inflicted on them and, at the same time, was intervening arrogantly. The girl found it amusing to hear those words. She didn't hide her emotions. The heroine declared that Dylan only saw what he wanted and not what really existed. If the boy's ability works like that, then that ability is useless. Dylan, filled with anger, jumped off the chair and lunged at the girl. Jixel asked if this time the boy had finally decided to strangle her. She believed that Dylan wanted to wheedle out of her the truth about why Jael knew so much. But if they strangle her, she clearly won't be able to tell anything, so Dylan should clarify his intentions. The girl spoke calmly, but the fear was still evident to the knight. The hero understood that Jael was actually very afraid of the situation. It is worth recalling that she arrived here after a kidnapping. Dylan felt confusion. He didn't understand what he wanted from Jael. Finally, the boy calmed down and realized that he had simply fallen for a common provocation. The knight controlled himself and decided to wait out the rest of the time calmly. The girl carefully watched how the protagonist moved away from her. After confirming that she was not in danger at that moment, Jael exhaled calmly. Just a few seconds ago, she was sure she would die. Jael was glad that Dylan hadn't noticed the lack of trace of her magic. The crybaby came to the conclusion that Dylan really didn't know anything, but she didn't dare tell him about Burfin, that he had arrived in her female body. Jael hesitated whether to tell the boy about her resistance to poisons. Vivian seemed suspicious, but Dylan really believes that Renji betrayed them. But if the boy knows nothing, why is he looking for Sissel instead of falling in love with Vivian and living happily? All this made the protagonist's head ache more intensely. The girl thought that magic should work here, so she should simply believe in Renji. Sissel felt severe vertigo and began to lose consciousness. She called Renji, not expecting him to hear her. In the last moment, the girl thought of butterflies, believing they would soon find her. A few seconds later, there was a loud crash. The shock waved through Sissel and her chair towards Dylan. Ranked appeared in the doorway, surrounded by dark magical energy. The mage saw the girl and immediately turned to her, saying he had come for her. Seeing her boss, the girl quietly asked him for forgiveness. The boy said everything was fine and that she should get some sleep. The dark mage took Sissel in his arms and prepared to leave. Range didn't perceive anything around him, except for the girl sleeping in his arms. In the last moment, he heard Dylan's scream, who demanded an explanation of how Range had arrived there. The entire room was filled with two opposite magical forces. Dylan attacked the dark mage, but he repelled the attack without problems with a magic shield. The mage stopped and looked at the blonde man. Dylan became resolute again and had no intention of letting the dark mage go just like that. By then, all the knights from the camp had gathered due to the commotion. Renji told Dylan that he didn't know the knight commander had a habit of kidnapping people. One of the soldiers decided to launch himself against the mage for insulting the honor of his captain. The mage unsheathed his sword and rushed forward. The knight didn't expect the mage to use magic with his hands occupied. When he approached Renji and understood the threat, it was already too late. The knight saw a flow of magic rush towards him, but fear paralyzed him. And he couldn't move. The next instant, the mage was already dead, which immediately dampened the enthusiasm of the remaining knights. Dylan was ashamed that the knights were so easily scared by the dark mage's actions. The next instant, even Dylan was surprised by what he saw. Renji's hair color gradually began to turn white. The knight understood that something had changed both in the mage and in his magic. Someone among the knights shouted that everyone should run, but Dylan, absorbed, didn't perceive the danger immediately. Even seeing the attack coming, the blonde man couldn't believe someone was capable of doing such a thing. Renji simultaneously maintained a defense barrier and used powerful offensive magic. Dylan didn't understand how the dark-haired man managed to take down such an area being originally a butterfly. The blonde man knew that if he didn't attack first, everyone present would die. If Renji's magical energy was released, it would only disappear after killing everyone here. The boy activated a spell and channeled all his strength into the sword. Shouting, Dylan rushed towards Renji, who had already completely turned blonde. The dark mage was still holding the sleeping girl in his arms. Dylan approached the dark mage and tried to penetrate the barrier with light magic. To the blonde man's surprise, at the last moment, all the magical energy disappeared. In its place, the heroes were enveloped by an unknown fog. Dylan didn't understand who had created it. A second later, it occurred to the boy that this fog was not that, but Sissel's magical energy. It seems that precisely the passive force that had been moving around the girl suddenly activated. That force not only dispersed Dylan's attack, but also considerably weakened the dark magic. Once Renji's shield weakened, Dylan decided to attack, as it was the best opportunity in years. Focusing on his physical strength, the knight ran forward again. Renji didn't expect events to take this turn, nor that Dylan would take advantage of this. But the blonde man failed to attack. His attack seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. The next instant, he felt Sissel's magic begin to absorb all the energy around him without discrimination. Renji commented on the situation, pointing out that his little one was, after all, very sensitive. After that, Renji indicated it was time for Sissel to rest. The dark mage added that he would have liked to destroy everything here. So Dylan should thank Sissel and luck that it didn't happen. Activating the magic circle, Renji said he wanted to ask the blonde man a question. But that would distract Sissel. Upon disappearing, Renji asserted that Dylan should no longer worry about Sissel. The dark-haired man warned that in the future, Dylan would not be able to touch a single hair on the girl's head. It is difficult to say how long it took since Sissel fell asleep, but now she finally woke up. The young woman was surprised to realize she was with Isabel and Golem number 9. Isabel said that if Sissel had been discovered a little later, an entire country would have been destroyed. The girl thought the doll was exaggerating, but Isabel insisted that her words were the pure truth. The spectre claimed to have seen such a stupid mage for the first time. Isabel asked how she had reached the small palace. She thought her boss had brought her. She was sure she had seen Renji in Dylan's camp, but the memory was blurry. Isabel asked where Renji was, as she wanted to see him. So the golem brought the chair closer. The girl settled in. She hugged Isabel and thanked the golem again for his care. Isabel worried about the boy and supposed he had used too much magic. As the golem carried the brunette towards the master of the house, she noticed a strange glow in the street. Outside, in the sky, there was a huge magic circle. The girl tried to make it out, but the glare was too intense. The protagonist saw Renji. He was still using magic and had regained his ashy hair. The girl tried to get closer and stood up, but immediately felt pain all over her body. Nevertheless, the protagonist did not give up and chose, if not to approach, at least to stand on her feet. The pain turned out to be too intense and the strength insufficient, so the protagonist fell back into the chair. Renji saw her and immediately turned to her. The boy said the young woman had arrived on time. Isabel noticed that something wasn't right with him. Renji, looking closely at the brunette, told her he wanted to tell her something. This version of Renji unconsciously scared her, but she didn't want to show her fears and doubts. Renji remembered that the girl had once asked him about the expectations he had of her. Since that day, the mage had expectations of the girl. Given this fact, Jael now cares about being in this house. The boy clarified that he wanted her presence not only at this moment, but also in the future. After saying that the girl could not step even one pace out of the small palace, the heroine got the feeling that Renji had returned to the novel's plot. So the dark mage had her in chains in his house. Vivian was left only to beg him to let her go. But the boy denied her every time. The novel said that her beautiful silver hair shone with a dazzling white. And he himself also shone intensely. The idea struck Jael that she had gotten herself into big trouble now. Renji approached the heroine's face and asked if she understood his words. He was beautiful and charming, but terrifying at the same time. The girl looked at him and couldn't deny it. Later, when staying in her room, Jael thought that something had definitely changed. Unlike Vivian, she is not tied up with chains. But where is the guarantee that it won't happen? Justine tried to calm herself, remembering that she was free inside the palace. But there was not the slightest tranquility in her heart. The girl knew she was going through an episode of the novel with an ending. Before this episode, there was a commotion in Runti and a punishment squad was formed. Justine felt uncomfortable about having gotten involved in the role of the main heroine. However, nobody understood why she suddenly took Vivian's place. A complete character substitution never happened in the novel before. The reasons no longer mattered. She had to understand how to proceed with this. After placing the shields, Renji went asleep to recharge his magic. Now it was impossible to know when the boss would wake up. The girl didn't like that. In that unstable state, Renji hadn't gone to rest. But that he made those shields. Now it was understood where that huge magic circle in the sky had come from. Protection against Dylan was the priority, but the girl was saddened that because of it, the boss wouldn't even wake up. Isabel added that she preferred that to seeing an entire country destroyed. Sissel still believed that the spectre was exaggerating, but Isabel tried to explain that the girl had not seen the boss's anger. The spectre asserted that Sissel should not give up, and that he was glad the young woman was still listening to him. The protagonist remembered that Renji, when they first met, wished for her death. And even gave her poison, but afterwards he was too kind to her. Then, the protagonist was divided between the good and the bad Renji, not knowing which facet to consider the true one. The girl was sure that the boy was slowly healing her so that she couldn't leave the castle. Isabel considered it positive that, at least, the mage had not harmed her. The spectre thought that, although expressed differently, it still resembled the sealing the mage had done to him. The doll believed that Renji could keep Sissel because of his strength. The spectre maintained that the mage was simply using her, as he actually couldn't leave his mansion. The girl agreed that Renji had no intention of letting her out. However, Sissel understood that all the dark mage's actions were aimed at her protection. So, it wasn't clear how she could oppose in this situation, especially considering that everything was following the original plot again. The spectre asked if there was anything special about the moment they kidnapped her. When Sissel replied that her life was hanging by a thread, the spectre understood that this caused the rapid fusion of her soul and body. Now, the young woman is surrounded by unusual magic. Isabel believed that now, this magic would always be with the girl. Therefore, the dark mage decided not to let her go anywhere and keep her close. Cecil asked if Renji would try to take over the spectre, since it has the same soul. The doll replied that it was impossible. The spectre lost all its strength when it lost its body. That's why it is now only a bodiless soul. Cecil was saddened to understand that even great mages are just people with a limited life. The protagonist considered that it suited the young woman to take care of her health, so as not to end up like now. Isabel added that because the protagonist worries about Renji, magic allows her to recover faster. The spectre didn't understand why Tissel worried about the one who had locked her up. The girl replied that the boy had saved her life frequently and always worried about her. Cecil reflected on how their relationship had actually developed, whether out of attachment or out of possession. The protagonist couldn't understand what feelings exactly she had towards her boss. The doll thought it was good that Sissel didn't see how Renji behaved in her absence. Now the brunette understood that Renji had crossed certain limits when he kidnapped her. Meanwhile, Dylan decided to visit the city where the criminals stole people from. When they arrived at the place, all the knights were surprised to see what had happened. The entire town had been destroyed, and the smell of burning had not yet dissipated from the streets. One of the knights said that this place could no longer be called a city. Although the city was the territory the knights planned to destroy, the inhabitants now inspired compassion in them. Someone noticed the survivors and immediately reported it to the captain. The knight in front pointed out that someone was approaching from that direction. From afar, it was clear that something was wrong with the approaching person. The closer the man approached, the more terrifying he was to see. A real zombie was heading towards the knights. His movements and aura demonstrated the use of necromantic magic. Dylan reacted first and ordered his squad to retreat. Only necromancers can use that type of magic, which clearly indicates that dark sorcerers are behind the destruction. But Renji was not a necromancer, so it was not his fault. Although it also meant that there was more than one immortal creature in the city. Suddenly, the zombie stopped and called the knights fools. The zombie started talking about how they couldn't resist the wind, while Dylan prepared to draw his sword. When the zombie attacked shouting, "I felt terror," Dylan instantly cut off its head. The man said they shouldn't listen to the thoughts of immortal creatures. He ordered the knights to clear out the zombies and continue with the investigation. The knights were still in shock, but quickly composed themselves and began to obey the order. A subordinate approached the group's captain with information. He recalled that since that day, dark mages had not left direct messages like that one. That day, an area twice as large, as the city turned into ruins. Then, the dark mage asked them to unite and come out of the shadows to stop being considered criminals. Only one witness survived, who told what happened. According to him, a silver-haired mage devastated the entire city. The knight had heard that Wayne Eyre had been sighted recently in another city. So he must have instantly relocated here, thanks to his power. Now, the words about a silver-haired boy took on a new meaning for Dylan. Even the phrase about a large amount of magical power now fit Renji better than Wayne. The only strange thing was that the witness clearly mentioned the name Wayne Eyre. Later, Dylan again remembered Jael's words that the boy does not see the true essence. The knight was surprised why those words had stuck so firmly in his mind. Also, the phrase that although he was a leader, he knew so little bothered him. After presenting his theories, the captain's deputy left to clean up the city with the rest of the group. In recent days, Dylan began to feel an internal discomfort more often. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a familiar female voice calling his name. It was Vivonne, excited, which strongly contrasted with Jael. Vivonne believed her boyfriend was magnificent for having captured criminals who traded people. The girl immediately pointed out that dark mages were horrible for having destroyed the city. Dylan corrected her and said that dark mages destroyed the city, but they had no connection to human trafficking. The blonde man understood this, as he knew the selection criteria dark mages used for sacrifices. Vivian said thoughtfully, pointing out that strange events had been happening around her for some time. The girl again pointed out that the methods with which dark mages worked with Runti had completely changed, which indicated that something had changed. She maintained that it was all Jael's fault, who had summoned the devil and was now primarily responsible. Dylan instantly replied, asserting that the last victim of the kidnappers had been Jael Lospin. Vivint was surprised by the turn of events, so the hero had to repeat his words to her twice. Finally, the blonde man repeated it one more time. Jael had no relation to the kidnappings, but Vivint didn't believe it. Dylan asked if she knew what forbidden technique Lospin had used. The girl replied that it was the forbidden technique of demon summoning. Since all forbidden techniques are the same, the girl's answer generated new questions in Dylan, but he decided not to ask them. He only asked if there were techniques that allowed magic to float around a person. The question was unexpected, and instead of answering, Viviana decided to ask a question herself. She asked if Dylan had seen that magic with his own eyes. Now it was the boy's turn to be surprised. Viviana also added that she knew he could see the magic of others. Since it was a secret, Dylan didn't know how to answer. Viviana understood that she had put her foot in it, and therefore, revealed that the professor had told her about that ability many years ago. Dylan remembered that the professor had strictly forbidden them from mentioning his strength to Viviana as a child. Finally, the boy replied that everything was fine. He himself was already planning to tell the girl about his strength. Viviana asked if it was about Jael Lubins. Dylan replied that he had lost her. The boy said he saw something like that for the first time and decided to ask the girl about it. Viviana supposed that person has too much magical energy, which is why their vessel cannot contain it all. Dylan thought that the forbidden technique had awakened the sorceress in Jael, although that was still impossible. Viviana asked if Jael was now with Dylan. The boy replied that he had lost her. Dylan clarified that Renji had brought her, who appeared out of nowhere. Vivian reflected on the usefulness of Jael to Renji, without yet having options for an answer. Now it was clear that Renji and Lospin were on the same side. Dylan wanted the girl not to worry about the dark mages and simply take care of her own affairs, while the boy took care of everything. One of Vivian's assistants called her, informing her that the purification was about to begin right away. There the characters decided to separate to attend to their own affairs. But this time, they separated with completely different feelings after the conversation with their soulmate. Vivian noticed that today Dylan was asking with special insistence. Dylan, however, did not perceive that the girl was acting unusually and attributed the revelation of his secret to the professor's concern. Both main characters felt the discomfort arising between them upon realizing that their soulmate was hiding something. In the end, both Vivian and Dylan hoped to find Jael at least an instant before their other half. Approximately at that time, the heroine was sitting by the window, observing the magic barrier. She was distracted when Isabella approached her and called her by name. Jael asked the ghost if he wanted to tell her something. The doll hesitated a little when answering, which surprised the girl, although the reason for her silence. Apparently, it was Renji, who was nearby with an overly satisfied expression. The brunette took the doll and suggested saying what she wanted, because the boss was not going to leave anyway. The doll considered that her boss had become too annoying, and Sissel agreed. Isabel confirmed that Sissel's soul and body had fused and became interested in whether she wanted to know her magical powers. As proof of the fusion, the black color of her hair had not changed over time. Sissel was happy, since recently her magical powers had helped Renji recover faster. A second later, the ghost told her that Sissel could not use magic. Sissel didn't understand how it was possible if magic always submitted to her will. The doll warned that magic worked unilaterally, which meant it would no longer obey the girl's orders. The young woman's persistence allowed her to control magic, although perhaps it wouldn't always be so. The girl remembered that her magic had helped Renji, who heard it and replied that he appreciated the concerns so much. In reality, Sissel felt annoyed for worrying so much about someone who used all his strength to lock her in a castle. Renji proposed abandoning the cursed doll and joining him at the table for a bite. Cecil considered the boy's proposal an impertinence, while the ghost began to protest about being called a cursed doll. Cecil replied that she felt satisfied, although internally she lamented not having the abilities of the book's protagonist. Renji didn't like that his girlfriend and colleague showed such passive behavior. He decided to correct it and got up from the table. Approaching the protagonist, he reminded her that he had locked her there for her safety. The man believed that the protagonist didn't need to have any kind of power. Jillian said she needed strength, even if it was just to get out of there. The man smiled and asked what reason the girl had to leave. If she left and met Dylan, he probably wouldn't let her go just like that. He added that in recent days, Van Hell was no longer a safe place, due to the Unified Punishment Group. Jillian knew this from the book, which saddened her even more that everything was following the plot. The novel described the group as the most powerful and numerous alliance of mages. And light knights. Renji realized that the barrier he had created was much stronger than the one made during the Dark Mages meeting. Jillian replied that she knew her boss's methods well. The girl asked, sarcastically, if the boss knew how many days she had been locked up. The protagonist didn't understand why the boss had locked himself up there, and Reggie replied that he wanted to be wherever the girl was. The brunette remembered that Viviana had only escaped thanks to her abilities, something she didn't have. Jillian tried to convince the boss that he should face the others, as the most powerful dark mage. Renji pointed out that he is not just the strongest, but the most powerful. The boy, apparently, saw the entire situation completely differently. He stated that he only wants to make his desires come true. And for that, the heroine must always be within Rengi's field of vision. Jael said that's why she needs strength. If she becomes strong, she can go fight with him. The boy looked closely at the girl. Then he told her she had misunderstood. Approaching the heroine, the man pointed out that he would not let her go anywhere. Not even if she gained strength. Then, the boy openly confirmed that he forbade Jael from leaving the castle. And he wanted her to always be with him. While making this declaration, Renji moved closer and closer to Jael. After a moment, the girl was already lying on the bed, full of shame. Doubts and fear. The most complicated thing is that, because of the closeness of that handsome boy, the girl suddenly felt her skin tingle. But it was embarrassing to mention it. Besides, now the dark mage looked incredibly beautiful and attractive. The girl tried to regain her composure and reminded him of the prophecy from her world. Reggie considered it a common tale, but remembered that, according to him, he kept Vivian imprisoned. And Dylan comes to help her afterwards. The heroine saw that the boy was not going to take her words about what would happen next seriously. Jael remembered that the problem wasn't just Dylan, since according to the plot, Windria died at that moment. And the mage remembered it. The girl no longer knew what to say to make Renji listen to her. In the original arc, after the prison episode, Windria died while trying to prevent Vivian from escaping. Afterwards, Sujin decided to avenge his friend's death, but instead of confronting Vivian, he runs into Dylan and dies by his sword. The last to die is Gilberton, who protected the leader until his last breath. Now the events will take a different course, since Dylan will not go to the mansion to save Jael. But something similar could happen. Renji considered that Windria should not be told, as it would hurt her pride. The boy remembered that Jael had once asked to kick Windria out of the shop, which is why he was surprised by so much concern for the woman. Jael lost her calm and shouted that she couldn't help but worry, since she had become very attached to her surroundings. The boy was very irritated by those words about attachment to the environment. Renji concluded that such constant attachment was worth nothing. Therefore, the girl was not trustworthy.